Grape Nuts Flakes program coming to you from New York City and starring Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Abe Lyman. Habit? Who has a habit? Now, here's a funny thing. Why is it we're always hearing so much about bad habits? Yours and mine and the next-door neighbors. And still nobody has a kind word to say about good habits. Well, right now, I'm going to put in my 2 cents worth for a perfectly swell habit. The habit of starting your day off with that grand little eye-opener, crisp, tempty, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. Yes, sir. Once you make a habit of Grape Nuts Flakes, once you sample that malty, rich flavor and smack your lips over that crisp, toasty texture, you're certain to come back for more. Prove it. Tomorrow, just do this. Try a bowl full of appetite-making Grape Nuts Flakes for breakfast. See if you don't find them so swell-tasting that a daily dish will become second nature to you. Yes, Grape Nuts Flakes are a good habit. So why don't you make a daily habit of Grape Nuts Flakes? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little surprise for you. Jack wired us that owing to a slight delay coming up on the train from Norfolk, Virginia, he will be just a few minutes late. So while we're waiting for Jack, I'll turn the mic over to his very good friend, the famous star of Showtime, Georgie Jessel.
Thank you, fellas. Hello again. This is Georgie Jessel, pinch hitting for Benny. And I want to tell you folks that I'm very happy to be here tonight for 2 reasons. First, it's an honor and a pleasure to help Jack out. And second, I must get something for this. And, of course, Don, it's nice working with you, too.
Well, thank you, Georgie. I think we'll get along fine.
By the way, Don, Jack does expect to pay me for this. I mean, he won't take advantage of our friendship, will he?
Oh, no, Georgie. Jack wouldn't do a thing like that. Why, I'm sure he'll compensate you for your work.
Fine. Well, I hope it's with money. You see, Don, I've already got a hand-painted necktie. And I don't like the way Jack paints them anyway, you see?
Now, wait a minute, Georgie. You're not really worried about Jack paying you for tonight, are you?
Well, I'm not exactly worried, but I'd like to be on one program where I don't have to write in a part for my lawyer. Well, what happened to Jack, and why is he so late?
Well, Georgie, last week we played camps around Washington, D.C. and Virginia. And Jack and Rochester missed the train at Norfolk.
Missed the train?
Yes, you see, Jack told Rochester to wake him up at 9 a.m., but Rochester overslept, and I imagine Jack was pretty burned up when he awoke.
Imagine missing my own program. Listen, Rochester, there's no excuse for your oversleeping this morning, especially after I gave you that alarm clock.
Well, I was dreaming I was in the ring with Joe Louis, and when the bell rang, I came out fighting.
And what happened?
You know, Mr. Lewis, he smacked me right back to sleep again.
Look, Rochester, I'm not interested in your dreams.
You're always telling me yours, boss. Remember the night you dreamt you was a mother robin?
Never mind.
And you woke up sitting in your toupee?
On a billiard ball yet. Anyway, Rochester, this is the last time I'm going to take you on a trip east with me. The only time I see you is when you need money. We've been away from home 2 months. You've spent more dough than I have.
That ain't no record.
You've spent plenty, and most of the time you lose it in a crap game.
A crap game?
Yes.
Up in Harlem, we call it ivory stock market.
I don't care what you call it. We'll talk about this later.
Say, boss, who's taking your place on the program tonight?
A fellow named Georgie Jessel. He's a great pal of mine.
Mr. Jessel? I never seen him. What does he look like?
Well, I'd say that Jessel was medium height, nice personality, and looks something like an anteater. Although I doubt if he does. Say, is there a radio in this observation car?
There's one right over by that lady.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, madam. Do you mind if I tune in on the radio? I want to hear the Grape Nuts Flakes program.
Is that the show with Jack Benny on it?
Yes. Good heavens, she jumped out the window. Oh, well, everybody can't like me. Now, Rochester, tune in NBC. It's around 65 on the dial.
Yes, sir.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason Toasty Brown Sweetest and that Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy-size package is America's fastest-growing flake cereal.
That's it, Rochester. That's Don Wilson, all right.
Once you sample the malty, rich flavor, you'll certainly come back for more.
That was very good, Don. I'm so excited I'm going to eat breakfast tomorrow for the first time in 30 years. Hangover or no hangover. Well, Don, how am I doing so far? Do you think I'm handling the program all right?
Well, to tell you the truth, George, and please don't repeat this to Jack.
Oh, you can trust me, Don.
I think you've given this program new life. Frankly, Jack belongs to the yuck-yuck school of humor.
Oh.
Yuck.
Say, Georgie, you've known Jack a long while, haven't you?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, Jack and I did an act together in vaudeville. We were known as Myrtle, the Dancing Horse.
Oh, did you and Jack work in a horse costume?
Oh, yes, and Jack did a great job, even though he had the worst end of it. You know what I mean, Don? He couldn't look out at the audience and wink like I did, huh? By the way, Don, where's Mary?
Here I am. Hello, Georgie.
Hello.
There's Miss Livingston. Doesn't she sound natural?
Yeah. Brace yourself, boys. Here it comes.
She better be careful what she says.
Well, Mary, I guess you're anxious for Jack to get back. It'll seem rather strange working with me, won't it?
No, I like to work with you, Georgie. You want to know something? Now, don't repeat this to Jack, will
Oh,
you?
you can trust me.
Well, believe me, it gets pretty tiresome week after week looking at that blank face of his. Looks like a pot of library paste.
Whoever saw a library paste with big blue eyes?
Well, Mary, after all, I'm not so much to look at myself.
But at least you're different. You smile and laugh once in a while. Jack never laughs.
Well, my teeth don't slip out.
That's a good one.
Shut up, Rochester. Now, you shut up, Rochester. My teeth don't slip out.
No, sir. You hold them in better than anybody.
Quiet now. I want to hear this.
Say, Mary, I'd like to ask you something, and believe me, you're the first one I've mentioned this to. What do you think Jack's going to give me for taking his place on the program tonight?
Well, first he'll come in and ask you how much you want.
Yes?
Then he'll offer you half of that.
And if I won't take it?
He'll pull a knife on you.
Can you imagine that?
Well, Mary, you can't be serious. My goodness, he isn't that tight.
He isn't, eh? Listen, Georgie. Jack has been traveling around the East for 8 weeks, and he's still got California air in his pocketbook.
Oh, he must have opened it up to let the moth see Radio City.
Rochester.
He ain't no good at all.
Gee, I wish this train would get in.
And, George, do you want me to tell you something else?
What is it?
Well, Jack took me to the Stork Club the other night, and when the waiter brought the check...
What's the matter? What are you laughing at?
Well, Jack pulled his violin out of his vest and said, "Go away, I work here."
That's a big fib.
Well, Mary, you've given me a very vivid picture of what I'll have to go through when Jack comes in. Anyway, let's have a band number from Abe Lyman. And play something loud, Abe. My mother's listening in, and she hasn't got a radio. She just opens the window. Hit it, Abe. Hit it.
Look, Rochester, we're getting into the Penn Station.
That's right.
New York, all out. Last one off the train is a pot of library paste. Catch on?
Grab those bags, Rochester. I want to rush over to the studio.
Okay.
I'll go right to my hotel and pack the trunk. Remember, we're leaving town tomorrow.
Oh, Porter! Porter! That was Brazil, played by Abe Lyman and his band. And I must say, Abe, after hearing the boys, that I'm surprised the way Jack ran down your orchestra a couple of weeks ago. He shouldn't do that.
Of course he shouldn't. My music is all right.
Well, that I wouldn't say, but Jack should never mention it. By the way, Abe, I don't know whether you know this or not, but I have been writing an autobiography. Autobiography. That means the story of my life.
Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Inasmuch as we've been friends for years, I've got something in it about you. Now, is that okay?
Yeah, but don't put nothing in about that dame in Cincinnati.
Oh, don't worry, I won't. I'll simply mention that you're a bon vivant, a raconteur, an entrepreneur. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, just leave out that dame in Cincinnati.
Oh, I will. You see, this book I'm writing it's called So Help Me, and it ought to be out
Say,
any
now,
day.
wait a minute, Georgie. Here comes Dennis Day. Do you know him?
No, not personally, no.
Well, you'll like him, George. He's a great kid, although he's a little naive.
Oh, you just leave Dennis to me. I'll handle him all right.
I'll bet you $1 he'd drive you nuts.
All right, it's a bet.
Here he is, Georgie.
Well, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Did you have a nice trip?
Nice trip, Benny. What is this?
Hey, Don, did Mr. Benny miss the train in Norfolk, Virginia?
Wait a minute, Dennis. It's Jessel. Jessel.
Where's that?
Well, I've lost 35 cents already. Now, listen, Dennis, I'm just taking Jack's place until he gets here.
Jack who?
Here's your $1, Mary.
Thanks.
Hey, what's going on?
Why, nothing, Dennis. I just bet Mary $1 that you couldn't drive me nuts.
She wins more money that way.
Well, all I can say is this entire event looks good for a total loss to me, I'll tell you.
Hello, fellas. Hello, here I am.
Well, it's sure good to be back.
And am I glad to see you, Jack. Believe me.
Me too. I kind of missed you, old pal.
So did I, Jack. Boy, am I tickled to see you.
Oh, yes, of course, certainly. I'm tight except for my teeth that slip out, and I got a face like a pot of library paste.
Doesn't have to be in a pot.
Well, there was a radio on the train. I heard every word you fellas said. That was fine loyalty talking behind my back.
I didn't say anything about you, Mr. Benny.
I know you didn't, Dennis.
I just got here.
I know that, too. Well, hello, Georgie. How did you like taking my place tonight?
I will know in a little while.
Well, I appreciate your coming over and helping me out. It was a great display of friendship.
Here it comes, Georgie.
I'm ready. Now, look, Jack, we're very good friends, you know. But this is my business, the same as yours.
I understand that now. But look, Georgie.
Look, nothing. You wired me to come here, I did, and I expect to get paid.
Well, take it easy, Georgie. I'll give you a check for whatever you think your time is worth. Now, what do you want?
Well, now, Jack, let me put it this way. If I don't sleep well tonight, it should be from happiness.
Now, don't beat around the bush, Georgie. How much do you want?
I'll take $500. But if you put down that knife, we'll start at 1,000.
I'll give you $500. Let's not argue about it. Now, let's see. Where's my checkbook? Gosh, I don't think I...
Here's a blank check, Mr. Benny.
Thanks. Now, let's see. If I'd only brought my fountain...
Here's a fountain pen, Mr. Benny.
Go away! Well, I got the check and fountain pen. Might as well start writing.
I may be wrong, but I think your hair just went a shade grayer.
Quiet. February 17th, 1900 and... Now the amount.
Wait a minute. This is 1943, Jack, not 45.
Oh, pardon me. Now, just a second. Pay to the order of... Say, how do you want this made out? George Jessel or Georgie Jessel?
Just put down man, $500.
All right, here's your check.
Well, now, thank you very much. Well, I guess I'll be running along now, and I'll see you tomorrow night at the banquet, Jack.
Yeah.
What banquet is that, Mr. Benny?
Well, next Sunday's my birthday, and since we'll be in Toronto, some of my friends here in New York are throwing a little party for me tomorrow night. Who's going to be there, Georgie?
All your pals on Broadway, everybody, from Benny Rubin to Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? Now, wait a minute. This is my birthday party, and I don't want Allen there.
But, Jack, we need a crowd. We need everybody we can get to blow out the candles.
Now, cut that out. I'm not nearly as old as you are, Georgie, and you know it.
Go on. I read in Newsweek magazine yesterday that you were 47 years old.
47? That's a misprint.
You mean it should be 74?
No. I mean, it should be 33, like I feel. All right, Alan. All right, Alan can come to the party.
I knew that would happen.
I knew it. Why don't I put commas there? All right, comma. Alan can come to the party. Well, look but I don't want him to make any speeches about me.
Well, don't you worry, Jack, because I'm the only speaker at the table, comma, and I got my speech. I have my speech all prepared.
You have? What are you going to say?
Well, something like this. Gentlemen, we are gathered here tonight to pay tribute to a man who, some odd years ago, was born in a log cabin near what is now the town of Waukegan, Illinois.
Log cabin?
There was great rejoicing in this frontier settlement.
Frontier?
And friendly Indians came from far and wide to bring gifts of beads and moccasins to the first white child born in this wilderness.
Now, wait a minute, Georgie. When I was born, Waukegan was a good-sized town. I'm only 33.
All right, I'll say you're 33.
Good.
And to make that believable, I'll wear diapers.
I don't care what you wear.
All right, thank you very much, Jack, and I'll see you tomorrow.
So long, Georgie.
So long.
So long. Oh, darn it. Darn it, I forgot something. Oh, Georgie, wait a minute. I want to ask you something.
What is it?
Georgie, I hear you're writing a book with a lot of anecdotes about yourself and people in show business. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Well, does my name come up in it?
Oh, sure, Jack. Several times.
Well, look, Georgie.
Yeah?
Do me a favor, will you?
Yeah?
Don't mention that dame in Cincinnati. Yeah, I mean, you know. Well, so long, Georgie.
So long, comma.
Well, go ahead, Dennis. Let's have your song.
What do you want to see Georgie about?
I want to make his check a little higher, you know. Sing, kid. Sing, kid.
Moonlight mood when twilight is ending. You're in my moonlight mood, and by every star to love me forever. Although you're far away, we meet in my solitude. You are mine when I'm in my moonlight mood, my darling. There you are, as lovely as ever. You are by every star to love me forever. Although you're far away, we meet in my solitude. You are mine when I'm in my moonlight
Well, my goodness. That was Moonlight Mood, sung by Dennis Day. And very, very good, Dennis.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Benny, I think it was awfully nice of Mr. Jessel to come over here and help you out tonight.
What do you mean, nice? You got $500 for it.
Well, for heaven's sake, you don't expect Georgie to come over here and work for nothing, do you?
Well, why not? He's a friend of mine.
Well, would you work on his show for nothing?
Listen, Don, I'm talking to Miss Livingston.
Well, would you?
That's Don's question. Think of your own.
I've got one.
Shut up. Now, look, fellas, Georgie was here. He did a good job. He got paid, so let's forget about it. And now I have an announcement to make. Ladies and gentlemen, here is important information for all of you who have friends, relatives, or sweethearts in our armed forces abroad. If you want your letters to get overseas quickly and safely, use V-mail, which is dispatched by the most expeditious means.
Expeditious? What's the idea of pulling those big words?
Listen, Abe, expeditious isn't a big word.
Anything over 3 letters is showing off.
Abe, I know you have a set of blocks, but some of them must be missing there. One leader I'd like to get that's been through 3rd grade. Let me finish this, will you, Abe? Huh? Will you go over and lay down someplace? Or lie down, excuse me. Among the advantages of V-mail is the fact that it's the fastest of all wartime communications. But remember, folks, V-mail is not for domestic use. Only use it when you write to the boys overseas. And our listeners in Canada should go to their local post office for information. Thank you very much. And fellas, my gang, now speaking of Canada, you know we're all leaving for Montreal, Ottawa, and Toronto next Tuesday night.
How are you going to send us? By V-mail?
No, we're going by train. And here's something else. Come in. Yes?
Pardon me, I work for Mr. Jessel, and he sent me back here for his cane.
Oh.
My name is Joe Besser.
Lesser?
No, Besser!
Oh, yes. Yes, Besser. I never get that right. Well, Mr. Besser, what does the cane look like?
Something like Jessel, only taller.
Oh, well, he must have left his cane in my dressing room. Now, look, Mr. Besser, my dressing room. You go out this door here, turn to your right. No, turn to your left. Then you walk down 3 steps till you get to the corridor. Then you turn to your right again. No, then take your next left.
Shut up, not so fast!
Oh, pardon me. Well, just ask an usher, and he'll tell you where it is. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Mr. Benny, I'm going to be at your banquet tomorrow night.
Oh, my birthday party? Well, you know, Mr. Besser, next Sunday, I'll be 33 years old.
You old crazy you.
What does he mean, crazy? I feel like a kid. Now, getting back to our Canadian trip, fellas, when we get to Toronto next week, I want you all to be... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Good. Rochester, did you pack my trunk?
Yes, sir, and it's on its way to Toledo.
Toledo? We're going to Toronto.
Toronto's in Ohio.
Toledo's in Ohio. We're going to Ontario.
I thought you said we were going to Canada.
Look, Rochester, Toledo is in Ohio and Ontario's in Canada. And Toronto's in Ontario. What are you laughing at?
Boss, we sound like Abbott and Costello.
Now, Rochester, concentrate. Here's what you do. Call up the express company here in New York. Tell them to call the express company in Toledo and have them send my trunks to Toronto.
Not so fast!
Rochester, because this is the worst mess that I've ever been in. And I...
You know, nowadays, everyone relies on breakfast for a flying start on the day. The man on the swing shift, the lad on the farm, the housewife, the youngster in school. But we're all taking on extra duties, and we're all using up extra energy. So we all need a full share of nourishment, the kind you get in tempting Grape Nuts Flakes. Because Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal. And thrifty, plentiful whole grain cereals provide the nutritional elements we all need, including protective minerals and vitamins. Yes, sir, in every delicious, malty-rich bowlful of toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes with milk, you get proteins, iron, calcium, phosphorus, and 2 of the health-building B vitamins, niacin and vitamin B1. You can very readily see why a daily breakfast with Grape Nuts Flakes helps you to make up for other food shortages. So for a swell start on your working day, start your day with a big, luscious bowl full of delicious, nutritious Grape Nuts Flakes.
That was the last number of the 19th program in the new Grape Nuts Flakes series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night broadcasting from Toronto. And we'll be seeing you Canadian servicemen in Montreal Wednesday, in Ottawa Thursday, and Saturday night at Camp Borden, Ontario. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloy. The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from Toronto, Ontario, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Alan McIver, and his all-Canadian orchestra. Ladies, how often does your husband make with this theme song? I want what I want when I want it. Yes, sir, that's a man for you, especially when it's time for breakfast. He wants breakfast there when he wants it. And does he know what he wants for breakfast? Well, just try him and see. Just hand him a bowl full of delicious, crisp, tempting, malty-rich grape nuts flakes. Then watch what happens. One taste of that grand grape nuts flavor and that I want frown becomes a happy grin. And that grin will stay on because nourishing grape nuts flakes stick to the ribs. They help keep you going until lunchtime, for they're a whole grain cereal chucking food values. So try old Doc Wilson's recipe for a happy home and serve grape nuts flakes at breakfast. America's fastest growing breakfast cereal. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in our broadcasting history, our program this evening originates outside the borders of the United States.
Yes, sir, we're in Toronto, Canada.
Canada, stretching 3,000 miles from Nova Scotia in the east to Vancouver Island in the distant Pacific.
It's big, all right.
Canada, famous for its farming, its lumbering, its mining, and its fur trapping.
Yep, everything from grizzly bear to skunk.
Which brings us to our master of ceremonies, Jack Benny.
All right. And I had to help him out on that. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the grizzly bear, talking. I've got too much hair tonic on me to be that other animal, you know. And Don, there's a sure thrill broadcasting from the Dominion of Canada. Look at those uniforms out in the audience. Men from the Royal Canadian Navy, the Canadian Active Army, the Royal Canadian Air Force. Yeah.
And don't forget the Royal Norwegian Air Force.
Yes, sir, they've all turned out. And I love the people up here in Toronto, Don. They're so friendly, and they go out of their way to make you comfortable.
What do you mean?
Well, for instance, when I arrived in town, it was snowing. So they dug an underground tunnel from the Union Station to the Royal York Hotel just for me. Now, that's real consideration.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. That tunnel connecting the Union Station and the Royal York Hotel has been there for years.
It has? Gee.
Of course, everybody knows that.
Oh, my goodness. Then I better rush over there right away.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, I've got to take down that sign I put up.
What sign?
Jack Benny Tunnel, admission 10 cents. Gee, people here will think I'm awful, you know?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. By the way, Jack, are you stopping at the Royal York?
Yes, Dennis and I, and Dennis is a ranger, and my riders, and their riders, and a man named McTavish from Winnipeg, who's in the grain business. We're sharing a lovely room. It has twin beds, of course.
Oh, I see. Does your room overlook Lake Ontario?
I don't know. McTavish always hangs his kilt across the window. A nice chap, though, you know. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, on behalf of the English-speaking population of Canada, I'd like to welcome you to Toronto and present you with this genuine Canadian quarter.
A Canadian quarter? Well, thank you. What's that for?
We want you to spend something while you're up here.
Well, just for that, I'm going to spend that quarter. McTavish and I are going out to dinner. What's left over, we'll split a cigar. Yes, sirree. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, Mary, are you having fun on our little visit to Canada?
I'll say. And what a beautiful city Toronto is. You know, Jack, yesterday I got on a streetcar and went over to visit my cousin.
Oh, do you have a cousin living here in Canada?
Yeah, Vancouver.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. You can't take a streetcar from Toronto to Vancouver.
That's his name, Vancouver Livingston.
Oh. Well, Mary, we've certainly covered a lot of ground in 1 week, haven't we? Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal.
You said it. And say, Jack, in Montreal, I stayed at the Windsor Hotel, and I slept in the same room that Mrs. Roosevelt had a few days before.
The same room Mrs. Roosevelt had? How do you know?
Well, in the middle of the night, the phone rang. I said, hello.
Yes.
And a voice said, I'm back from North Africa. Where are you?
Oh, then it... Well, it must have been Mrs. Roosevelt's room, all right. Huh?
Speaking of Montreal, Mary, isn't that a romantic old city? What food they have.
To Wilson, a bowl of onion soup is romance.
Mary, but you're... But you're right, Don. The food in Montreal is terrific, especially in those little French restaurants.
You ought to stay out of those little French restaurants until you learn to speak the language.
What are you talking about? I parle Francois Très Bonny. And incidentally, Mary, you should have had some of those escargots I ordered. Yum, yum.
Well, I don't like snails.
Snails? Yike! Holy smoke, I ate 3 orders of snails.
No wonder you've been walking so slow the last few days.
No, quiet. I can't understand making such a silly mistake. Why, in Waukegan High School, French was my best subject. In fact, we... Come in?
Monsieur Benet?
Oui?
Au nom de la population canadienne-française du Canada, je désire vous souhaiter une cordiale bienvenue à notre beau pays.
Oui, oui. Oui?
What's he saying, Jack?
Well, nothing about snails has come up. That I know. Procédez-vous, Mansour? Procédez-vous?
Nous pensons que vos remarques sont vraiment drôles.
Oui, oui. Continuez.
Et nous apprécions à juste titre votre habileté artistique et espérons bien que votre séjour au Canada sera des plus agréables. Bonsoir.
Well, now that was really sweet, really. I mean, sorry he got away. Sorry he got away so fast. I would love to have parlayed with him longer, you know?
Well, tell us, Jack, what did he say?
What did he say? He said that, he implied, that is, he more or less suggested. Look, he's gone. We had a nice chat. Now let's forget it. My goodness. Well, Dennis Day. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, Dennis, I haven't seen you since we left Ottawa. Did you have a good time there?
Yeah, it was wonderful, and I was sure thrilled when we met the king.
The king? The king?
Yeah, King Mackenzie.
That's Mackenzie King. Listen, that's Mackenzie King. He's the Prime Minister.
Oh.
And I enjoyed meeting him, too.
You know, Mr. Benny, these Canadian people sure are generous. They really overdo it.
What do you mean, overdo it?
Well, I gave the girl at the cashier's desk a $10 bill, and she gave me $11 change. She must be nuts about me.
Listen, Dennis, she gave you the right change. You see, $10 American for 11 Canadian is international monetary stabilization. and is determined through equitable negotiations on the part of the Canadian and American fiscal policy authorities.
You better lay off those snails, brother.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Now, Dennis, in the first place...
No, Jack, stop wasting your breath. Dennis will never get that stuff through his head.
Mary's right. Dennis is too confused to understand such a complicated subject.
Now, wait a minute. Let's be fair about this. Dennis may be a little confused, but he's not dumb. He's not stupid.
Talk is cheap. Let's see you prove it.
Well, there's no use waiting. I'll have to keep that kid in the trunk. Never mind, Dennis. Let's have your song and do a good job. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Unnskyld, Mr. Benny. Får jeg lov å forstyrre dem i programmet et øyeblikk?
Oui, monsieur.
Jack,
What?
Jack, he's not French. He's a Norwegian flyer.
Oh, a Norwegian flyer. Oh, go ahead, sir.
På vegne av alle gutta i det norske flygevåpen som trener her i Canada og er i kamp overseas,
Yes.
vil jeg gjerne benytte anledningen til å si at vi synes de er meget morsom, og at vi liker dem meget bedre enn røyka laks.
Well, now, would you mind telling me what you said in English?
Mr. Benny, we Norwegians think you are very funny, and we like you much better than smoked whitefish.
Well, that's very nice of you. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. Go ahead.
You'll be so nice to come home to. You'll be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'll be all that I could desire. Under stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above, you'll be so nice, you'll be paradise to come home to and love. Under stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above, you'll be so nice, you'll be paradise to come home to and
That was You'll Be So Nice to Come Home To, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was swell.
Thank you. And, Mr. Benny, since today is your birthday, I'd like to dedicate that number to you.
Well,
That's right, Jack. Happy birthday.
Billy Haffer returns the day, old boy.
well, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Gosh, another birthday.
No kidding, Mr. Benny. Were you really born on February 14th?
Yep, I was a Valentine baby. Cupid brought me instead of the stork. You know?
Stork.
Huh?
A stork?
Yes.
There's something fishy there, but I'm only guessing.
Dennis, I mean Cupid brought me because I was born on Valentine's Day. But the stork brings everybody else.
Oh, you're a little wrong there, Jack. A crane brought me.
Now, what's the difference? Stork Or crane, they're both birds.
I mean a crane like in a shipyard.
Oh, you mean a hoist. Well, Don, you're an exception. You see, you were a very heavy baby. I understand your nurse had to jack you up to put your diapers on. Well, anyhow, getting back to me, here it is, another birthday.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Dennis?
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this. But how old are you exactly?
Well, Dennis, let me put it this way. I'm as frisky as a boy of 10. I feel like sweet 16. And I don't look a day older than 25.
Now, just add those up and you got it.
Mary, I'm not 51. I'm in my late 30s. Or my early 40s.
You were in your early 40s and the gay 90s.
Never mind. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I wish I had a nickel for every time Lillian Russell slapped your face.
I said never mind. If I may be so bold. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to have you meet our guest conductor this week, Mr. Alan McIver from Montreal.
Thank you, everybody.
So your name is Alan McIver, eh? Alan. Do you mind if I call you Al?
Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. You see, I happen to know a fella named Alan, and just the mention of his name makes my hair stand on end.
Open your shirt and show him.
I mean the hair on my head. Well, sir, let's have your band number. What's it going to be?
I've prepared a special arrangement of Canadian capers.
Good.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up, but I enjoy your work in pictures very, very much.
You do? Well.
Yes, I saw you and George Washington Slept Here, and you are wonderful.
Thank you.
Especially Ann Sheridan.
Everybody says that. Incidentally, Mr. McIver, I'm in a new picture now called The Meanest Man in the World. I suppose you'll see that.
Who else is in it?
Well, I have a swell role. You see, I play the part of a young lawyer who is a failure because he's so nice and sweet and kind.
Who else is in it?
And it isn't until I change my character and become the meanest man in the world that I achieve the prominence that I so justly deserve.
Who else is in it?
Priscilla Lane and Rochester. Who do you think is in it? Let's have your number. What a fan. For heaven's sake. All right, folks, Canadian caper.
Just a minute, Jack. Speaking of Canada, I've written a very clever message which involves various cities and towns in this Dominion.
Oh, who else is in it? I mean, you have? What's the matter with me?
Yes, it goes something like this. When you come back from the lake, Louise, and when you arrive in port, Arthur...
Well, there's two places already.
I want you both to Toronto, your neighborhood grocer, and ask him for a box of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes.
Toronto, that's not bad. Good.
Now, if you arrive home and find that you've forgotten your grape nuts flakes, Quebec to the store immediately.
Quebec to the store?
Yes, because grape nuts flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package is America's fastest growing flake cereal. Believe me, folks, you ought to try some tomorrow.
Don, that was wonderful. I'm sure you've given the people Halifax about our product. I bet Ruby Stevens hated that one. And now, Mr. McIver, I think you can play... Who's that? Come in? Well, it's the Canadian girl, the French-Canadian soldier, and the Norwegian flyer. What's this for?
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny, and may you have many more of them.
Thank you.
Vous souhaitons une bonne fête, Monsieur Benny. Espérant que vous en aurez beaucoup d'autres.
Merci beaucoup.
Til lykke med fødselsdagen. Jeg håper de vil oppleve mange flere av dem.
Mangatalk. Play, McIver. Gee, a birthday in 3 languages. Ain't I something? sir, that was Canadian Capers, played by Al McIver and his orchestra. And Al, that was very, very good and quite apropos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since we are in the Dominion of Canada, for our special attraction this evening,
Mary Livingston will read a poem.
Mary Livingston will... Nothing doing, Mary. The poem is out.
You let me read my poem, or I'll tell everybody that you think the tunnel from the Union Station to the hotel was dug especially for you.
They know that already.
Then I'll tell them that you're charging a dime to walk through it.
They know that, too.
Do they know you're letting people go through piggyback for 15 cents?
How'd you go through all of that without fluffing a line?
I don't know, Jack.
A special rate. That was wonderful. You're very good. Listen. All right, let's have your poem. What's the title of it?
Here's to Canada. It's Army, Navy, Air Force, Merchant Marine, Ferry Command, and the FIMTA.
The FIMTA? What's that?
The fellow I met this afternoon.
Oh. Oh, well, go ahead.
Here's to the land of the maple leaf, our neighbor good and true. Greetings from Don and Dennis and me, and Jack with eyes of blue.
They have been compared to Lake Ontario through McTavish's kilt. You know? Go ahead, Miss Suze. I mean, Miss... Go ahead.
Oh, Canada, you are so mighty. Your snow-capped mountains are so whitey.
Whitey?
Your air is cold, your wind is bitey. That's why I wear a flannel nightie.
Hey. Me too.
Oh, Canada, where seals do play, way up north in Hudson Bay. The Eskimos, they live in igloos and keep their pigs in little pigloos.
Mary, they don't have pigs up there. They eat blubber.
The Eskimos, they live on blubber. It looks like steak, but tastes like rubber.
Well.
The nights up there last half a year. So if you walk in your sleep, take a sandwich and beer.
That's right. That's right. A little midnight snack around the middle of December would be good. Is that all? Is that all, Mary?
No, one more verse.
Okay.
So here's to the land of the maple leaf, our neighbor good and true. Our visit has been wonderful. So thanks. Merci beaucoup.
Very, very good. Very good. Well, Mary, that was a swell poem and a beautiful thought, and I'm sure that goes for all of us. Now, fellas, before I forget it, excuse me, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm an Eskimo, and I have a message for you.
Well, a bald-headed Eskimo. He must have a small entrance to his igloo. What's the message, sir?
On behalf of the Eskimos of Canada, Glub, Ugg, Rickajack, Belwa, Zoc, Powie.
What does that mean?
How do I know? I'm a bellboy at the hotel.
How did Bill Morrow get a job as a bellboy? That's right, the Eskimo didn't show up. Now, fellas, as I started to say, tomorrow night when we do our show, I want you all to be ready by 7 o'clock because immediately afterwards we have to take the train for Chicago. That is, you'll be in Chicago and I'll stay in Waukegan. Meanwhile, now who can that be? Hello?
Bonsoir, monsieur. Sam. C'est moi, Rochester.
Rochester? Why, Rochester, where did you learn to speak French?
My Montreal mama done told me.
Oh. Well, what do you want, Rochester? What did you call me about?
Well, I'm down here in the tunnel, boss.
In the tunnel?
Yeah, a train just came in from Ottawa. Shall I lower the toll gate?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Rochester. That isn't my tunnel anymore. People can walk through without paying.
This is a fine time to tell me a Scotchman just knocked me cold with a bagpipe.
What?
That Loch Lomond really packs a wallop.
Well, it was all my fault. There's only one thing to do, and that's give the people back their money. Now, how many dimes did you collect?
Only 3, boss.
Only 3?
2 from a newly married couple who didn't want to stop to argue.
Yes?
And 1 from a bald-headed Eskimo.
Well, the Eskimo's here, and I'll take care of him. See you later, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, Rochester, I hope you sent my trunk to the right town. Last week, you sent it to Toledo instead of Toronto.
Don't worry, boss. It's all packed and on its way to Weehawken.
Weehawken?
Maybe it should be Skowhegan.
It's Waukegan. I told you to send the trunk to Waukegan, Illinois. Now, look, get in touch with Weehawken, and then get in touch with Skowhegan, and have them send the trunk to Waukegan.
You better put an Indian on that, boss. Son, they come from Paws, those names.
You'll do it yourself. Now, Rochester, if that trunk isn't in Waukegan, I mean Skowhegan, I mean Waukegan, when I arrive, this will be your finish. Now, remember when
Friends, never has it been so important as it is today for you to choose the right foods in feeding your family. Because America's health and America's victory depends on your thoughtful food buying. That's why our government nutrition authorities urge you to buy more whole grain cereals and serve them oftener. Whole grain cereals are plentiful and economical, and they provide nutritional values we all need, including protective minerals and vitamins. Iron, calcium, phosphorus, proteins, niacin, vitamin B1. You get all those food values in whole grain cereals served with milk. So you see, there's a valuable and thrifty way to help balance other food shortages. Now, your choice may not be Grape Nuts Flakes, but if it is, it's a wise choice and a delicious one. For in Grape Nuts Flakes, you get a whole grain cereal with a distinctive malty-rich flavor and a crisp, toasty brown texture. But whether you choose Grape Nuts Flakes or not, do serve your family more whole grain cereals. Remember, they're plentiful, they're nourishing, they're thrifty.
That was the last number of the 20th program in the new Grape Nuts Flakes series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night, broadcasting for servicemen in Chicago, Illinois. And I want to say that we have had a marvelous time here in Canada. I'd like to thank the Governor General, Prime Minister Mackenzie King, and all the people of Canada for their splendid hospitality. And also, I would like to wish success to the Canadian food industry's special war savings stamp drive, which is now taking place. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Meyer and Ed Beloy.
We delay the Jack Benny program a minute for an important Washington bulletin. The OPA announces its point value ratings upon canned and processed foods under the new ration system, effective March 1st. The schedule is more severe than anticipated. These point ration values will cut canned food consumption to at least 1/2 less than last year's level. Each person gets 48 ration points a month. This ration allows, as one example, purchase of 1 medium-sized can of peas, a medium can of tomatoes, a large can of peaches, 3 cans per month. A 1.25 pound can of peas is valued at 16 points. Fruits and fruit juices cost more heavily in ration points, canned soups the least. Canned baby foods are rated low at 1 point, and some at 2 points.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from Chicago, Illinois, and starring Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Bob Crosby and his orchestra. Good evening, friends. Did you hear what I just called you? Yes, I said friends. But suppose you say friends, eh? How can I be friends with that guy? We haven't even met. Well, one definition of a friend is that someone is on the same side with you. Yes, sir. Just look at it. Look it up in the best dictionaries and say, you try one dish of toasted brown malty rich grape nuts flakes and you'll be on my side of the fence. For that's what grape nuts flakes does every time. Makes you a friend after one luscious bowlful. In fact, the sweet as a nut flavor of grape nuts flakes is a friend from way back because it's the wide-awake malty rich flavor of grape nuts in exciting toasted flake form. So make friends with Grape Nuts Flakes tomorrow morning, will you? Just ask for America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal, Grape Nuts Flakes, in the 12-ounce economy size package. Was me and my buddy played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from Chicago, Illinois, where we are broadcasting for the AAFTTCCS.
That stands for wait till I get this straight. That stands for the Army Air Forces Technical Training Command, Chicago Schools.
We bring you our Master of Ceremonies, J.E.R.K. Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is J.E.R.K. talking. That stands for Jack Entertains Rather Comically. Isn't that what you had in mind, Don?
Well, not exactly, Jack. You see, comically doesn't begin with a K.
It does tonight, brother. And incidentally, Don, the next time you introduce me as a jerk, you'll be sitting on a bench in the Perk looking for work. If you get what I mean.
For heaven's sakes, Jack, you're always ribbing me. You keep telling everybody I have 5 chins, and I'm very sensitive about that.
Well, then grow a beard or wear a horse collar or something. Anyway, I never said you had 5 chins. I merely said that your Adam's apple only comes out on Groundhog Day. Anyway, Don, here we are in Chicago and broadcasting for all these boys who are studying to be Army Air Force technicians. I understand they teach soldiers here to become airplane mechanics, panel instrument mechanics, and meteorologists.
Meteorologists? What does that mean, Jack?
And a great majority of the boys are learning to be radio operators on 2- and 4-engine bombers.
Well, they must know plenty about radios.
Oh, they do, Don, they do. And I wish one of them would look at my radio set. It's in terrible shape.
So what's the matter with it?
Well, every time I tune into Fred Allen's program, the aerial coils up and strikes at me like a rattlesnake. With this cold I've got, I sound a little like Alan, you know? Heaven forbid. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Hello. Wow. Well, listen to that, Mary. You got more applause than I did.
Well, why not? I'm the only girl on the program.
That isn't it, Mary. Let me tell you something. These fellas here are too busy with their training and their drilling and their studying to think about girls.
Well, he's back to J.E.R.K. again.
I mean it. All day long, these boys attend classes and take notes on military science and principles of electronics. And in the evening, if they happen to have any time off, they settle down with a good book.
Stop laughing, fellas. He's too old to remember.
I know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Mary, here we are back in the USA after a whirlwind trip through Canada.
By the way, Mary, where are you staying here in Chicago?
Oh, I've got a lovely suite at the Ambassador East.
The Ambassador East. Very swank, very swank. Where are you, Don?
I'm at the Blackstone Hotel, and I have a beautiful room overlooking Lake Michigan.
The Blackstone? Well, very nice. Very nice.
Where are you stopping, Jack?
Me? I'm at the Stockyards Plaza. I have a lovely room overlooking Armour and Company. On a clear day, you can see meat.
Tell Don what happened to you yesterday afternoon.
Oh, it was nothing.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Jack was leaning over a fence at the stockyards looking at a great big fat steer.
Uh-huh.
And a man from the ration board came along and said, either stop drooling or I'll tear a coupon out of your book.
I fooled him, though. I went up to my room, peeked through the curtains, and drooled my head off. Well, hello, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, I'm boiling mad, and I'm going to quit.
I said, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
What do you mean, Dennis, you're going to quit? What are you so mad about?
You hired Bing Crosby tonight, and this program isn't big enough for the both of us.
Wait a minute, Dennis. We haven't got Bing Crosby on the program tonight. We have Bob Crosby, his brother.
Brother, he says.
Well, he is.
I've given you the best years of my life, and you throw me away like an old shoe.
Who throws away shoes nowadays? I'm going to have my shoes fixed up.
Where are you going to get buttons for him?
From Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I can go along with a gag. Now, calm down, Dennis. This is really Bob Crosby, Bing's brother. Here, I'll have you meet him. Fellows, Bob Crosby.
Hiya, man.
Well, Bob, we're certainly glad to have you with us. It's a real pleasure.
Well, same here, Mr. Benny.
Oh, let's not be formal. You can call me Jack.
Well, thanks. And you can call me Bing. I mean Bob.
Oh-ho!
Dennis, believe me, this isn't Bing Crosby. Look, this fella here is wearing a necktie. And he is. And he doesn't smell from horses. As I was saying, Bob, I'm glad to have you here. It was darn nice of you to come all the way from California just to be with us.
Oh, don't mention it, Jack. You're my idea of a great comedian, a real performer, and a grand guy. And working with you makes this the happiest moment of my life.
Well.
Wow, listen to Crosby pour syrup on that old wheat cake.
Mary, I'm not a wheat cake.
Yeah, whoever saw a wheat cake with big blue eyes?
Oh, shut up. You'll have to excuse her, Bob. Mary's always making remarks like that, huh?
Oh, I think Mary is one of the cleverest and most brilliant performers in radio. And working with her makes this the happiest moment of my life.
He's 100% baloney, but I'm human.
He's a very fine gentleman. Well, let's have your song, Dennis.
Let Crosby sing first, then I'll show him up.
Dennis, this isn't... Dennis, look, this isn't Bing Crosby. Look, that's a plain blue shirt he's got on. No palm trees or anything. Now, believe me, he's not going to compete with you.
Of course not, Dennis. Why, you're the finest young tenor in the country. And working with you makes this the
happiest moment of my life. I know. There we go. All right, Dennis, let's have your song. That Crosby is really a sweet guy.
I've heard that song before. It's from an old familiar score. I know it well, that melody. It's funny how a theme recalls a favorite dream. A dream that brought you so close to me. I've heard that song before. The lyrics said, forevermore, forevermore the memory. Please have them play again, and I'll remember just when I heard that lovely song before. I know each word because I've heard that song before. The lyrics said, forevermore, forevermore the memory. Please have them play again, and I'll remember just when I heard that lovely song
I heard that song before, sung by Dennis Day, and Dennis, that was very, very good.
Thank you. Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, kid.
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but do you mind if I move out of the Stockyards Plaza?
What for? What for, Dennis? We have a lovely room there.
Yeah, but between the cows mooing and your snoring, I can't get a wink of sleep.
Well, Dennis, if I snore, all you got to do is reach over and give me a nudge.
I tried that last night, and you kissed me.
Holy smoke. You see, kid, I dreamt I was dancing with Hedy Lamarr. I kissed her, and she slapped my face.
So did I. I don't care about myself, but you owe Miss Lamarr an apology.
All right, I'll send her a note.
Oh, speaking of dreams, Jack, I had an amazing one last night.
You did, Don? Said Benny, with the brains of a wheat cake. What was your dream, Don?
Well, last night I dreamed that I, Don Wilson, was a toasty brown, sweet as a nut grape nuts flake.
You, a flake?
Yes. I was a grape nuts flake.
Well.
And a fella came along and poured me into a big 12-ounce economy-size package.
Gee, this is thrilling.
Wilson in a 12-ounce package. That's a hot one.
This is a dream like when I kissed you, remember? Continue, Don.
But, Jack, a little later, a charming American housewife came to a grocery store and bought the package I was in.
Dennis, take your hand out of there. This is a dream. Go ahead, Don.
And you should have seen the look of delight on her husband's face the next morning when he saw a whole bowl full of us grape nuts flakes right on the table in front of him.
Yes, yes. And then what happened?
He poured sugar and cream on me, and I woke up.
Well, Don. Don, that was certainly a wonderful dream.
It certainly was, Mr. Wilson. And being associated with a man who can dream he was a grape nut flake makes this the happiest moment of my life.
I like this Crosby. He's so sincere. Now, fellas, going from dreams to our schedule for next week, here it is. Tomorrow we'll be playing a show for the boys at Fort Sheridan, and Tuesday we're going out to Great Lakes Naval Training Station. Good old Great Lakes.
Oh, say, Jack, that's where you were stationed during the last war, wasn't it?
Was it the last war? I thought you were with Dewey.
It was the last war. I was with Dewey Schwartz, a friend of mine. and look at, and fellas, incidentally, When I get there, I'm wearing my old sailor suit when I go there Tuesday. The same one they issued me in 1917.
But, Mr. Benny, how can you wear the same suit? You must have gained a lot of weight since then.
I have. Now it fits me. And, fellas, speaking of my sailor suit, I had the strangest experience this morning. Almost unbelievable.
What was it, Jack?
Well, I put my uniform on, and as I was adjusting the necktie, a moth stuck his head out of the breast pocket and said, "They got you again, eh, bud?" It was the freshest moth I've ever met.
You know, Mr. Benny, somehow I can't picture you as a sailor.
Well, I was, Dennis. Why, at Great Lakes, they used to call me Benny the Skipper.
And you still walk that way.
They called me Skipper because I was a real old salt.
I got a gag for that, too.
Well, keep it. I was a darn good sailor.
Tell me, Jack, were you in any battles during the war?
Battles? Mm-hmm. Well, yes. I was in the College Inn in Chicago one night with 4 or 5 of my buddies when a couple of Marines walked in and...
He means naval battle.
Oh. Well, as a matter of fact, Don, I did get a medal for distinguished service. And now, Bob, I think it's about time for...
What medal?
And now, Bob, I think it's about time...
What distinguished service?
And now, Bob...
Either put up or shut up. That's my motto.
You keep out of this. Now, Bob, I think it's about time for a band number. You all set?
I sure am. Say, by the way, Jack, Great Lakes is near Waukegan, your hometown, isn't it?
Yes, just a few miles.
Well, man, I'd certainly appreciate it if you'd kind of take me over to Waukegan and show me around.
Oh, you'd like to see the place, eh?
Yeah, especially that log cabin where you were born.
Well, it wasn't exactly a log cabin, Bob. As a matter of fact, the house I was born in was torn down not long ago. There's just a vacant lot there now.
You mean to say that they didn't even put up a monument in your honor?
No, nothing at all.
Well, that's a crime. There should be a monument there, and I'm going to take up a collection to see that it's erected.
Oh, no, Bob. I don't want... Really, I don't want anything like that.
You deserve it. Now, who'll be the first to contribute $10? Who'll contribute $10 for a monument to Jack Benny?
I will. Here you are, Bob. Here's $10 for the Benny Monument Fund.
Wheat cakes with ham. What a combination.
Mr. Crosby made this suggestion, not me. Well, Bob, let's have your number. Later this evening, I want to get together with you and we'll talk about it. Hold it a minute. Come in. Yes?
Well. Hiya, Jack, old boy. Haven't seen you in 15 years.
What?
I read the Waukegan News Sun as you were broadcasting here. So says the little woman, let's run down to Chicago and see my old pal Jack.
Oh, well, thanks.
Who is this fellow, Jack?
I don't know. I can't seem to place him. Well, how are things with you, pal? How's everything in Waukegan?
Oh, swell. The old gang sent their regards. Sid Block, Stub Wilbur, Julius Sinekin.
Oh, yes, Julius Sinekin. Stinky, we used to call him, huh?
Stinky was you.
Oh, yeah. I knew it was one of the gang. Yes?
Well, I gotta be leaving now. Say, Jack, when you get to Waukegan, drop by the house.
I will.
Who is this guy, Jack?
Wait a minute, I'll find out. Say, pal, where are you living now?
Same old place. So long, Jack.
I should know that fellow. Oh, well, go ahead and play, Bob. I wonder if it's Ollie Eimerman. No, I know him. can't give you anything but love, baby, played by Bob Crosby and his orchestra. And, Bob, that was wonderful.
Thanks, Jack.
Say, Bob, I was thinking of that idea of yours about erecting something on the site where I was born. Do you think it ought to be a monument or a statue?
Well, it would be pretty hard to get a statue for $10.
Oh, that $10 I contributed was only the beginning of the fun. There'll be many more donations. Eh, Mary? Hey, Don?
Get to me before I scream.
Dennis, give Mr. Crosby $10 voluntarily. Now, how about you, Don?
Oh, I'd love to contribute, Jack, but unfortunately I left my money in my other pants.
Mary?
Me too.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Are you in on this thing or not?
Don't worry, Jack. As chairman of the finance committee, I'll collect all the donations.
Good. Geez, a sweet fella. I hope he doesn't take it on the lam with all the money.
What's that, Jack?
I said you're a lamb to be collecting all this money. Well, so much for the financial end of it. Now, fellas, come in. Oh, it's you.
Say, Jack, old fella, I hate to bother you again, but I had to bring the wife in to see you.
Your wife?
Yeah. Say hello to Maggie.
Oh, hello, Maggie.
Hello, Stinky.
Well, glad to see you again, Maggie.
Who is she, Jack?
That's the fella's wife.
But who is he?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out. Say, pal, when I get to Waukegan, I'd like to give you folks a ring. What's your number?
It's right in the phone book. So long, Jack.
His face was so familiar, and yet I can't place him. His wife knew me, too. She called me Stinky. Oh, well, it'll come to me. Now, getting back to my monument, fellas. Now, who can that be? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Listen, Rochester, I'm glad you finally got in touch with me. I've been looking for you all week.
Boss, knowing that you've been thinking of me makes this the happiest moment of my life.
Never mind that. Now, where have you been since we got in town Tuesday?
Well, boss, as you know, Chicago offers great educational advantages.
Uh-huh.
So Wednesday, I spent the whole day at the Field Museum of Natural History.
Uh-huh.
And Thursday, I had a very interesting afternoon at the Adler Planetarium.
I see. And what happened Friday?
Friday, I met a gal and culture went out the window.
Another girl. You're always finding a new girl.
Well, this is the real thing, boss. I'm in love.
You're in love? How do you know?
I can't eat, I can't sleep, and I look down with scorn upon a bottle of gin.
With scorn?
Not super scorn, just scorn.
I know what you mean. Now, Rochester, you don't want to just rush into marriage until you know something about this girl. Has she got money?
I think so. I can't find my wallet.
I see. And wait a minute, I just thought of something else. What are you going to tell your girl in Los Angeles?
She'll never find out.
Well, suppose she does.
Then they'll have to put up a monument for me, too.
That's what I mean. You better watch out. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I sent your trunk ahead to St. Joe, Missouri.
We're not going to St. Joe for 2 weeks. Next Sunday, we broadcast from Camp Custer, Michigan. And I'll need a clean shirt at the camp.
Just raise your right hand, they'll give you a whole uniform.
You get that truck to Camp Custer. Goodbye. Now, that Rochester, he can't get anything straight. I wonder if he's really in love. I wonder who that couple from Waukegan were. I wonder if Crosby will run away with that money. Oh, well, tune in next week, folks, and find out.
Here's a new idea. Someone has suggested that in addition to meatless meals, what we need are some let's not talk about meat meals. Well, sort of makes sense, doesn't it? For it's certainly our job to face any necessary food restrictions cheerfully and as well as intelligently. Well, one way to do both is simple. Plan your meals so as to include the food values you need every day by buying more of those plentiful foods that contain much of the nutriment of meat itself. Foods like whole grain cereals such as delicious toasty brown grape nuts flakes. They're plentiful, they're thrifty, and they supply many of the food essentials found in meat. Yes, in every bowl full of malty, rich grape nuts flakes and milk, you get proteins, iron, calcium, phosphorus, and 2 of the important B vitamins, niacin and B1. So grape nuts flakes can help you to make up for other food shortages. And they taste so delicious with that sweet-as-a-nut flavor, that toasty, crisp texture, you'll decide that grape nuts flakes are the cheerfulest breakfast dish you ever enjoyed. Better make it grape nuts flakes for tomorrow.
That was the last number of the 21st program of the new Grape Nuts Flake series, and we'll be with you next Sunday night broadcasting from Camp Custer, Michigan. Well, I got to run along now and be a judge on the Quiz Kid show. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloy. Bob Crosby and his orchestra will soon be seen in Judy Garland's new MGM picture presenting Lily Marr. This program is presented for Army personnel and does not constitute an endorsement of this product by the War Department.
Ladies, next time you go shopping for Grape Nuts Flakes, ask your grocer for a package of Grape Nuts Wheat Meal, luscious hot cereal member of the popular Grape Nuts family. Your folks will clamor for hot Grape Nuts Wheat Meal. They'll shout out the praise of that roasted wheat flavor. They'll go for that glorious, full-bodied texture. Hot Grape Nuts Wheat Meal boasts whole grain food values. And, P.S., it cooks in 3 minutes. This program came to you from Chicago. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program coming to you from Fort Custer, Michigan, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Bob Crosby, and his orchestra. You know, I often suggest to you wives that you give your husbands delicious, nutritious grape nuts flakes at breakfast. But tonight I have a new idea. My next words are for men only. Listen, fellas. Don't send the girls off to work without grape nuts flakes at breakfast. How are they going to hammer rivets? Are they going to drive a taxi cab or run an elevator unless their breakfast stays by them? So see that the gals get grape nuts flakes. For Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal chock full of health-building food essentials. And say, just watch the girls go for that wonderful flavor. The malty rich, sweet-as-a-nut grape nuts flavor in toasty brown flake form. A flavor different from any other flake cereal in America. So men, give the girls a hand. Give them a cheerful send-off of Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. And by the way, you'll go for delicious Grape Nuts Flakes yourself. I Love You, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Fort Custer, Michigan, we bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who has used all the coupons in his ration book of comedy, Jack Benny.
boys, that's swell. That's swell. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don.
Yes, Jack.
Speaking of coupons, my rotund ribber, have you ever stopped to consider what food rationing will do to that stomach of yours? It'll go down like a blimp with a slow leak. If you get the picture.
Oh, that won't bother me, Jack. I'll just pull in my belt like everybody else.
Well, Don, when you pull in your belt, will you sell me the leather that's left over? I've got a Morris chair I want to recover. Well, anyway, Don, here we are at Fort Custer, Michigan. And this is really a tremendous camp. There are nearly 30,000 soldiers training here.
So I understand. By the way, Jack, have you met any of these fellows?
Yes, Don, and the strangest thing keeps happening. Every time I shake hands with somebody, they give me a jerk and throw me over their shoulder. I can't understand it.
Well, you see, Jack, most of the boys here are training to be military police, and they've mastered the science of judo.
Judo? What's that?
Well, that's the art of self-defense without the use of weapons.
Oh.
So when those fellows threw you over their shoulders when they shook hands, they were just demonstrating a very simple hold.
Oh, is that it? Gosh, I spent more time flying through the air this week than Jimmy Doolittle, you know? Thank heaven my landing gear can take it. But this judo is very interesting, Don. I imagine you have to be pretty big and rugged to apply it properly, isn't it?
Oh, no, Jack. Size and strength aren't important at all.
They're not?
No, a very small person, by applying the proper leverage, can break your arm.
Gee.
Or your leg.
Gosh.
Or even your neck.
My goodness. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Shake hands.
I wouldn't shake hands with you for $1 million. Just hello, Mary. That's all. That's a fine greeting you gave me, Mary. The minute you walk into the program, you want to break my neck.
Well, I've been reading up on judo this week, and I want to practice on somebody.
Listen, Mary, judo is for men. It's for boys engaged in hand-to-hand combat, so that when they get in a corner, they know what to do.
Doesn't hurt for us girls to know a few tricks nowadays either.
Well, Mary, we've only been here a little while. How could you pick up judo so fast?
Well, I was out with Captain Hooks last night, and he showed me a few holds.
What?
Come here and I'll demonstrate one.
What do you mean, demonstrate? You can't even lift me.
Here, give me your right hand.
Be careful, Jack.
Oh, be careful, be careful. Here's my hand, Mary. What happens now?
Just this. Where'd he go? Hey, Jack, where are you?
I'm over here in the piano. Where do you think I am? You didn't have to be so rough.
Did you see how I did that, Don? It's all a trick.
Say, Mary, I think I got the knack of that. Give me your right hand, Don.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to work that same stunt on you. Now, give me your right hand.
Here you are.
Over you go.
Say, Jack.
What are you laughing at?
You couldn't lift a midget with a steam shovel.
I can throw, Wilson. Watch this. What was that?
Your charm bracelet snapped off.
Oh, yes. Well, the heck with it. I'll try it. I'll try a little judo on Dennis when he comes in. You know what? Well, here's the kid now. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Fine, thanks. How are you?
I said hello.
Hello.
Say, Dennis. Dennis, you're a little late. Where were you?
Well, I stopped in front of the theater and shook hands with a soldier.
Yes?
And I just got down off the roof.
Oh.
If I'd have known I was going on a trip, I'd have packed a bag.
Well, Dennis. Oh, are you, Dennis? But Billy knew what I was going to say. Dennis, look at that's what they call judo, you see. All the boys here are experts at it. That's why that soldier could throw you right up to the roof.
Gee, a thing like that might put an end to elevators.
I doubt it. Say, Dennis, speaking of judo, I'll show you how that trick is done. It might come in handy in case you're being robbed or attacked by a thug.
Or a girl gets fresh with me.
Yeah. Yeah, anything like that. Come here. I'll show you this trick.
Oh, Jack, let him alone. He's got his song to do now.
Oh, he can sing it out of the piano, if you get what I mean. Come on, Dennis. Give me your hand.
Okay.
Well, I did it. You're in the piano, Dennis.
Yeah, but something went wrong. You're in here, too.
Well, why didn't you let go of my hand, you little dodo? Now, go ahead and sing your song. Now, where's my... Oh, here it is. Hope I can put it on straight without a mirror.
I just kissed your picture good night. And now, dear, I'll turn down the light. Your picture neath my pillow works like a charm, it seems. For you steal through my pillow into my dreams. You know we're not really apart, for we're still in each other's heart. So till the dawn, my darling, I'm sure that I'll sleep tight, for I just kissed your picture good night. I see your face before me, crowding my every dream. There is your face before me. You are my only theme. It doesn't matter where you are, I can see how fair you are. I close my eyes and there you are. Always, you know we're not really apart, for we're still in each other's heart. So till the dawn, my darling, I'm sure that I'll sleep tight, for I just kissed your picture good
That was I Just Kissed Your Picture Goodnight, sung by Dennis Day, and very good, Dennis. In fact, you keep singing like that, and one of these Monday mornings, when you get your pay envelope, you're going to find that it's much fatter.
You mean you're going to put more money in it?
No, a slice of bacon. You see, Dennis, bacon is hard to get nowadays.
So are tenors. Don't kick them around.
I'm not kicking you around. I'm just giving you the bacon so you can have a nice breakfast some morning. You know?
Speaking of breakfast, Jack.
Excuse me, Don. I'd like to give you a raise, Dennis, but you're doing all right. I pay you plenty of do-re-mi.
Can't we get that up to fa sol la?
No, listen, Dennis, when I was your age, I made half of your salary. And I was a regular playboy. Every Saturday night, I used to take my girl to the best restaurant in town.
And when the waiter brought the check, you'd hide under her hoop skirt.
I did not. Oh, pardon me, Don. What were you saying?
Speaking of breakfast.
Oh, yes.
Inasmuch as we're near Battle Creek, I paid a very interesting visit yesterday to the plant where grape nuts flakes are made.
Oh, I'm going there tomorrow, Don. Now, what's it like? May I
Well,
ask?
first, Jack, you'll see the ovens that bake the golden kernels of grape nuts flakes and make them toasty brown and sweet as a nut.
Yes, yes.
And then you'll see a large, bright, airy room where grape nuts flakes are sealed and packaged to ensure their malty, rich freshness.
Uh-huh.
And you'll also see a room which everybody calls the torture chamber.
The torture chamber? What's that?
That's where workers sit all day long and paste your picture on the box.
That's a pretty good gag. I'm glad I'm working for an organization with a sense of humor. Well, Bob Crosby. Hello, Bob.
Hiya, Jackson.
Well, he called me Jackson. You know, Phil Harris used to call me that. By the way, Bob, do you know Phil?
Why, sure. Matter of fact, we used to go with the same girl.
The same girl?
Yeah, I had the swing shift.
That's a hot one. You and Harris rushing the same girl, huh? What's her name?
Agnes Crumdicker.
You and Phil Harris went out with Agnes Crumdicker?
Hey, Mr. Benny, that's our girl.
Never mind.
Remember we chipped in and bought her a new front tooth for Christmas?
I said Dennis, never mind.
It whirls around a little, but it's a beauty.
Good old Agnes. First she goes with Bob and Phil, then she goes with Dennis and me.
I can't understand it. Why does she always go around with two fellows?
She's got two heads.
She has not. Oh, say, Bob, your debut with us last week seems to have been very successful. I've gotten a lot of letters about you.
You have?
Yeah, I got one from a fellow named Bob Welch in Los Angeles, who not only insisted that I keep you on the program, but that I give you a cash bonus.
Oh, well, that's my bookmaker. I'm into him a little.
Oh, I see. Well, anyway, I'm glad you're getting a lot of fan mail. Now, Bob, what do you say we have a nice hot band number?
Okay. Say, by the way, Jack, I got a big bang out of your new picture. I saw it at the Chicago Theater last Thursday.
Thanks, Bob, but my picture didn't open till Friday. You saw Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, you know.
Well, wasn't that you with the long teeth and the hair all over your face?
No, of course not. I always play romantic parts. I'm the lover type. In fact, in my new picture, The Meanest Man in the World, I kissed Priscilla Lane 3 different times.
If she knew anything about judo, you'd have never gotten near her.
Well, she doesn't, so I had a wonderful time. Anyway, Crosby, as I was saying, let's give these boys here at Fort Custer one of those Bobcat tunes of yours.
Okay. Say, by the way, Jack, what's this judo that everybody's talking about around here?
Oh, it's a lot of fun, Bob. Haven't you ever tried it?
No, I haven't.
Well, here, give me your right hand.
Oh, let me take him, Jack.
No, he's my pigeon. Come on, Bob. Give me your right hand.
Okay.
Well, there goes Benny out the window. I knew it would happen.
What did I do wrong?
Nothing. You were wonderful. Go ahead, Bob. Let's have your number. Oh, wait a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester. I'd like to speak to Mr. Benny, please.
You'll have to call back later, Rochester. Mr. Benny was thrown out the window by judo.
Is that the big gal he promised the fur coat to?
of self-defense without weapons. Have you ever tried it?
No, ma'am. I never defend myself with anything I can't shave with also.
Oh, I see. Well, call back later, Rochester.
Thank you. Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Goodbye. All right, Bob, let's have you. Come in.
Well, that's what they call judo, Bob. Go ahead, let's have your band number. I bet he was surprised as I was when I went through that window. We're in the Money, played by Bob Crosby, who a few minutes ago threw the best job he ever had out the window. And his orchestra.
Oh, take it easy, Jackson. It was all a gag.
Oh, sure, a gag. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
My goodness, Jack, I never saw such a sore head.
If it was just my head, I wouldn't be mad. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening...
Now, Jack, I want you and Bob to kiss and make up.
I won't kiss him.
Then I will.
You get away from them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you might as well unpucker Crosby. She's not going to kiss you. Now, tonight, for our feature attraction, in honor of Fort Custer, we are going to reenact a sketch based on a true episode in the life of my grandfather.
Your grandfather?
Yes, because my grandfather, Kit Carson Benny... served in the Indian Wars under General Custer, for whom this fort was named.
My grandfather was a baker, and he made wonderful pies.
What's that got to do with Fort Custer?
They were Custer pies.
Dennis. Dennis, you have just given Fred Allen, who was sitting at his radio with a rider on each knee, the best opening he's had this season. Believe me. Now, getting back to our sketch, I will play... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh.
I called up before, but you had gone out for a breath of fresh air, head first.
I know. Now, what do you want?
Well, I made a report of our canned goods to the ration board like you told me to.
Good. And incidentally, Rochester, you know, the law says that anything we make ourselves doesn't have to be declared.
In that case, we're safe on jams, jellies, and gin.
Gin? When did we bottle any gin?
Wait till you taste those pickled pig feet.
What? You mean to say you put pig's feet in gin?
You can't put them in shoes anymore.
Well, this conversation's getting too silly for me.
Me too. A couple more pig foot and I'm going to bed. Good night.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Rochester, guess where we're going next week?
St. Joe, Missouri. They love you there.
That's right. Goodbye. Good old St. Joe. Now, as I was saying, I will play the part of my grandfather, Kit Carson Benny, the famous Indian scout. Mary, you and Mr. Strong-Arm Crosby are also going to be scouts. Dennis, you're going to be an Indian guide. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
Due to the shortage of actors, I've decided to make you a whole company of men.
A whole company?
Yes, here's your uniform, a coat with 30 pairs of pants. Slip them on. And now, folks, for a thrilling saga of American history. The year 1874. The place, a crude blockhouse on the edge of the wilderness. As the scene opens, the old scout, Kit Carson Benny, is addressing his men. Curtain, may use it. Now, listen, men. Attention for roll call. Wild Bob Crosby.
Here, Kit.
Wild Bill Morrow.
Here, Kit.
Wild Ed Baloyne.
Here, Kit.
Wild Mary Livingston.
Here, Kit. Here, Kit. Here, Kit.
Stop that! Anyway, I've received orders from General Custer that we're to go out and locate a hostile Indian tribe which has been ravaging the countryside. And we'll find those Indians, or my name ain't.
3 days later. Company! Ho!
I knew this would happen. It always does. Company! Ho! I said company! That's more like it. Well, men, this looks like a good place to make camp. We've got a sheltered location and plenty of spring water. In fact, we may stay here till the 1st of March. Now, cut that out! Stop! Well, I better ask my Indian guide where we are. Okankapat. Okankapat.
Yes, fool face.
That's pale face. Although with my big blue eyes, my face does look like a shimmering pool of water. Where are we, Conkapat? Have you made a map of this territory?
No, I thought we'd stop at a gas station and get one.
There won't be any gas stations for 50 years. Automobiles haven't been invented yet.
Oh.
I wish I knew where we were. Now, let's see. Look, fellas, a wild turkey. What a beauty.
That's the only turkey I ever saw with a Michigan license plate.
And that cranberry sauce for a taillight is beautiful. Well, let's camp here for the night. But be careful, men. There are probably hostile Indians lurking behind every bush.
Oh, don't be so scared. All the Indians around here are friendly.
Good. Yikes! Friendly Indians? Then why is this arrow sticking in me?
You bent over. They're only human.
Oh, yes. Hey, Wild Bob Crosby, pull this arrow out of me.
I'll leave it hang there. I'll hang my coat on it.
It's only your second broadcast. Read it right. Pull out that arrow. Now, as I was saying, men... Thank you. We'll camp here for the night. And first thing in the morning, we will continue on our mission for General Custer. All right, men, lay down. Unfold blankets. Company, sleep.
4 a.m. the following morning, and our little band is sound asleep.
Company, ho! Wake up, men. Nobody speak above a whisper. I've a hunch there are hostile Indians around, and the slightest sound will warn them of our presence. Now, everybody get in line behind me. Quiet now. Quiet. Whoops. Crosby, watch your musket. Now, follow me, everybody. What's that noise?
Sounds like tom-tom.
Hey, Kit, here comes an Indian warrior towards us.
Oh, yes. One that's been scalped. All right, men, put down your muskets. I'll talk to this guy.
How?
How?
You been?
I've been fine, thank you. I'll find out if this fella is hostile or not. Paleface, want 'em be friends with Indian.
Indian friendly, too.
Good. Paleface offer hand in friendship. Shake 'em.
Okay, shake 'em.
Well, here I am, back in the piano. Oh, well, play, Bob.
Remember that big question, do you eat to live or live to eat? Well, I have the answer to both sides of the question. It's Grape Nuts Flakes. Yes, sir. You eat them because you just plain downright enjoy their malty, rich, sweet as a nut flavor. And then Grape Nuts Flakes are so good for you. They're a whole grain cereal, plentiful, thrifty, and nutritious. Every bowl full of toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes brings you that important whole grain nourishment, including proteins, iron, phosphorus, and 2 important vitamins, niacin and B1. So while you're relishing this crisp, malty, rich breakfast treat, you're also getting grand nourishment. And remember, friends, when you start using those ration books tomorrow, you won't have to give up any of those precious coupons when you buy nourishing Grape Nuts Flakes. They're not rationed. So better climb on the bandwagon for better breakfast and start off tomorrow with Grape Nuts Flakes.
St. Joe next week. Good night, folks.
This program is presented for the Army personnel and does not constitute the endorsement of the product by the War Department. The Grape Nuts Flakes program with Rochester, Dennis Day, Bill Goodwin, Paul Whiteman and his orchestra, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And appearing for Jack Benny, who's confined with a cold, we have Jack's personal friends, George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, ladies, now that shoes are being rationed, you won't want to waste any shoe leather tracking down your week's food order. So though I don't say run, I do say walk to your nearest grocer's for a big 12-ounce economy-sized package of delicious, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. Your grocer has plenty of Grape Nuts Flakes, for whole grain cereals are abundant and thrifty, and they are not rationed. And government nutrition experts say we should eat more of them. Eat them oftener. You see, Grape Nuts Flakes in your diet help you to make up for other food shortages because they provide many nutritional essentials, including protective minerals and vitamins. And you get more flavor galore. Malty rich goodness plus toasty brown texture in each luscious spoonful. So take a shortcut to thriftier, grand-tasting, nourishing breakfast by asking your grocer for Grape Nuts Flakes. Ladies and gentlemen, when Jack Benny found that he couldn't do his broadcast tonight, he told me to call on his good friends George Burns and Gracie Allen and ask them to pinch hit for him. So I started for the Burns Hotel to tell them about Jack's problem, never dreaming that another problem was already brewing in the domestic life of George and Gracie.
Gracie, will you please get away from that piano? We've been in New York a week now, and that's all I've heard.
But, George, March 16th is my concert with Paul Whiteman in Carnegie Hall. If I don't practice, I may lose all the magic in my finger.
Look, don't you realize that you're driving everybody nuts with this idea? In the past week, Paul Whiteman has lost 20 pounds.
Oh, I don't think he really lost them, dear. I think they just slipped down a little.
Gracie, why don't you give up the concert idea and try to take an interest in something else?
Oh, I've been busy, George. I spent a whole day showing Herman the sights of the city.
That's great. Sightseeing with a silly duck.
Well, he enjoyed every minute of it, especially at City Hall when I took him in to see Mayor LaGuardia.
Gracie, you shouldn't take a duck in to see LaGuardia.
Well, I simply had to, George. I knew he'd never get another chance to meet a mayor that he could stand beside and look right in the eye.
Well, I never thought of that.
Well, you have to excuse me now, George. I have to go work on the gown I'm designing to wear at my concert.
Now, Gracie, that...
Oh, it's a wonderful gown, dear. I decided it should be a musical creation. White satin with a very wide skirt.
What's musical about that?
Well, that's the beauty of it, dear. No one will realize how clever I am until I sit down and lean back.
And then what happens?
Well, I've got an accordion in the bustle.
Oh, no.
Well, I'll be back in a minute, dear.
I wonder how it feels to be married to a woman who makes sense. Oh, well, I'll never know. Come in.
Hello, George.
Well, I'll be Don Wilson. Come on in, Don. How's Jack?
Well, that's why I'm here, George. Jack has a bad cold.
Really? Well, I'm sorry to hear it.
He'd like me to ask you a favor, George.
Sure, anything at all.
Well, Jack won't be able to work tonight, so he wants you and Gracie to take over his show. Now, can you do it?
Well, sure, Don. We'll be happy to do anything for Jack.
Naturally, he knows that your time is valuable, and he doesn't expect you to do it for nothing.
Oh, now, Don.
He wants me to tell you that while he's lying in bed, he'll knit you a muffler.
Ah, good old Jack.
Now, all you have to do is buy the knitting needles and 4 balls of yarn.
Isn't 4 balls of yarn a lot for a muffler?
Oh, Jack wants one, too.
Oh, well, that's nice. That's nice. Gee, I've always envied Jack getting all those laughs. And here's my chance to kill all the people just by saying, or, yipe. And then he always gets a scream when he says, I do not marry and shut up.
Yeah, that Benny does say the funniest
Isn't he a
thing.
scream? Yes, he's a real wit, yes.
Oh, George, did you... Why, Paul Whiteman, I'm glad you dropped in.
No, Gracie, I'm Don Wilson. Don't you remember?
Oh, of course, Don. How silly of me. I should have looked at your face first.
Gracie, Donna's got some news for us.
Yes, Gracie. You see, Jack Benny is sick in bed, and he wants you...
Sick in bed? Oh, my goodness. I must send him a jar of my homemade crabapple jelly right away.
Well, now,
Oh,
Gracie...
he'll love it. He'll love it. I used only the very best apples and the very best crabs.
Well, I don't think Jack...
I sent some of it to my sister Bessie when she had her operation. Of course, I can't tell you about Bessie's operation.
Well, good.
It was done by an army surgeon, and naturally that makes it a military secret.
Gracie, Don wants us to do Jack Benny's program tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, George, but I couldn't think of going on Jack's program.
You what?
Well, isn't that a comedy program?
Oh, yes.
And don't people laugh at it?
Well, sure.
Well, George, what would my public think? I'm a concert artist.
What's she talking about, George?
Well, Gracie thinks she's going to play the piano at Paul Whiteman's concert in Carnegie Hall.
Yes, would you like to hear the number I'm going to play, Don? Here it is.
And that's what you're going to play at Carnegie Hall?
Well, there's no sense in playing something I don't know.
Gracie, forget this foolishness. We've got to do Jack's program tonight.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, but I couldn't accept an offer to appear on the radio, except on a musical program, of course, such as Dear Artie has.
Oh, you mean Artie Shaw?
Oh, my goodness, no. Artie Toscanini.
Gracie, have you gone out of your mind? We can't let Jack Benny down.
Well, George, I have my career to think of. No great musician can afford to be laughed at. Did Mendelssohn do it? Did Mendel's daughter do it? Did Mendel himself do it?
No, that was a great act, too. The musical Mendels. They were next to closing at the Jefferson.
Gracie, now you mustn't think only of yourself. Think of George. He's very anxious to do Jack Benny's show.
Well, I don't know why. George doesn't know a soul in St. Joe.
Gracie, will you stop being so stubborn?
Well, George, I just can't risk my concert career. There's the world of music, and then there's the world of comedy. You can't mix the two. You know what I always say. East is east, and west is west. and north is north, and south is south, and east is east, and well, I guess that covers it.
Yes. That even overlaps a little bit. Yeah.
This is Paul Whiteman, and here's one of America's most popular singers with one of America's most popular songs, Dennis Day, singing There Are Such Things.
Are that true? There are such things, a dream for two. There are such things, someone to whisper, darling, you're my guiding star, not caring what you own, but just what you are. A peaceful sky. There are such things, a rainbow high, where heaven sings. So have a little faith and trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star because there are such things.
Gracie, you've just got to listen to reason. The Benny program goes on the air in an hour.
I'm sorry, George.
But, Gracie, in a little while, millions of people are going to tune into our program. And what are they going to hear? 30 minutes of silence.
Well, what's the difference if 1 week the program isn't quite as lively as usual?
Look, Gracie, don't you understand? One of our dearest friends is in a spot, and he needs someone to go on his program.
Oh, I wish we were in California. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society All-Girl Symphony Orchestra would be glad to do the program.
That silly club of yours. Nobody is interested in those hens.
George Burns, that's no way to talk about your wife and your wife's friends.
Well, didn't mean you, sweetheart.
Well, it's no way to talk about those other hens either.
Well, all right.
I'm going inside and practice an etude. Who knows? If it goes well, tomorrow I might try a betude.
Well, this is fine.
You said it.
Yeah. Come in.
George, listen, I hear you're going to do the Jack Benny show tonight.
Well,
boy, oh, boy, I can't wait to read those commercials, George. Listen, that fat boy they've got announcing on that show is strictly from hunger.
Bill,
Listen, George, Benny only keeps him on because he can laugh.
Bill, say hello to Don Wilson.
Hello, Mr. Wilson. You've heard that fat boy on the Benny... Don Wilson? Oh, hello, Don.
So I'm known to you as Fat Boy, huh, Goodwin?
Oh, well, now, don't get sore, Don. I'm always making up nicknames for people. They never fit.
Well, I don't care about that, but what was that about my announcing?
Oh, nothing, Don, nothing at all. I think you're great. As a matter of fact, Don, I'd like to ask you a favor. You see, I thought maybe you could mention my product on the show tonight. You see, I sell
I'm not interested in what you sell.
Well, but, Don, it's purer than the...
I'm sorry, but there's no place that I can mention it.
No soap, huh?
No soap. I talk about Grape Nuts Flakes, and Grape Nuts Flakes happen to be America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. Yes, sir, Grape Nuts Flakes are my idea of the most tempting, appetizing, toasted brown breakfast dish that was ever put before a hungry family.
Well, Don, after the family finishes eating that tempting, delicious, toasty brown cereal, they have to wash the dishes now, don't they?
Why, certainly.
Well, what do they use to wash the dishes?
Water, of course. Believe me, Bill, once you taste those...
Don, old man, please, what do they put in the water?
The dishes. Believe me, Bill, once you taste Grape Nuts Flakes with their malty, rich, sweet as a nut flavor, their crisply toasted goodness, you'll know why I'm so enthusiastic. And what's more important, Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, chock full of all-around nourishment. And, Bill, you better make a date for tomorrow's breakfast with Grape Nuts Flakes.
Well, all right, Don. Right after I've had my shower with
Grape Nuts Flakes.
Okay, you win. So long, fat boy.
Well, Don, we're right back where we started.
George, now, why don't you go in and talk with your wife? Put your foot down.
You're darn right I will. I'll show her who's the boss.
Attaboy.
Gracie.
What do you want?
Well, sweetheart, you know that beautiful fur coat you saw in Bergdorf Goodman's?
You mean the one you said was too expensive for me?
Uh-huh. Well, I've got a little surprise for you. If you do the program tonight, that coat will be in your closet in the morning.
Well, if it isn't, we were robbed.
Oh, fine.
Please, Gracie, now...
Now, I'm sorry, boys. You'll have to excuse me now. I've got to dip some spaghetti in ink.
You got a what?
I've got to dip some spaghetti in ink.
That's what I thought you
said. It's to fool our little darling duck. You see, the hotel won't send up any worms.
So you got to dip spaghetti in ink? Come on, Don, let's get out of here.
Oh, come on, Herman. Dinner is almost ready. Aha, here's Mama's little precious ducky. You know, Herman, your daddy George is mad at me. But Herman, dear, we mustn't be too annoyed with him. He has a kind heart. Oh, now, that's not fair, baby. He just doesn't realize that it's more important to capture a beautiful melody that comes from a soul than it is to get a big laugh that comes from... Well, never mind. We'll show him when we get to Carnegie Hall. Carnegie Hall? Well, that's where your mama's going to play her concert. Oh, I can see it now, Herman. It's time for my entrance. There's a tremendous fanfare of trumpets. Oh, and then I play my piece and I become the sensation of New York. Reporters will flock around me. I'll be the guest of honor at dozens of banquets. Oh, I probably won't be home for days. Oh, Mama didn't mean to make you cry. She'll always find time to be with her darling little baby. And your daddy George will be so proud of me. Oh, come in.
I do, Miss Burns. I'm Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. I suppose you're looking for Mr. Wilson.
That's right, ma'am. I've been talking to Mr. Benny and he... My, poultry.
Oh, Rochester, that's my little son, Herman.
Son?
Well, yes. Don't you think he looks like his daddy?
Don't believe I ever met the bird.
Oh, of course you have. I'm married to him.
You mean Mr. Burns is that duck's papa?
Uh-huh.
Oh, come now.
Well, I wish George was here, too. You'd notice the resemblance if you saw them both walking. Anyway, I think you two ought to be great friends. Herman, shake hands with Rochester.
How do, Mr. Herman? I've held many a drumstick, but that's the first one that ever withdrew voluntarily.
Rochester, I know he's dying to have a conversation with you. Go on, say something to him.
Is this practical?
Oh, sure. Go on.
Okay. Mr. Herman, what are you going to be doing Meatless Tuesday?
Oh, Rochester, he's busy on Tuesdays. He always goes to Central Park. Would you like to take him for a walk in the park sometime?
You mean you trust me alone with that fat little rascal?
Oh, certainly. He wouldn't hurt you.
The vice versa don't trouble you none.
Oh, no. Well, Rochester, maybe you're silly to wait for Mr. Wilson. I'm not going on Mr. Benny's program anyhow.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes, the piano is my whole life now. Do you play the piano, Rochester?
No, ma'am, I ain't familiar with ivories when they come in large groups.
Oh. Well, goodbye, Rochester. I must get back to my art. From now on, I intend to woo the muses. Terpsichore, Calliope, Schenectady.
You hear that? It's got us. It's that old black magic. It's got us. Yes, sir.
Well, Don, I think we ought to try it again.
No, George, I've got a headache.
So have I, but I wish I could get it to go on Jack's program. Come in.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Gee, Mr. Wilson, you're going to catch it. Mr. Benny just called, and he's all excited because he hasn't heard from you.
Now, Dennis, there's nothing to worry about.
But I don't want Mr. Benny to get high blood pressure with my blood.
Now, just pull yourself together and say hello to George Burns. He's taking Jack's place tonight.
Hello, Dennis. How are you?
Ha, ha, ha,
ha! What's funny?
Gee, you're a scream, Mr. Burns.
What's this anyway?
Aren't you taking Mr. Benny's place tonight?
Well, what of it?
I was afraid if I didn't laugh, you'd twist my arm like Mr. Benny does.
Say, George, maybe Dennis can persuade Gracie to go on the show.
Dennis?
Sure. Believe it or not, the little dope seems to have a way with women.
Gee, have I?
All right, go in and talk to Gracie. We'll find out.
Yes, sir. Hello, Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Yes, ma'am. I'm supposed to ask you to be on Mr. Benny's program tonight.
Well, I won't do it.
I don't blame you, Miss Allen. Mr. Benny says some terrible things about your brother, Fred.
Oh, no. Fred's not my brother, Dennis. And please don't call me Miss Allen. I've been Mrs. Burns since one day years ago when a tall, handsome, charming man came along and pronounced George and me man and wife.
But, Mrs. Burns, if you have nothing against Mr. Benny personally, Why won't you go on his program?
Well, I simply can't do it, Dennis. You see, I'm an intellectual, and Jack Benny well, he...
Isn't he, though?
Well, I'm glad you see my point. You must understand that we intellectuals care only for the finer things in life. You know, Shakespeare and Beethoven and Walter Pidgeon.
Gee, I've always wanted to meet an intellectual, Mrs. Burns.
Well, how do?
How do? I'll bet you read lots of books, huh?
Oh, yes, Dennis. A day never goes by that I don't pick up a book, to dust it if nothing else.
You know something? I'm crazy about books, too.
Oh, really? Do you like Little Women?
Oh, sure, but I like books even better.
Oh, well, so do I. And, Dennis, don't you just adore poetry?
Yeah.
Oh, I know most of Longfellow by heart. Can you ever forget the opening lines of Hiawatha?
Yeah.
Me too. You know what, Dennis? You're the first person I've ever met who's my intellectual equal.
I guess there aren't many of us.
Dennis, believe me, you are just being wasted on the Jack Benny program.
Yeah, wasted.
Imagine you singing.
Yeah, singing.
Why, you should be reading poetry.
Yeah, poetry. I'm crazy about poems.
Yeah, crazy.
I've always dreamed that someday I'd get up on Mr. Benny's program and recite If.
If he'd let you?
Oh, no, If by Kipling.
Oh, that's one of my favorites. How does it go?
I'll recite it for you. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster, if...
Stop. Don't go on. It's too beautiful.
Gee, I'm sorry. I should have warned you that I was pretty heavenly.
Oh, Dennis, we must do... Oh, come in. Why, Tootsie Sagwell. Hello, Tootsie.
Oh, Gracie, I thought you were practicing, so I... Oh, does he belong to anybody?
Well, not yet, Tootsie. Dennis, I want you to meet my girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell. Tootsie, Dennis Day.
Oh, my, what a gorgeous hunk of child. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Sagwell. Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
Oh, isn't you?
Tootsie is as cultured as we are, Dennis. And she has a lovely singing voice.
Oh, I haven't.
I'd like to hear her sing sometime, Miss Sagwell. I'll bet you've got a lovely vibrato.
Oh, what he said.
Tootsie, Dennis is on Jack Benny's program, but he's very unhappy. You see, he's cultured like us.
Oh, I knew you were a kindred soul, Dennis. You have such a sensitive face.
I'll say, every month it kills me when I have to shave it.
Say, I just had a marvelous idea.
What, Gracie?
I will go on Jack Benny's program with you and Dennis.
Huh?
Well, we'll change the name of that show from the Grape Nuts Flake program to 30 Minutes of Refinement. I'll play the piano, Tootsie will sing, and Dennis will recite.
Oh, boy, now you're cooking with gas, if you'll pardon the expression.
I'll tell George. Oh, George!
Yeah?
George, I've changed my mind. I've decided to go on Jack Benny's program after all.
You mean it?
Yes.
Well, bless your heart. And now I'm going to get you that hat that goes with that fur coat.
You mean this one?
Yeah, that's the one. Come on, let's go to the studio.
Ready, everybody?
Yes, Don.
Yep, all set, Don.
Well, stand by. We'll be on the air in just a second. The Grape Nuts Flakes program.
That's enough, Don. Step aside, please.
Huh? Gracie. Wait a minute. He hasn't...
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present 30 Minutes of Refinement. Ready, Dennis and Tootsie?
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's go.
If you can keep your head on all about you, if you can dress yourself warm and dull, if you can wait
Stop it! Honestly, Jack, I did the best I could. Good night, everybody.
If you can keep your head on all about
George and Gracie will be right back, so I have just a moment to make this one request. Friends, For the sake of your loved ones in service, for the sake of your loved ones at home, give to the American Red Cross War Fund. The Red Cross works on every war front, giving skilled care, saving lives. The Red Cross stands by on the home front, ready to meet sudden danger. But the Red Cross must raise $125 million to carry on its good work. So do your part. Give and give generously to the American Red Cross War Fund. Now, here are George and Gracie.
Oh, good night, everybody. And Jack, hurry and get well.
And please send the muffler. Good night, folks.
Jack Benny program next week when we'll be broadcasting from Hollywood with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The makers of Grape Nuts Flakes want to extend their sincerest thanks to George Burns and Gracie Allen for pinch hitting for Jack Benny on tonight's show. George and Gracie were presented every Tuesday night over another network by the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Orson Welles, who is pinch hitting for Jack Benny, with Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and back with us after an absence of 3 months, good old Phil Harris and his orchestra. Remember that game we used to play when we were kids called Fortune, where somebody says, heavy, heavy hangs over thy head, and then you guess what? Well, if any of you homemakers have the same heavy, heavy hangs over my head feeling about organizing breakfast every morning, guess what? I have some good fortune news for you. Serve a heaping bowl full of crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes that you can dish up in no time at all. And you know what will happen? You'll discover your family is so easy to please. Yes, easy as pie to please. Once they've tasted the tempting goodness and malty rich, sweet as a nut flavor of this famous breakfast food. And Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal as nutritious as they are delicious. A swell starter offer for the day. Better order that big economy size package of Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest growing breakfast cereal. And leave that old ration book of yours at home, folks. Grape Nuts Flakes are not rations. It's a grand old flag played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, it certainly is nice having you with us. This is really like old times.
Well, that goes for me, too, Don. I'm sure glad to be back on the program. By the way, what do you hear from Jackson? Is he still laid up in Chicago?
Yes, Phil, and Mary writes me that he's getting along as well as can be expected. You know, that's a pretty severe cold he caught.
Well, it's his own fault for taking a bath without any clothes on. Ain't that a Lulu?
Oh, it sure is. Phil, you're right back in form.
Yeah, but if they ever ration corn, I'm a dead duck. Hey, Don, what time does Orson Welles get here?
Oh, pretty soon now, Phil.
You know, I'm anxious to get acquainted with that guy. I ain't never met him.
Well, now, Phil, don't say ain't never in front of Orson, or he'll take his cane and flatten the curls right out of your hair.
He don't worry me. When I put on the dog, you'd think I was graduated at Oxnard.
Phil, you mean Oxford.
All right, so I got my towns mixed up.
Well, just let it go, Phil. Well, here's Dennis Day.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Mr. Harris. Say, Mr. Wilson, what do you hear from Mr. Benny?
Oh, he's getting along much better, Dennis.
Darn it, and I mailed him a pint of blood this morning.
A pint of blood?
I bumped my nose on a door. There was no use wasting it.
Hey, kid, have I got news for you? Guess who's taking Jack's place on the program tonight?
Who?
Orson Welles. That's who. Orson Welles.
Gosh, I'm scared.
What are you scared of? Orson may be a little eccentric, but after all, he's a genius.
A genius? You mean he can figure out his income tax?
I wouldn't doubt it. He's probably all set for tomorrow. Well, that must be Orson now. Come in.
Pardon me. Has Mr. Wells arrived yet?
No, not yet.
I am his secretary, Miss Harrington. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him.
No, come right in.
Thank you. Now, which one of these microphones will be used by Mr. Wells?
That one right there, miss.
Then I shall spray it. There now. That's better.
Well, I'll be darned. Ain't that class?
Young man, are you Phil Harris?
Yes, ma'am.
Then hold still. You'll be all right now. I'll take that call. It must be for Mr. Wells. Hello? Who's calling, please? Buenos Aires? I'm sorry Mr. Wells isn't in right now. I'll have him call you. Very well.
Wow, Buenos Aires. I didn't know Orson knew anybody in Australia.
Australia? Mr. Harris, Buenos Aires is in South America.
Would you like to make a little bet on that, sister?
One more word, and I shall spray you again.
Now, calm down, Phil. And for heaven's sakes, when Orson comes in, don't flaunt your ignorance.
What do you mean, ignorance? See this book I got here? It says Shakespeare on it, don't it?
So what?
So when Orson comes in, I'll be reading Shakespeare. Like this.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Phil, you're reading the book upside down.
That's the hard way. All I know is it's Shakespeare.
Well, that must be Orson now.
Mr. Wells never knocks. He kicks the door right down.
Oh, come in?
Studio B, I presume?
Yes?
I've come to clear the way for Mr. Wells. I'm Mr. Toodlequirtle, his secretary.
His secretary? Then who's Miss Harrington?
She's his private secretary. I am right out in the open.
Oh, well, come right in.
Thank you. Miss Harrington, has Mr. Wells' microphone been sprayed?
Yes. Also, Mr. Harris.
Good. Ah, the master approaches.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Harrington, has this microphone been sprayed?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Well, Orson, I can't tell you how much we appreciate your coming over here tonight. It's awfully nice of you to step into Jack's shoes.
I'm glad to do it, Don. It's a pleasure to step into a pair of shoes nowadays without handing over a coupon.
Orson, that's a Lulu.
A Lulu. Miss Harrington, are you sure this man has been sprayed?
Quite.
Oh, by the way, has a call come in for me from South America?
Yes, and I told them to call back.
I hope she does. She's a lovely dish. By the way, Mr. Wilson, who is that lad peeking at me from behind your left hip?
Oh, pardon me, Orson. This is Dennis Day, our tenor.
It's a pleasure, Dennis. Come over here and shake hands.
Go ahead and kill me. I got insurance.
Don't be silly, my boy. Don't be silly.
All tenors shouldn't be killed.
Hey, Orson, get a load of this book I'm reading.
Well, I'll be darned. Shakespeare sideways. Why, Mr. Harris, I didn't know you were fond of Shakespeare.
Oh, yes.
Well, what's that you're reading now?
Well, it's a fascinating drama. It's called King Henry Ivy.
Ivy? That's King Henry IV. The IV is 4 in Roman numerals.
You mean to say them Romans counted with letters instead of numbers?
Precisely. You see, in them days, Phil, them was the thing to do.
Oh, I get it. A fad-like. Huh?
Yes, fad-like. Now let's proceed with the program, shall we? What is your musical contribution this evening, Mr. Harris?
Well, the boys and me are going to play that great old number written by George M. Cohan, Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Excellent play, Phil. Take a letter, Miss Harrington.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Professor James Brimston, Harvard University. Dear Professor, I have recently come upon a specimen which should prove of great interest in your study of subnormal extroverts. At present, he is conducting the orchestra on a well-known radio program, but I am sure... Well, go ahead and play, Phil.
Okay, hit it, boys. Wow, I'm getting a build up at Harvard.
And, Miss Harrington, sign that your obedient servant, Orson Welles. That was Yankee Doodle Dandy, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, I must say that's a splendid arrangement and brilliantly executed.
Austin, you thrill me.
I'm glad. However, if you don't mind a suggestion, a little more andante and pianissimo in the penultimate passage would have enhanced the orchestral overtone. Is that clear?
No, but them big words send me like a slug of bourbon.
Miss Harrington, remind me to add a P.S. to that letter. Come in.
Mr. Wells, pardon me for interrupting, but I've had the hiccups for 2 weeks. Would you please frighten me?
I'd be glad to. The biggest laugh on the show. Feeling any better?
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
An interesting chap. Very interesting. I'm sorry he left so soon. Now, as I was about to say, Phil, you have a splendid musical organization, but it should be augmented. How many men have you got now?
Well, I've got 17, not counting my uncle. He's the guy with the cymbals.
Cymbals? I heard no cymbals.
You would if my uncle didn't always get his head caught between them.
He should stop banging his head.
He's gradually working it into a pyramid. Now, Phil, an orchestra of 17 men is adequate, but it's not in the Wells tradition.
It ain't?
No. Next week, I want you to multiply that number tenfold.
Wow!
Take a note, Miss Harrington.
Yes, Mr.
I
Wells.
want timpanis. I want oboes. I want bassoons. And a gross of piccolos.
But Orson, who's going to pay for all this?
Jack Benny, of course.
Jack Benny?
Yes, he won't be glad to do it.
You can't be thinking of the Jack Benny we know.
There'll be no trouble. I spoke to Jack on the long-distance phone yesterday. He told me money was no object.
Let me ask you something, Orson. Who paid for that call?
Come to think of it, I did. Take a note, Miss Harrington. The piccolos are out.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about time.
Pardon me,
what
Mr.
is
Wells.
it, Tootle Quirtle?
I've been working out the cost of enlarging the orchestra, and I have some figures for your approval.
Good. What's the total Quirtle? What's the total Quirtle?
$5,000 additional expenditure per week.
Excellent. Dennis, I see you have your mouth open. Did you want to say something, or are you just breathing the easy way? Come, what is it?
Well, as long as you're throwing money around, how about giving me a raise?
Well, that depends, Dennis. What is Mr. Benny paying you now?
$12 a week, but when I do his laundry, $14.
You mean to tell me Mr. Benny makes you do his washing for him?
Some weeks it's only a pair of socks, but it ruins me socially.
Well, Dennis, you certainly deserve more than $14 a week. From now on, you're getting $15.
Oh, boy.
Now, you can do my laundry. Matter of fact, if you don't ruin my collars, Dennis, I may even...
Open up in there! Open up, I say!
That can't be John Charles Thomas.
No, it's Andy Devine. Come on in.
Andy Devine, what brings you into town?
Well, I butchered a steer out on my ranch, so I thought I'd bring a couple of T-bone steaks into my girlfriend, Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth? Is she your girlfriend?
Well, she will be till the meat's gone.
Well, Andy, that's certainly a new approach to glamour girls.
Say, Orson, what do you hear from old Buck Benny? How's his cold?
Well, he's still in bed, Andy, but he's coming along pretty well.
You know, Ma sent him a big bottle of her homemade cough medicine and wart remover.
Cough medicine and wart remover. That sounds like powerful stuff.
You said it. Pa took a swig of it this morning, and the next thing we knew, he was out in the barn milking the cow with his toes. There was milk all over the place.
I can imagine.
Well, I got to run over to Rita's house now.
Say, Andy, I just thought of something. Why don't you bring your T-bone steaks and Rita Hayworth over to my house, and we'll all have dinner together? What do you say?
Well, I ain't no genius, Orson, but I can see through that. So long, everybody.
Well, I tried. No harm in that. Let's proceed with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a song from Mr. Don Wilson.
Wait a minute, Mr. Wells. I'm the singer around here.
I know that, Dennis, but let's give the public something different tonight. Go ahead, Wilson.
But I can't sing, Orson. I don't know a thing about music.
Then I'll have to sing myself. Oh, no, it would look egotistical. You better sing this week, Dennis.
Okay.
Take a note, Miss Harrington. Don Wilson must take singing lessons. Next Sunday, Pagliacci. Go ahead, Dennis.
Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you. Must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. If I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow, oh, Danny boy, oh, Danny boy, I love you so. And when ye come and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I well may be, you'll come and find a place where I am lying, and kneel and say a prayer there for me, and I shall hear the soft dew tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in peace until you come to me.
Dennis, that was a beautiful salute to St. Patrick's Day. You know, it really takes an Irishman to sing an Irish song. You are Irish, aren't you, Dennis?
Just spray me and see what happens.
I'm sure I'd never attempt it. Dennis, ladies and gentlemen...
pardon me for interrupting, Orson, but at this time I generally say a few words about toasty brown, sweet as a nut, grape nuts flakes.
I'm glad you brought that up, Don, because I have a few suggestions in mind that I'd like to speak to the sponsor about.
Speak to the sponsor? Speak to the sponsor?
Speak to the sponsor?
Of course, speak to the sponsor. Oh, Miss Harrington.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Get me New York on the telephone. I want to talk to Mr. Mortimer of General Foods.
Speak to the sponsor?
Young man, will you please pop your eyes back in? See, Don, I love grape nuts flakes. In fact, I have them for breakfast nearly every morning, and it's my thought that a few changes...
On the New York call, Mr. Wells, the operator says there will be a 3-hour delay.
Delay nothing. Give me that phone. Hello, operator. This is Orson Welles. I want that New York call, and I want it now. Hello? Hello, Mr. Mortimer. This is Orson Welles. Now, I have a few changes I'd like to have put into effect immediately. Jot these down, will you, old boy?
Jot! He told the sponsor to jot!
Dennis, please. In the first place, Mr. Mortimer, I love grape nuts flakes, and I can see the reason they're America's fastest-growing flake cereal. Thank you. However, have you got your pencil ready, old boy? Well, get one, for heaven's sake.
Please, Mr. Wells, remember what happened to your last sponsor.
We never mentioned that. Now, first, Mr. Mortimer, in place of Mr. Benny's, I'd like my picture put on the box. I shall be dressed in tights with a spear in my hand. Tights and a spear.
Speak to the sponsor.
Next, instead of 12 ounces of tiny, individual grape nuts flakes, I think each box should contain one huge 12-ounce flake. Just one flake.
But, Mr. Wells, that's impractical.
Type your resignation, Toodle-Quiddle.
Yes.
Quiet! Finally, Mr. Mortimer, from a standpoint of efficiency, I believe that each box of grape nuts flakes should contain its own portion of sugar and cream right inside the package. What do you think of that idea? It does not. Think it over, Mr. Mortimer. Goodbye. I feel much better now. Taken my mind for its daily romp.
You know, I gotta hand it to you, Orson. I bet you got brains you ain't never even used yet.
Well...
I've got brains I haven't used either. That's the trouble.
You know, Orson, it's been an amazing experience working with you tonight. I'd just love to watch you make a picture sometime.
Why, Don, why don't you and the gang pay a little visit to Orson Welles Productions next week? I'm shooting now, so you can come right out to the set.
Hey, Orson, I want to ask you something.
Yes, Bill?
Is it true that you act, write, produce, and direct every picture you're in, or is that a lot of baloney?
Maybe a lot of baloney, but I do it. Anyway, fellas, why don't you come out to the studio next week for lunch, and I'll make a picture for you in the afternoon.
A whole picture?
Yes, not an epic, just a good, solid drama with a message. Now, Mary should be here early in the week, so when she arrives, I want you... I'll take it, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Wells. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. Where are you?
I'm calling for Mr. Benny's apartment in Chicago.
Well, how is Mr. Benny?
He's feeling better today. As a matter of fact, he was playing cards all afternoon with Miss Van Jones, his nurse.
Miss Van Jones?
That's me in a white dress.
Oh, I
see. I'm so tired of being coy, I could scream.
Well, Rochester, you've been close to Mr. Benny for a long time. You should be a pretty good nurse for him.
I don't know about that. For 2 days, I stuck the wrong end of the thermometer in his mouth, and his temperature was 5 below zero.
5 below zero?
Mrs. Devine's cough syrup got here just in time to defrost him.
Well, isn't Miss Livingston there to help you with the patient?
Miss Livingston? Oh, Mr. Benny won't let her in the room after what happened last night.
Why? What happened?
She pulled a mustard plaster off his chest too fast, and now that eagle he's got tattooed has to be re-feathered.
That's unfortunate. Rochester, thanks for calling, and tell Mr. Benny we all hope to see him up and around real soon.
Okay, I'll tell him. Goodbye, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye. Jack's a grand fellow. I think I'll let his picture remain on the Grape Nuts Flakes box alongside of mine. He can carry the spear for me. Play, Phil.
An E for excellence is what our government gives the war factories who do a super job. Well, we think you homemakers ought to get a few E's for excellence, too, for doing a super job of feeding your families under wartime difficulties. And every time you serve the folks a delicious breakfast of Grape Nuts Flakes, you're really passing along the ammunition. You're giving a home front war worker a lot of the energy and driving power he needs to help him do better work. That's because tempting, malty-rich Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, the kind of food our government wants us to serve more of. For whole grain cereals like Grape Nuts Flakes are plentiful, unrationed, and all around nourishing. In every bowl full of toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes and milk, you get essential whole grain food values, including minerals, proteins, and vitamins. Many of the same food essentials found in meat. So keep up the good work with Grape Nuts Flakes. Remember, you don't part with a single ration stamp when you buy this delicious, nutritious, and thrifty cereal.
So, until next Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. And Jack, I know I'm speaking for the whole gang here and wishing you a speedy recovery. Isn't that right, folks?
In spite of Orson Welles, this program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloit. The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Orson Welles, who is pinch hitting for Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. How's this for a pretty good little motto I saw in the tailor shop the other day? A man is not completely well-dressed unless he wears a smile. Pretty good philosophy, huh? And ladies, wouldn't you like to see your husband leave for work every morning with the same completely well-dressed look, a smile? Well, the right kind of breakfast is certainly a great little starter offer. And I can't think of a man or boy who doesn't like crisp, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. And I can't think of a better break for you, ladies, than this easy-to-fix, nourishing breakfast cereal. There's a teasing, pleasing zest to eating Grape Nuts Flakes with that malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut flavor, your favorite Grape Nuts flavor in toasty brown flake form. And Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, you know, so they bring you grand all-around nourishment. Better make it Grape Nuts Flakes at breakfast tomorrow, ladies, and remember, Grape Nuts Flakes are not rationed. That was Something for the Boys, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to turn the clock back to yesterday morning and show you what happened when our whole gang visited Orson Welles at his motion picture studio, where he is writing, acting, directing, producing, and enjoying his new picture. Mary had just returned from the East the night before, so Phil and Dennis stopped by her house to give her a lift.
Will you please stay on the outside, driver? We have to make a turn up here.
Take it easy, Goldilocks. I know how to handle a car.
Okay, sister, okay.
If you want to drive, come up here and sit on my lap.
Nothing doing, honey. That'd be pleasure driving, and they'd take away my gas book. Catch on?
Oh, Phil, behave yourself. You know how nervous I am today.
Listen, Mary, there's nothing to be nervous about. You're just going to meet Orson Welles, and he's a nice guy.
Well, I hear he's very temperamental.
Sure, he's temperamental, but who ain't? Take me, for instance.
You?
Sure. My eggs was cold this morning, so I says to Alice, listen, movie star, go out in the kitchen and give me a retake on this hand fruit. I told her.
You know, Mr. Harris, that's the way I'm going to treat my wife when I get married. I'm going to be the boss like you are.
Who said I was boss? I'm still combing egg out of my hair, bub. You know, women in the morning is poison. watch it, driver. You nearly hit that lamp post.
Well, I'd like to see you drive and straighten your girdle at the same time, brother.
Now, that ain't no excuse.
Oh, leave her alone, Phil. I know just how she feels. And getting back to Orson Welles, I think he did a great job in the program last week.
What did Mr. Benny think of him?
Yeah, how did old Sniffle Snoot like the show?
Well, when Orson called up Mr. Mortimer, the sponsor, and bawled the heck out of him, Jack thought sure we'd all lose our jobs.
He was really worried, huh?
Was he? He pulled a string out of his pajamas and tried to hang himself on the bed lamp. He was hysterical.
Say, Mr. Harris, isn't that the studio right ahead of us?
Yeah, pull up here, driver.
Okay, Goldilocks.
How much do we owe you, miss?
Skip it, handsome. Just give me your phone number.
But, gosh, the meter says $1.50.
Don't underrate yourself, Junior. So long.
Gee, I don't know what women see in me.
Me neither, and I'm a woman. Come on, let's go inside the studio.
Wow, get a load of that sign over the gate.
Where?
Right there. Through these portals pass Orson Welles. Ain't that class?
Hey, who's this fella coming toward us with the long black cape and sword in his hand?
Well, that must be the gate man. I'll ask him where Mr. Wells is. Hello there.
Hold varlets and state thy mission, and having heard, I trumpet to the walls and sound thy welcome.
Now let's all get a load of that character.
Yeah. Pardon me. Could you tell us what stage Mr. Wells is on?
All the walls a stage, and all the men and women merely players.
I'd give $1 million if I could mush mouth like that.
You will find Mr. Wells on stage 5.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say goodbye till it be morrow. Longfellow.
That's Shakespeare.
Oh, yes.
All right, come on. Follow me, kids. There's stage 5 right over there.
Gee, I wonder if I should have given that cab driver my phone number. Nah, play hard to get. That's my motto.
Dennis, you can figure that out some other time.
Okay, but I want to get married while I'm young and beautiful.
No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid.
Anytime, any place, sister.
All quiet.
Well, here we are on stage 5. Being an actor, I'll lead the way.
Quiet! Quiet on the set.
Say, who's that guy?
Oh, that's Mr. Tootlequirtle, Mr. Wells' secretary. Hello, Mr. Tootlequirtle.
Hello, Dennis. Come right in, folks. Mr. Wells is expecting you.
How is the old boy?
Oh, he's been in a marvelous mood all morning. His uncle died and left him a pound of butter.
I don't see Mr. Wells around the set. Where is he?
He'll be here shortly, miss. At present, he's in his dressing room with his valet, changing into formal dinner clothes for the next scene.
Confound this blasted tie. It always comes out longer on one end than the other. Oh, valet! Valet!
Right here, Mr. Wells.
Rochester, let me ask you something.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Why is it that I am able to write, act, direct, and produce a motion picture, and yet I can't tie a simple little bow knot?
It's the same with me, Mr. Wells. I can cook, drive a car, clean the house, and answer the phone, but I can't make an 8 the hard way. Here's your cufflinks, Mr. Wells.
Thank you. Incidentally, Rochester, when are we going to continue with that interesting game you've been teaching me, the one that involves those little spotted ivory cubes?
You mean Central Avenue shuffleboard?
Yes, that's it. The fascinating sport.
I don't think you ought to mess around with those cubes anymore, Mr. Wells.
Why not?
If I make one more 7, you'll be handing me my cufflinks.
Can't understand it. Ever since you introduced me to this game, I've had bad luck.
Well, with my dice, don't look for any improvement. They work so well together, I call them Abbott and Costello.
Oh, I I see.
Here, let me help you into your tailcoat.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, Rochester, I noticed a dab of ketchup on my gray suit this morning. You may have it.
Thanks, Mr. Wells. Ketchup is hard to get nowadays.
I mean the suit. The suit. Suit is yours.
Oh. Well, thanks, Mr. Wells. Thanks very much.
What are you so excited about? Hasn't Mr. Benny ever given you an old suit of his?
Just the one he wore with Teddy Roosevelt's Rough Riders. But I ain't got a horse.
Oh, in that case, I shall give you a horse, a fine Arabian steed.
Mr. Wells, working for you is paradise.
Come in. Yes, Miss Harrington.
Ready for you on the set, Mr. Wells. Here's the next scene we're shooting for your approval.
Good. I'll glance over it. Oh, no. No, this will never do. Only an idiot could compose such drivel.
But, Mr. Wells, you wrote this yourself.
And there's no use waiting. I'll have to have a talk with me. Miss Harrington, take down these changes.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Instead of a ranch house in Arizona, it shall be a penthouse in New York City.
Yes, Mr.
Instead
Wells.
of guitars playing softly in the background, I want a thunderstorm with lightning.
How many bolts?
At least a dozen. And finally, instead of the girl slapping my face when I kiss her, she shall thrust a dagger deep into my bosom. Yes, I shall die.
Die? But, Mr. Wells, it's only the second reel. Who'll handle the rest of the picture?
My ghost, I shall work in whitewash. That is all, Miss Harrington?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
I'll see you later, Rochester. If anyone calls, I'll be down on stage 5 being stabbed.
What a man. Never a dull moment around here.
What's keeping Mr. Wells? We've been waiting for him for half an hour.
Yeah, imagine wasting time around here when I could be out somewhere improving my mind.
Don't be silly. There are no burlesque shows open this time in the morning.
Oh, I mean with books or something like that.
Jeepers, what's that?
On your feet, everybody. Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good morning. This is Orson Welles. Well, Dennis and Phil, I'm glad you dropped by. Have you been here long?
Yeah, quite a while, but I told the kids, let's hang around till Orsi gets here.
Orsi? Who is Orsi?
That's you, silly.
Orsi. That's murder. Well, who is this charming young lady? Come, my dear. Speak up.
Well, my name is Mary Livingston, and I'm not the least bit nervous, so there.
Now, Mary, there's nothing to be nervous about. When did you get back to town?
Yesterday on the Super Chief. I got off at Pasadena.
Oh, I wish I'd known that. I would have arranged for the Tournament of Roses to be held simultaneously with your arrival.
Gee, I like this guy.
Yeah, didn't I tell you that Orson really does things in a big way?
Who did anything? He just said it.
Well, Dennis, I have spent years inflating the balloon that is Wells. Please do not puncture it.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Mary, how's Jack coming along? Is he up and about?
Oh, yes, he's feeling a lot better. A few more days, and he'll be all over his nervous breakdown.
Nervous breakdown? I thought Jack had a cold in his chest.
He did, but when he got his doctor bill, he went right from a mustard plaster into a straitjacket.
What?
It took 4 of us to hold him down.
Good heavens.
Pardon me, Mr. Wells.
What is it, Miss Harrington?
Would you mind okaying the budget for this sequence?
Not at all. There'll be one change here, Miss Harrington. Instead of wardrobe, $8,000, make the wardrobe cost $9,000.
But, Mr. Wells...
But nothing. I promised one of the extra girls a mink coat. That is all, Miss Harrington?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Yes, Mr. Wells. Yes, Mr. Wells. Sometimes I wish I weren't perfect so people could differ with me. It's written out for me. Dennis, what are you doing with that script?
Oh, I was just looking it over, Mr. Wells. I thought there might be a part in it for me where I'm a big lover.
Lover? Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis, but you're definitely not the romantic type.
Oh, yeah? Did a cab driver ever ask you for your phone number?
Yes, and I'm having dinner with her tonight.
Oh, Archie, you're really on the beam, kid.
Whatever that is, I'm glad. Here's Don Wilson. Hello, Don.
Hello, Orson. How are you, kid?
Hello, Don. Glad to see you, Don. Did you have any trouble getting through the gate?
Nah, they just rubbed some Vaseline on him and gave him a shove. That Harris is a Lulu.
Mr. Harris, at this moment I find it very difficult to refrain from slugging you.
Oh, by the way, Orson, I brought along a copy of what I intend to say about grape nuts flakes on the program tomorrow. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, yes, I like to pass on everything that's said on the program, everything.
Well, there goes all them jokes I thunk up.
Yes, Phil, I don't want them jokes thinking up the airwaves. I'll be darned, I pulled a Lulu myself.
Now you're getting somewhere, Wellsy.
Thank you. Well, Don, let's hear your message.
Okay, now about halfway through the program tomorrow night, I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, a few words about toasty brown, sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes.
Mm-hmm.
Just open a 12-ounce economy-sized package for breakfast tomorrow morning, and you will see why Grape Nuts Flakes, with its malty, rich flavor, is America's fastest-growing flake cereal.
Very good. Go on.
But that's all there is, Orson.
That's all? That's all you're going to say about Grape Nuts Flakes? Good heavens, man. Use a little imagination.
But, Orson...
Let me show you what I mean. Miss Harrington, Mr. Tootlequittle. Sound effects, please.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Faces, everyone. Curtain. Music.
Presenting Grape Nuts Flakes, I Love You, an Orson Welles production. Produced and directed by Mr. Wells, and starring Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, whether you live in the heart of a great metropolis or on a farm where all is tranquil, whether your home is in the wintry north or here in sunny California, wherever you live, ladies and gentlemen, you will love the malty, rich flavor of toasty, brown, sweet as a nut, Grape Nuts Flakes. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, each economy-sized package contains not 1 ounce, not 2 ounces, but 12 ounces. Of those delicious golden brown flakes, I thank you. Oh, I feel much better now. The flakes and I have had our fling. Oh, by the way, Dennis, speaking of the program, what song are you singing tomorrow?
Black Magic. It's a great number.
Let me hear it. Can't be any more magic than Rochester's dice. Sing, Dennis.
That all black magic has in its spell, that all black magic that you weave so well, those icy fingers up and down my spine, the same old witchcraft when your eyes meet mine, the same old tingle that I feel inside, and then that elevator starts its ride, and down I go, round and round I go, like a leaf that's caught in the tide. I should stay away, but what can I do? I hear your name, and I'm aflame with such a burning desire that only your kiss can put out the fire. For you're the lover I have waited for, a mate that fate had me created for, and every time your lips meet mine, darling, down and down I go, round and round I go, in a spin, loving the spin I'm in, under that old black magic called love. Darling, down and down I go, round and round I go, in a spin, loving the spin I'm in, under that old black magic called love.
Excellent, excellent, Dennis. I like that number very much. You may sing it on the program tomorrow.
Thank you.
However, the following Sunday, I think you should do something operatic. I want you to sing the quartet from Rigoletto.
But, Mr. Wells, the quartet is 4 different voices.
I'll handle the other 3.
Gosh, you mean you're going to sing soprano, contralto, and baritone at the same time?
Yes, Dennis?
That I gotta hear.
You will, you will. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd better get on with my picture.
What a busy guy. He's a bee with brains.
Oh, by the way, Orson, what's the title of this picture you're making?
Well, I've called my story very simply The March of Destiny. It deals with everything that ever happened. From the beginning of creation to the present day.
Hey, Orson, is there anything in it about me?
Well, no, Phil. My picture is handled entirely in symbolic retrospect.
What? What was that? Give me that again.
He could give you that all day long, you wouldn't even feel it. Sit down, will you?
Oh, Mr. Wells, a terrible thing has happened. Miss Sevier, your leading lady, has just eloped to Las Vegas with Jeffrey Hamilton.
Jeffrey Hamilton?
Yes, the man who plays the part of your brother in today's sequence. What'll we do?
I have a very simple solution. Mary, You shall be my leading lady.
Your leading lady? Gosh.
Phil, you'll be my brother.
Your brother? Are we twins?
Heaven forbid. Well, let's get started, shall we? Here's your script, Mary.
Well, gee, if I'm going to be your leading lady, I better throw away this bubble gum.
No, keep it. I may have you do a dance later.
Pardon me for interrupting, Mr. Wells, but we just had a long-distance call from Mr. Benny.
For Mr. Benny, what'd he want?
He wanted to know if I was happy in my new job working for you.
What'd you tell him?
I lied, and now he's happy.
I know Jack. He didn't call long distance from Chicago just to find out if Rochester was happy. Wonder what else he wanted.
Well, he's getting better. Maybe he wanted to know if that cab driver has a friend.
That's probably it. Now, Mary, Phil, before we rehearse, I think I'd better explain the scene to you.
Quiet, everybody. Mr. Wells is explaining.
Now, Mary, in this scene, you as my fiancé and Phil as my brother have parts which overshadow mine in dramatic intensity.
You mean we're more important than you are?
Definitely. The motivation of the scene, its mood and pulse and tempo rest entirely in your hands.
I want my face in the picture, too.
Mary, please. You, Phil, will play the part of my younger brother, who is a cheat, a cur, and a scoundrel.
Oh, I get it. A heel without a soul. Oh, that hair is solid when it gets rolling.
Phil, you're a genius, and I ought to know. Now, as the scene opens, I enter your apartment, Phil, unexpectedly, and to my surprise, I find my sweetheart in your arms. And remember, Mary, you and Phil carry the burden of the scene.
Okay.
All right, now let's try it.
Quiet on the set. Mr. Wells is about to emote.
Thank you. The door opens. What? What's this? Mildred, what are you doing here? Answer me, I say. What are you doing in my brother's apartment?
Well...
No explanations are necessary. I have eyes. I'm not blind to what's been going on. If I hadn't been madly in love with you, Mildred, I'd have brought things to a climax long ago. And now, Clarence, what have you got to say?
Well...
Alibis? Alibis? Nothing but alibis. To think that the two of you have been together every afternoon for months. Why are you looking at me like that, Mildred? Have you something to tell me? Come, speak up.
Well...
Never mind, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say it's me you love and that Clarence is just a passing fancy. You're both strangely quiet. Why don't you speak up? Is it because your guilt is so obvious?
Well,
Wait a minute, that's my line.
Oh, pardon me.
Come on, Mary. Give me the cue. Well.
I've said well so much, I feel like the old oaken bucket. Okay, well...
This is the end, Mildred. Our engagement is broken. Shattered beyond repair. But you may keep the engagement ring I gave you. That is, if you want it.
Well...
It's yours. I must leave now. And as for you, Clarence, if you ever so much as cross my path again, I shall thrash you within an inch of your life. Goodbye.
Clarence, my love, kiss me.
Darling, I love you.
No. Let's cut that. After my exit, the scene is definitely over. All right, places, everyone. Let's shoot it. Camera, lights, action!
Ladies, ever stop to think of all the wonderful new substitutes being worked out these days to take the place of things of which we're short? Like the amazing Aerolac dress material made of milk, and the substitute for silk conjured up out of coal tar and air. But there's one thing we don't need to find a substitute for, because it's abundant, and you don't have to give up any precious ration stamps for it. That's the whole grain cereals our government nutrition program is asking us to eat more of. Whole grain cereals such as delicious toasty brown grape nuts flakes are plentiful, thrifty, and one of the most nourishing foods you can serve. In every bowlful of malty-rich grape nuts flakes and milk, you get a goodly amount of minerals, vitamins, proteins, and carbohydrates, many of the same food essentials found in meat. So while you're enjoying that distinctive sweet-as-a-nut flavor, you're getting the type of all-around nourishment that can help you make up for other food shortages in your meals. So serve more whole grain cereals. Ask your grocer for Grape Nuts Flakes, delicious, nutritious, thrifty, and not rations.
And so, until next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. And Mary, I'm glad you're back on the show. It's been a pleasure working with you today.
Same here, Orson. Good night, everybody. Good night, doll.
Orson Welles is a genius, but this program is written by Bill Morrow and Eddie Boulogne. The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Orson Welles, who is pinch hitting for Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The original glad man, friends, for aren't we all glad to get news of a thrifty, swifty, appetizing breakfast dish for these up-and-at-'em early mornings? Then wait till we all tell you all about Grape Nuts Flakes, the crisp and toasty brown breakfast cereal that's always ready for breakfast before you are. And ready-to-eat Grape Nuts Flakes are as temptingly good to eat as they are easy to serve. It's your old friend of the famous Grape Nuts flavor, you know, turned out in delectable, crisp, and crunchy flake form, with that same malty-rich, sweet-as-a-nut goodness, a flavor that makes Grape Nuts Flakes America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. And think of this, too, homemakers. Every time you buy a big 12-ounce economy package of Grape Nuts Flakes, you're saving on ration stamps, because you don't need them, not for thrifty, plentiful Grape Nuts Flakes. Was Take It From There, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the program, let us reenact for you a little scene which took place a short while ago in a drugstore near the NBC building here in Hollywood. The time exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
One tuna fish on whole wheat. One tuna fish coming up.
Gosh, it's crowded in here. Say, Don, do you think I have time for a sandwich before the show?
Why, yes, Mary, if you hurry. I think I'll have a dish of Tutti Frutti ice cream myself.
Watch it, Don. If you put on one more chin, you can throw away your vest. No kidding.
Now, Mary, will you stop ribbing me about my weight? I'm not so heavy.
Go on. Every time you step into an empty elevator, the operator says, "That's all, please," and up you go. Oh, Gilroy.
What'll it be, Mary?
Just a sandwich. I'll have a hamburger.
A hamburger? Yes, ma'am. Oh, Radcliffe. Yes, Gilroy. Hitch old Dobbin to a bun. You want something else, Mary?
No, that'll be all.
Would you mind taking my order, Bud?
Gladly. What do you have, Wobble Tummy?
Well, I'll have a dish of ice cream, please. Make it Tutti Frutti.
You can have Tutti, but there's no more fruity for the duration. How's that, Radcliffe?
Gilroy, you're really bumping your gums now.
Yeah. Why don't you two jerks give up sodas and write for radio?
We do. We just sold a lot of gags to old Red Skelton.
Fred Skelton.
No, old Red Skelton, his father.
Well, that's my fault for talking to you. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Mary. Hello, Donzo.
Well, Phil, is your orchestra all rehearsed for the program?
Who rehearses? If I ever told my boys they was playing something wrong, they'd say, how do you know? Then I'd be stuck. Take it easy. Relax. That's my motto.
Well, I hope Orson doesn't find out you didn't rehearse.
Oh, Wealthy? Why, him and me is pals. We gave a lecture together at UCLA just last night.
You and Orson gave a talk at the university?
Oh, Orson did all the talking. I just sat there and let them professors feel my head once in a while.
What?
No, so. You should have been there. I started to pull a couple of gags and Orson wrapped me on the bean with his pointer. Get a load of this lump up there.
What'll it be, Twitch? A bromo seltzer?
No, thanks. I had one across the street. I just came in here to burp. Is that a Lulu?
Oh, you and your Lulus.
Say, Gil, is this man annoying you?
No, Radcliffe, put down that cupcake.
Oh, that Radcliffe's really a demon. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Say, how's the hamburger you're eating?
All it needs is a jockey.
Gosh, Mr. Harris, where'd you get that big lump on your head?
From Orson Welles, that's who. Orson Welles.
You want something to eat, Dennis? You better order. Now, what do you want?
I think I'll have the special sandwich. Peanut brittle on whole wheat.
You mean peanut butter.
No, look, it says right here, peanut brittle.
That's a misprint, kid. I'll bring you a peanut butter sandwich.
Nothing doing. It says peanut brittle here, and that's what I want.
Now, listen.
I know my rights.
Dennis, if I wasn't a lady, I'd knock him right off that stool. Now, behave yourself.
Hey, kids, get a load of who's coming in. It's Miss Harrington, Orson's secretary.
Hello, Miss Harrington.
Hello, young man. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Butch.
By the way, Miss Harrington, how's Mr. Wells feeling today?
Oh, he's in a splendid mood. He found his yo-yo under the dresser.
What's your order, ma'am?
I want this place tidied up and this counter cleared. Mr. Wells is about to honor this hash house with his presence.
Yes, ma'am.
And incidentally, young man, when did you put on that shirt you're wearing?
In 1937, when I left Stratford, Connecticut.
Well, change it immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
And as for your gruesome friend with the wide part in his hair...
That's gotta be me.
Would you mind lying under the counter until Mr. Wells leaves?
Gladly. My feet is killing me.
Attention! Attention, everybody! Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Orson Welles. Well, Mary, you look lovely today.
Thanks, Orson.
I stopped by your house to give you a lift to the studio, but the butler said you'd already gone.
The butler? Oh, did Papa have that tailcoat on again?
Well, at any rate, I'm sorry I missed you. There doesn't seem to be a vacant stool here.
Take mine and I'll sit on your lap, babyface.
That's sweet of you, Mary. Don't you think it's a little early in the day for romance?
Well...
Take it when you can get it. That's my motto.
Dennis, please. Oh, boy.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
I'll have a cup of cold consommé madeleine, breast of guinea hen under glass, and a bottle of Chateau Lafite 1928.
Hey, what do you think you're at, the Brown Derby?
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells. Whoop, bump my head.
Mr. Wells, I don't think you'll have time to eat. We're due on the air in a few minutes.
Oh, very well. By the way, did you pick up the sketch we're doing on the program tonight for Mr. Benny's writers?
Here it is, Mr. Wells. Would you mind okaying it?
Not at all. Oh, no. Now, that's awful. Miss Harrington, take this out in the alley and burn it immediately.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Burn the script?
But, Orson, what are we going to do for a play tonight?
I shall write one myself.
Hey, Mr. Wells, if you're looking for a comedy sketch, my partner and I wrote one that's terrific.
Yes, dynamite.
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
You wait for that long enough.
It hurts.
Sight gag, ladies and
Well,
gentlemen.
how about it, Mr. Wells? You want to buy our play?
Yes, deliver it to me at NBC as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
Come on, everybody, follow me. Last one in the studio is a rotten egg. That was You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To, it says here, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Phil, you can stop waving your baton now. The number's over.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Don't mention it.
You see, old boy, I didn't get a chance to rehearse that selection, so consequently I didn't realize it had reached its termination. If you get what I mean.
That is due to your lackadaisical inadvertence. The conclusion of that number found you in a state of oblivious lethargy. Get what I mean?
No, but my lump is throbbing.
So I notice. It's fairly dancing. By the way, Mary, I've been meaning to ask you, how's Jack coming along? Is he over his cold?
If he was over his cold, you wouldn't be here, brother.
Dennis?
Yes, Jack is much better, Orson. He's resting at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
The Arizona Biltmore? Isn't that rather expensive for Jack?
Expense means nothing to him. He was delirious when he checked in.
That must be the reason.
You know, fellas, I got a postcard from Mr. Benny this morning. He asked me to send his golf bag right away.
His golf bag? Say, the old boy must be getting better if he wants to play a little golf.
What do you mean golf? If I know Benny, he landed a job picking grapefruit.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Let's all be fair to Jack. He doesn't think of work all the time.
Of course not. Jack can relax and enjoy vacation like anybody else.
Oh, yeah? He took me to Catalina on the boat one time and played his fiddle all the way over.
Well, that doesn't mean he was playing for money.
Don't tell me. I was packing the hat.
Just the same, I'm sure Jack is getting a good rest in Phoenix. Incidentally, that gives me a splendid idea. I think I'll call Jack and say hello to him.
Right now?
Of course, right now. Miss Harrington, get me Mr. Benny at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Imagine talking to Phoenix, Arizona just like that. Ain't a phone a wonderful thing?
It sure is. Say, Mr. Harris, who invented the telephone?
Well, Alexander Graham invented the bell. The rest I don't know nothing about.
Mr. Harris, the telephone in its entirety was invented by Alexander Graham Bell, which I can pronounce. Come, Miss Harrington. What's the delay on that call?
Well, I have the Arizona Biltmore, but they can't seem to locate Mr. Benny.
Let me have that phone, please. Hello? Hello, operator? I'd like to talk to Jack Benny. What? He's not registered. He's not a guest there.
Have her look out in the lobby. Maybe he's a bellboy.
Bellboy?
With his flat feet, he could be the house dick.
Bill, please. Now, operator, I'd like to talk to Mr. Benny. Oh, his temperature went down. He checked out. Very well, I'll call him there. Goodbye. That's strange.
What's the matter? Did Jack leave the Arizona Biltmore?
Yes, it seems he's now stopping at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
The Jasmine Blossom?
Hey, I just thought of something. Jasmine Blossom. That's J.B., the same initials as Mr. Benny.
That's right, Dennis, and I'm sure Jack will come home with some lovely monogram towels. Miss Harrington, remind me to call Mr. Benny first thing tomorrow morning at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Oh, excuse me. Come in. Well, it's those two merry madcaps from the soda fountain. Hello, fellows.
Hello, Mr. Wells. Here's that comedy sketch we wrote for you. There's a little mayonnaise on it, but it's very jolly.
Thank you, fellows. By the way, would you like to stay and hear your little gem?
I don't know. Should we stay, Gil? We can't stay. That fat lady is waiting for her cheeseburger. Oh, yes. Let's go. Wait till I open the door.
Well, let's see what they've written here. So far, nothing but mayonnaise. A little crude, but it'll get by. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present a mystery melodrama entitled Death at Midnight or the Murder Case. Now, in this drama, I will play the role of Inspector Wells of Police Headquarters. Bill, you'll be my assistant, Sergeant Harris, and Dennis, you will be my other assistant, Sergeant Day. It is your duty to help me solve a horrible crime.
Okay. But I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
You're a policeman. Of course you didn't do it.
Don't be too sure.
And Mary.
It's always a guy you never suspect, silly.
Dennis, please. Now, Mary.
Yes, Orson.
In our sketch, you play the part of the mysterious lady in black. 6 of your husbands have strangely disappeared, and you've just married your 7th.
I'm a busy little girl, aren't I?
Decidedly. Well, that takes care of the casting for our play.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Orson, but haven't you overlooked me?
Don, overlooking you is like losing a bass drum in a phone booth. However, you should be the butler. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Wells. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Mr. Wells, up to now, working for you has been a pleasure, but trouble has reared its ugly head.
Trouble?
It's that Chinese cook of yours. We just don't speak the same language.
Well, naturally. Naturally. What's the difficulty between you and Chong?
You know those pork chops I got at the market yesterday? The ones I had to use commando tactics to obtain?
Yes, yes.
Well, that cook of yours wants to cut them up into little pieces for chop suey. That's vandalism.
Now, calm down, Rochester.
Any man that would treat a pork chop like that would pull the chair out from under Whistler's mother.
Rochester, don't get so excited. Good heavens, the way you talk, you think those chops were radium.
I can get radium tomorrow. Let's see you get some pork chops.
Now, Rochester, there's no reason why you and Chong can't be good friends. Put Chong on the phone.
Okay, here he is.
Hello, Chong.
Hello, Ma, Mr. Wells.
Now, Chong, I want you and Rochester to get along with each other. What's all this quarreling about?
So
he told me. Anything else?
You're
absolutely right. Now, Chong, here's what you do. Cook the chop suey for us and give Rochester a couple of pork chops for himself.
Okay, Mr. Wells. I'm very happy.
Now put Rochester back on the phone. Rochester?
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Everything is all settled. Chong's giving you 2 pork chops, and you can cook them any way you want to.
Cook them? I bought myself a gold frame. I'm going to hang them in my bedroom. So long, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye, Rochester. Well, I guess that's straightened out. Sing, Dennis.
If it is wrong, then why were you sent to me? Why feel like this? Would it be wrong to try? Wrong, would it be wrong to stay here in your arms this way, under this starry sky? If it is wrong, then why will you send to me? Why am I content to be with you forever? So when I need you so much, and I have waited so long, it must be right. It can't be wrong. Would it be wrong to kiss, seeing I feel like this? Would it be wrong to try, dear? Wrong. Would it be wrong to stay here in your arms this way, under this starry sky? It must be right. It can't be
You just heard It Can't Be Wrong, and that was Dennis Day singing. And Dennis, I don't have to tell you, that was very good.
I'll say you don't. I heard it.
Dennis, you shouldn't pat yourself on the back like that. It's quite hammy.
You should talk, brother.
Got something there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, go away, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our thrilling, baffling, spine-tingling mystery melodrama, Death at Midnight. As the scene opens, we find Inspector Wells in his office at police headquarters. Curtain, music!
Is that the phone, Inspector?
No, it's a preview for Whom the Bell's Tolled. Hello, police headquarters. Inspector Wells speaking.
Help! Help! Come over at once. I'm going to be murdered.
Get away from that phone, you little double-crosser. I'll let you have it.
Help! Help!
What was that, Inspector?
Oh, one of those gin rummy arguments. And before I forget it, Harris, you're supposed to be a policeman. What's the idea of coming to work in those loud sport clothes?
My girlfriend thinks I'm a bookmaker.
That's no excuse. Now, here's your badge, your uniform, your club.
Okay, where's my flat feet?
On the opposite end of your flat head.
Are you...
Oh, Inspector.
What is it, Sergeant Day?
Somebody has been passing phony dollar bills all over town, and I've got one of them.
A dollar bill, eh? And how do you know it's phony?
Washington is wearing Lincoln's beard.
Let me see that. You're right. And he's wearing Lincoln's hat, too.
Hey, were those two guys roommates?
Of course not. Washington wearing Lincoln's beard. This is the worst job of counterfeiting I ever saw.
You think that's something? Turn the bill over.
Good heavens. Hedda Hopper is sitting on the Eagle. Nice work, Day. We've got to report this to Washington.
I thought he was dead.
Washington, D.C. Hello? Hello, Inspector Wells speaking.
Hello, Specky. This is Mrs. Lillian Gahagan Crumdyke speaking. You know, the lady in black.
Why did you call me up, you naughty girl? Have you bumped off another husband?
I didn't have anything to do with it. I went to the library just now, and he was slumped over the radio with the Fred Allen program going full blast.
Or was your husband dead?
He must have been. He didn't turn it off. So long, Specky.
Hold everything, Mrs. Crumdyke. I'll be right over. Sergeant Harris, Sergeant Day.
Yes, Inspector.
Come on, boys. We're going over to investigate a murder. And I have a hunch this crime was committed by...
By who?
I can't make this out. There's mayonnaise on it. Let's go, fellows!
Calling all cars. Teddy Lamar locked in her closet. Take it easy, boys. That is all.
This is the house right here. Harris, Day, break down that door.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring?
No, we didn't. We're the police. Who are you?
I'm Wobble Tummy, the butler.
The butler, eh? Now tell me, what do you know about this crime?
I don't know anything, sir. When the murder took place, I was down at the grocery store buying a package of toasted brown sweets and grape nuts flakes.
Grape nuts flakes, eh? Make a note of that, Harris.
Yes, sir.
Now come clean, you. You're talking to the law. What do you know about grape nuts flakes?
I know they're America's fastest-growing flake cereal, and they're famous for their malty-rich flavor, and the grape nuts flakes come in a 12-ounce economy-size package.
Harris, this man is concealing something. Keep an eye on him.
Gotcha.
Now I think I'll grill Mrs. Crumdyke. I have a hunch she killed her husband. You know that saying, cherchez la femme, don't you?
No, I don't.
Well, you ought to learn it. It's all the rage now.
Well, the blue coats are here. Hi, it's Becky.
Hello, Mrs. Crumdyke. Where's the body?
Right here, and I'm wearing a new dress.
I mean your husband's body.
Oh, that old thing.
It's a strange coincidence, Mrs. Crumdyke, but all of your husbands have met untimely deaths. Take your first husband, the big game hunter.
What about him?
You went on a hunting trip to Canada with him, and he's the first thing you shot.
Well, he looked like a moose.
That's no excuse. Now, I want a confession, Mrs. Crumdyke, and I want it now. Start talking.
Well...
It's no use. You murdered your husband, and you might as well admit it.
Well, here we go again.
Lies! Lies! Nothing but lies. You hated your husband, and you couldn't stand him any longer. Now tell me, how did you kill him?
Well...
I don't believe it. I'm arresting you, Mrs. Crumdyke. Arresting you for the murder of your husband. Tell me, what's his first name?
Well...
Otto J. Crumdyke. Slap the bracelets on her, Harris, and let's go.
Oh, Inspector, Mrs. Crumdyke is innocent.
Innocent?
Yes, someone just threw a note in the window and it solves the whole case.
Give me that note. Where is it?
I ate it. It was covered with mayonnaise.
Come on, Harris. Let's get over to Hetty Lamar's house. She may still be trapped.
When you sit down to a big, tempting bowl full of appetizing, malty-rich grape nuts flakes, aren't you pleased with yourself? Well, you should be, because it's smart to go for a breakfast dish like that. One chuck full of swell flavor, plus wonderful all-around nourishment. And you're in good company, too, for your neighbors all over the country are also calling for grape nuts flakes. The farmer, the salesman, the welder, the kind of folks who get things done. They start with a nourishing breakfast, and Grape Nuts Flakes are just that. For Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, crammed full of whole grain food values, including iron, niacin, and vitamin B1 for appetite, nerves, and tip-top energy. Vigor, vitality, vitamins. That's V-eating for you with delicious, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes.
Until next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, This is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. Mary, I want to compliment you on your performance tonight in the role of Mrs. Crumdyke.
I was pretty crummy, huh?
Well...
Good night, folks. Good night, doll.
This program was written by Radcliffe Morrow and Gilroy Boulogne with mayonnaise by Orson Welles. The Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Orson Welles, who's pinch hitting for Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Friends, you've all heard that line about stretching a point, haven't you? Well, here's where I turn out to be the best little stretcher bearer of a precious ration point you ever heard about. All you have to do to save a ration stamp at breakfast is to make it Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. For Grape Nuts Flakes are non-rationed, nourishing, whole-grain cereal. But that's only half the story. You'll also find Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole box full of particularly tempting, toasty brown goodness. It's your old friend, that sweet-as-a-nut Grape Nuts flavor, turned out in extra crisp, extra appetizing flake form. In a word, Grape Nuts Flakes are a breakfast treat your whole family's going to enjoy right down to the last crisp spoonful. And when you buy this swell and ration stampless breakfast cereal, be sure you ask for the big 12-ounce economy size package of Grape Nuts Flakes. Was Night Train to Memphis, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we take you to the little drugstore near the NBC building here in Hollywood, where our whole gang always gathers for a bite to eat before the show. The time, exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
All right, Cliff. Yes, Gilroy. How's that three-decker sandwich coming along? Fine. I'm just putting the poop deck on it. Here you are. Radcliffe, that's a beauty. Well, here comes Don Wilson, and Phil Harris is with him. That old-time glamour boy. If he pulls any of his Lulus today, I'll smack him right in the kisser with his lemon pie. Radcliffe, put that down. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Hiya, Phil.
Oh, hello, boys.
What'll it be, Twitch?
Well, I ain't hungry, but give me a donut. I want to practice blowing smoke rings through the hole. Ha, ha, ha. Ain't that a Lulu?
You asked for it, brother.
Radcliffe. Bullseye. Wait a minute. Oh, now who threw this? Who hit me with that pie?
Now, calm down, Phil. Here's my handkerchief. Wipe your face.
As soon as I get this stuff out of my eyes, I'm going to murder somebody.
Duck, Radcliffe. He's plenty mad. Here I go, under the counter. Whoop, bumped my head. That's what's wrong with him. He's always bumping his head.
I wonder what happened to Mary. She promised she'd meet us here.
If you're looking for Miss Livingston, she's over there in the phone booth. She got a call a few minutes ago from old man Benny in Phoenix, and she asked me to tell you to be sure and wait for her.
Yes? Yes? Well, how do you feel, Jack? Well, what do you mean you still have your cold, but you've got your strength back? Oh, now you can blow a hole right through the Kleenex. Say, Jack, when will you be back on the show? Next Sunday? Well, you don't have to hurry. Orson Welles has been very funny on the program. I said Orson has been very funny. Oh, Jack, for heaven's sake, stop crying. Of course we'll be glad to see you again. Goodbye. What's that? No, Jack, I won't. I don't care. I won't do it. I will not send your old sailor suit so you can get a cut rate on the train. Goodbye. Oh, hello, Don. Phil.
Hello, Mary.
Hiya, Mary.
Phil, I'm ashamed of you. What's the idea of giving yourself a shampoo here at the counter?
That ain't no shampoo. It's lemon pie. I just walked in and pulled a gag, and that Radcliffe let me have it.
Let you have it?
Yeah, and I only said, I ain't hungry, but give me a donut. I want to practice blowing smoke rings through the hole. I love it, love it, love it. Radcliffe! Now cut that out!
Here's my handkerchief again, Phil. Oh, by the way, Mary, what did Jack have to say?
Oh, he feels fine now. He'll be back on the program next week.
Well, I'll be glad to see the old boy, but I'm sure going to miss Orson. You know, him and me was getting to be cultural buddies.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Phil? Cultural buddies?
Well, one night we go to an opera, and he explains The Barber of Seville to me. And then the next night we go to a burlesque show, and I wise him up on Betty rolling that ball of fire.
What?
Well, we got sort of a lend-lease on brains agreement, kind of.
Oh, comb the pie out of your hair. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
You know what, Dennis? Jack will be back on the show next week.
Jack who?
Jack and the Beanstalk.
Who?
Jack and the Beanstalk.
That'll be a novelty, if nothing else.
Oh, quiet.
Well, look who's coming in. It's Miss Harrington, Orson's secretary.
Oh, hello, Miss Harrington.
Hello, Mr. Wilson. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hiya, Muscles.
Oh, young man, will you please take an order?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wells will be here shortly for a malted milk with an egg in it. And the egg must be absolutely fresh.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, Radcliffe.
Yes, Gilroy.
One fresh egg.
One fresh egg coming up. Get busy, Gwendolyn. Give out.
Well, that is service. My, what a beautiful egg. Attention, everybody. Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good afternoon. This is Orson Welles. Well, Mary, what do you hear from Jack? Have you talked to him lately?
Yeah, I just had him on the phone. Jack's feeling fine now and says he's back on the show next week.
Well.
Looks like you'll have to hit the road, Bub.
Dennis. Naturally, now that Jack feels better, he should resume his rightful position. As for myself, I shall fold my tent like an Arab and silently steal away.
When you put it that way, Orson, I could sob.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Oh, Miss Harrington, did you order me a malted milk with an egg in it?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
And are you sure the egg was absolutely fresh?
Yes. I was here for the unveiling.
Excellent.
Oh, Orson, I'm afraid you won't have time for that malted milk. We're due on the air in just a couple of minutes.
Very well, then I shall have it delivered to me, old boy.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
I want this malted milk delivered to Studio B as soon as possible.
We'll bring it right over, Mr. Wells.
Hey, wait a minute, Gil. We ain't no carrier pigeons.
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
That's not an egg, Gwendolyn. That's his head. That's his head. Gwendolyn, control yourself.
Hurry up, Orson. We'll be late for the show.
Follow me, everybody. Last one in the studio is an old tomato. was taking a chance on love, as who doesn't? Phil Harris was standing in front of the orchestra, and, Phil, that's the last time I'll be announcing your band number. Just think, after tonight's broadcast, I shall fold my tent like an Arab and silently steal away.
Don't say that, Orson. Look, tears is tinkling down my cheek.
That's trickling, Phil. Your eyes are absolutely dry.
Well, you gotta admit they're bloodshot.
That's another story. Seriously, I'm going to miss all of you, and if I ever get my own program, I'd like this gang to sign up with me.
Well, you mean you'd like to have us work for you?
Yes, of course, I don't know if I could meet the salaries that Jack's been paying you.
They're really lousy. Why do you want to meet them?
Very good, Mary. Incidentally, before I forget it, I'd like to have all of your phone numbers.
Okay, here's mine.
Here's mine, Wellesley.
Here's my number, too.
Thanks, fellows. How about yours, Mary?
I don't know. If I give you my phone number, you're liable to call me up and ask me for a date.
Oh, no, Mary. If I call, I assure you it'll be strictly business.
Then you can't have it.
Girls are certainly aggressive nowadays.
You're telling me I went up to Alice Faye at a preview one night and asked her for her autograph, and the next thing I know, I'm married to her.
Astounding.
Women are sure hard to figure out, eh, Wellesley?
Yes, Phil, but it's delightful research. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this evening for our feature attraction, OWP will present...
OWP? What's that?
Orson Welles Productions, Mary. I was trying to be modest.
Some try.
Dennis.
Whoops, he bumped my head.
Next time it'll be harder. As I was saying, for our feature attraction this evening... Go away, Dennis. Orson Welles Productions will present a dramatic thunderbolt which we trust will thrill and delight you.
Well, I hope it's something Shakespearean, like the Taming of the Stew.
The Shrew. No, Phil, it isn't the Taming of the Shrew.
Well, is it Hamlet?
No, it isn't, Mary.
Is it The Merchant of Venice?
No, Don, as a matter of fact, it isn't Shakespearean at all. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our own version of Little Red Riding Hood. Isn't that delightful?
Little Red Riding Hood. Ain't that kind of juvenile for you and me, Orson?
Perhaps, Phil, but I think the kiddies who are listening in are deserving of a playlet, especially for them. Now I will play the part of Old Man Hood, an elderly farmer who lives at the edge of a forest. Mary will be my daughter, Red, and Dennis will be my son, Robin. Robin Hood. Are you giggling, kiddies?
If they are, they got feathers in their rompers.
Now, let's see. Don and Phil. Oh, yes. Don will be a tree in the woods, which only God can make, and Phil Harris will be a woodchopper. Phil Harris will be a woodchopper who cuts Wilson down.
I'll take it easy, Phil. You know how ticklish I am.
No kidding, Don. Are you really?
Oh, didn't you know that, Mr. Harris? Watch this.
Stop it, Dennis. He'll get hysterical.
No, I like it.
Don, we haven't time. Now, there's one other part in the play, that of the old lady who's to be my wife.
Well, maybe I can play a double part, too. How's this, Orson?
Very good, Mariah. The part is yours, by cracky.
Oh, murder. If Lum and Abner are listening in, this does not constitute an endorsement of Rube humor.
We'll do all right. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, my goodness. I forgot the most important part of all, the wolf. I know. I will be the wolf.
In that case, here's my phone number, babyface.
Thanks, Mary.
This play is really crazy. Mary is her mother and her daughter. Orson is her father and a wolf. And Wilson is a tree that giggles. I worry about things like that.
Now... Dennis, there's no need for you to tax your mind. What are you going to sing tonight?
A song.
A song. That's fine. And what's the name?
Dennis Day.
The name of the song!
I'm going to sing As Time Goes By, and I dedicate it to a little girl who stole my wristwatch.
Well, there's a short story. Go ahead, Dennis. Make it a Lulu. Second, I'll take it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Wells, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I called up to tell you that I'm leaving your employ after 4 weeks of sheer bliss.
Yes, I understand that Mr. Benny is coming back, but Rochester, isn't there any way you can stay and be my butler?
I don't think so. I got a contract with Mr. Benny that takes me up to and within the pearly gates.
Well, there must be some loophole in the contract. Has your lawyer read it?
Yeah, he just shook his head and said Lincoln wouldn't like this.
Well, I'm sorry you're leaving, Rochester. You've been a splendid butler and very trustworthy. You know, when you came to work for me, there was a brand new bottle of bourbon in my liquor cabinet, and the cork hasn't been out of that bottle.
That's the toughest cork I ever broke a tooth on.
Well, in spite of that, Rochester, I'm certainly sorry that you're leaving me. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Wells.
What is it, Rochester?
Just think, tonight I shall fold my tent like an Arab and silently steal away.
That's my material. Yes, I know.
I'm tired of that tent. I'm going to get myself a room. So long, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye, Rochester.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, before Dennis sings his song, I have a message of importance for all of you. Tomorrow, your B ration stamps, that is, the red ones, may be used for purchasing meats, cheese, or fats. This is your second set of red stamps, the B stamps, in Ration Book 2. You have a whole row of them to use this week in 8, 5, 2, and 1-point values, totaling 16 points in all for each person. Spend your ration stamps wisely and supplement them as much as you can with the plentiful, nourishing, unrationed foods.
That was very good, Don. Just hear what I could have done with it. Go ahead and sing, Dennis.
This day and age we're living in gives cause for apprehension, with speed and new invention and things like third dimension. Yet we get a trifle weary with Mr. Einstein's theory, so we must get down to earth, at times relax, relieve the tension. No matter what the progress or what may yet be proved, the simple facts of life are such they cannot be removed. You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. Our fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date. Hearts full of passion, jealousy, and hate. Woman needs man, and man must have his mate. That no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time goes
That was As Time Goes By, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that really was very, very good.
Thanks, Mr. Wells. It's decent of you to admit it.
What's so decent about that? You have a marvelous voice. There's no getting away from it.
Well, if it's so marvelous, why do you want to get away from it?
I don't want to get away from it. I paid you a compliment, you little brat.
Oh.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, on second thought, Dennis, here's your phone number back. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction, Little Red Riding Hood.
Say, Orson, I just thought of something. Who's going to be the grandmother? You know, that old dame that gets ate up by the wolf.
Phil, you're giving away the plot.
Darn it, I had to open my big mouth.
However, Phil, I can't tell you who plays the part of Red Riding Hood's grandmother. That's our big surprise. So here we go with Little Red Riding Hood. The play opens in the farmhouse of old Mr. and Mrs. Riding Hood. It is a cold Christmas Eve long, long ago. And outside, the wintry wind is howling. But inside the farmhouse, the fireplace is burning brightly. And we find the elderly couple busy decorating their Christmas tree. Curtains, music. Well, Ma, that Christmas tree sure is a beauty.
Yeah, it sure is pretty there, all lit up.
Where's my jug? I'm getting lit up myself tonight. Ain't that a Lulu? Ma, that pie was for supper.
Well, it's up to your face. Start eating.
Come in.
Hello, Pa. Hello, Ma.
Hello, son.
Are you through with your chores, son?
Yep.
Did you milk the cow?
Sure did. I creamed her, too.
Well, here's your sister. Hello, Red.
Hello, Pa. Hello, Ma. Hello, Annie.
Annie?
That's the cat.
Oh. Say, we were worried about you, Red, out there alone with all those wolves.
Yeah, did any of them come close to you?
How do you think I got this fur coat?
Mighty pretty. That must be Grandma calling. I wonder how her cold is coming along.
I wonder who...
Then I'm coming. Hello, Grandma. How you feeling?
I feel terrible, son. How are you?
Your cold seems to be getting worse. Say, Grandma, have you been drinking your cough medicine?
Yes, and I'm loaded.
Now, Grandma, behave yourself. I want you to get in bed right away.
Okay, I'll jump in the next time it comes around.
You'd better. Now, I'll send Red over with some hot soup for you.
Good. Have her bring some cigars, too.
All right. Goodbye, Grandma.
Goodbye, son.
Now, Red, take this hot soup over to your grandma's and be careful going through the woods, Red.
Okay. So long, Pa. So long, Ma. Goodbye, Annie, Joe, and Pete.
Joe and Pete?
Annie just had kittens.
And right in my hat.
Watch out for the wolves, Red.
Okay. So long, everybody. Oh, boy, what a night. Listen to that wind howl. And listen to that snowfall. Gee, it's fun walking through the snow. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Gosh, it's dark. Who's that I see lurking in yon bush?
It's me, kiddies. I'm a wolf now. Oh! Hello, little girl.
Hello, are you a wolf?
Here's my button, Hollywood Lodge number 23. Where are you going, my little chickadee?
I'm going to my grandma's with this basket. It's got soup and crackers in it.
Attention, kiddies. Little Red Riding Hood's basket also contains a package of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nut flakes.
Well, a talking tree.
Grape nut flakes are a breakfast treat your whole family's going to enjoy. So remember, children, when you're taking a basket of food to your grandmother's house, include a big 12-ounce economy-sized package of America's fastest-growing flake cereal. What are you howling for, Orson?
I just sat on my wolf pen. Now to get back to Little Red Riding Hood. Hey, Red, where are you?
She ran away. Ha, ha.
Curses! Foiled again. Snarl, snarl. I know what I'll do. I'll beat Little Red Riding Hood back to her grandmother's house. And when I get there, I'll eat her up. Are you shivering, shavers? This must be the place. And now to get in.
Who's there?
It's Little Red Riding Hood.
Gosh, you've got a cold, too. Come in.
Hello, Grandma.
You're not Little Red Riding Hood. You're a wolf.
Yes, I'm a wolf, and I'm going to eat you up. Yum, yum, yum.
Help!
Now hold still. It'll be over in a minute.
Shall I take my boots off?
No, I like boots and all. Here you go. I just ate Grandma Kitty's. Darn those shoes. That must be Little Red Riding Hood now. I know what I'll do. I'll put on this nightcap and get under the covers. That'll fool her. I'll talk just like Grandma. Come in, Red.
Hello, Grandma. I brought you a basket of food.
Goody, goody. Come over here by the bed, my dear.
Oh, Grandma, what big eyes you have.
All the better to see you with, my dear.
And oh, Grandma, what long ears you have.
All the better to keep my derby from blowing off, my dear.
And oh, Grandma, what sharp teeth you have.
All the better to eat you with, my dear.
You're a wolf. Where's my Grandma?
I swallowed her, and you're next.
Help! Help! Oh, Woodchopper! Woodchopper!
I'm coming, baby. Curses! Boiled again.
Quick! Shoot the wolf! Shoot him! Shoot him!
Shoot him nothing. I'm going to take my axe and chop him right in two.
Don't do that. I'm in here.
Thanks, Grandma. You saved my life. Play, Phil. Patriotism on the food front begins with breakfast and never skips a single meal. So why not do as our government urges? Why not start every day with the whole grain cereals that are plentiful, nutritious, and ration stampless? Now for a rousing and right kind of breakfast, just try heaping bowls of crisp, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, the kind that bring you the wonderful nutritive magic of natural whole wheat. And every appetizing dish of Grape Nuts Flakes and milk supplies many of the food essentials of scarce foods, including meat. Essentials such as proteins, iron, phosphorus, calcium, plus those two important B vitamins, niacin and B1. So you'll have fewer problems getting the proper food values into the rest of the day's ration menus if you serve Grape Nuts Flakes, not only at breakfast, but as a dish for light lunches, suppers, or bedtime snacks. Eat plenty of whole grain cereals, friends. Remember, they can help to make up for many of today's food scarcities. And delicious, thrifty Grape Nuts Flakes is one of your very best bets. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. It's really been a pleasure pinch hitting for Jack Benny. I'm sure you'll all be glad to welcome back Jack at the same time next Sunday night. Good night, folks.
Good night, Doll.
This program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloy.
Flakes program with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And back with us after an absence of 5 weeks, Jack Benny.
Of course, we've all heard how it takes two to make a bargain. Well, truer words were never said when it comes to modern shopping. because it takes two kinds of currency, cash and ration stamps, to buy many of today's foods. So here's a thought to put in your pocketbook on your shopping expedition next time. Nearly all foods, let's face it, have gone up in price. Gone up anywhere from 2% to 75%. But there's at least one big exception to this general wartime rule. Grape Nuts Flakes is America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal, and because you folks have been switching to that big 12-ounce economy-size package, you're paying, on the average, less for your Grape Nuts Flakes today than you did in 1939. So with the price of many foods where it is today, it's great to know you're doing both your family and your budget a favor when you serve more crisp, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. For they're a real flavor treat. They provide important whole grain nourishment, and they bring you real savings. So plan to buy several packages at a time in the big 12-ounce economy size of unrationed Grape Nuts Flakes. I Don't Want Anybody, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where Jack is convalescing from his recent illness. The time, shortly before noon today. The place, Jack's bedroom. Take it away, Beverly Hills.
Let's see, I got 2 teaspoons of cherry syrup in it. A couple of drops of menthol. I think it needs another dash of gin. There, that's enough. Mm-hmm. This kind of medicine makes a cold a pleasure. Oh, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny, wake up.
What is it, Rochester?
What do you want, Rochester? It's time for your cough medicine. I think you'll like it better now. I put more gin in it.
More gin? You mean to say this cough medicine I've been drinking has gin in it?
You couldn't have that silly grin on your face from just plain
What?
You may not believe this, but you've been snoring Sweet Adeline.
Well, I might have known you to make my cough medicine wrong. Believe me, from now on, I'll have my prescriptions filled at the drugstore.
Okay, boss, but you'll find very few pharmacists with the imagination I got.
I don't want imagination. I want my medicine right. Now, put my electric heating pad under the covers. My feet are getting chilly.
Electric heating pad? That's the toaster with a towel wrapped around it.
I don't care. Plug it in.
Yes, sir.
Answer the phone.
Hello? Mr. Benny's residence. Boudoir extension. Who? Oh, hello, sugar. How are you? Well, I don't know, honey. I'll have to find out. Oh, Mr. Benny, can I have tonight off? I want to go down to Central Avenue to see my girl.
No, absolutely not.
Looks like you'll have to come out here, honey. Oh.
Rochester, you know I'm not feeling well. Why can't you see your girlfriend tomorrow night?
Tomorrow's Monday. I got a date with my Monday girl.
Your Monday girl?
Maybe I could switch my Tuesday girl to Wednesday and make Saturday a doubleheader.
Well, if it's that involved, you don't have a... Whoop! Whoop! Pull out!
Pull out what?
Pull the plug! Pull the plug!
What's the matter, boss?
Pull the plug. My toes are caught in the toaster. Quick, pull it out.
There you are, Mr. Benny.
Ooh, my foot burns. Wow, pour some ice water on it, Rochester.
Hold still, boss.
There, that's better. Oh, hello, Mary.
What's the matter, Jack? Somebody give you a hot foot?
No, I got my toes caught in the toaster.
Your toes caught in the what?
In the toaster. Could happen to anyone.
Oh, sure. Everybody's making toast in bed nowadays. It's all the rage.
Was using it for a heating pad. Oh, but Rochester, what are you doing with that bottle of cough medicine?
I was holding it up to the light and some of it ran down my throat.
Well, why were you holding it up to the light?
I told you some of it ran down my throat.
Put that bottle down.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel, Jack? You think you'll be able to make the show today?
I've got to. I can't disappoint my public. Just think, Mary, people have been deprived of hearing my voice for 5 long weeks.
You'd be surprised how fast they went.
Well, I'll admit that Orson Welles did a pretty good job.
Pretty good. He's one of the most polished performers I've ever worked with.
He is, eh?
He has the most beautiful speaking voice I've ever heard.
No, he has, eh?
Gosh, when he says, "Good evening, this is Orson Welles," I get goose pimples all over.
I don't care if you break out in billiard balls. He's so better than I am. Goose pimples. Anyway, let me tell you something about the guy that gives you such a thrill. I was sick in bed 5 weeks. He didn't even send me a basket of fruit. I finally had to wire him. I mean, the least he could have done, you'd think, would be
Well,
to...
look who's here. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Mary.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Boy, you have been sick.
Well, I imagine I am a little pale.
A little pale? You look like you went to the blood bank and forgot to say when.
No, I'm not that bad. She was at the front door, Rochester.
Oh, it can't be my girl yet. She just called.
It might be for me. My house, remember? Now answer the door.
Okay.
Say, Jackson, I got a surprise for you. Alice Faye, now appearing in Hello Frisco, Hello, made a dozen donuts for you with her own little hands.
A dozen donuts? Where are they?
Out in the car. I'll get Rochester to help me carry them in.
They're that heavy, Phil. Leave them in the car.
No, I got to get them out of there. My tires keep going down. That Harris is really bumping his gums.
Phil, I'm only guessing, but I'll bet my temperature just went up 2 points.
Well, Jack, if you have a fever, you ought to stay home and let Orson handle the show today.
What's a little fever? I've had it for 5 weeks now. 1 minute I'm hot, the next minute I'm cold. Then I'm hot, then I'm cold.
You sound like a shower bath at a cheap hotel.
I don't care what I sound like. Orson Welles is not going to do my program today.
Gosh, I'm sure going to miss Wellesley. Without him, the show won't have no refinement, no culture, no class.
And it won't have no Harris if you don't shut up. Anyway, what's all this raving about Orson Welles? Gosh, when I was in 3rd grade in Waukegan, I was a genius, too. I did something no other pupil ever did before.
What'd you do?
He joined the Navy.
All right, my record still stands.
Say, boss, the doctor's here. Do you want to see him?
No, Rochester, no. I've been lying here in bed all week because I can't find my pants.
You're pressing them under your mattress.
Well, show the doctor in.
Okay, here he is.
Oh, how do you do, Doctor?
Well, and how's my little patient? Shall we take that nasty cast off your leg today?
I got a cold in my chest, Doctor, not a broken leg.
Oh, pardon me. I was thinking of Claudette Colbert's Cocker Spaniel. He's coming along fine.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Now, Doc, would you mind examining me? I got to go down to NBC and do a broadcast today.
Why? Is Orson Welles sick?
No, look, I'm getting better. Now, please examine me.
All right. I'll take a look at your chest first. Now, roll up your nightshirt.
Okay, here it goes. There you are. How do I look, Doc?
My, you're kind of caved in there.
Yeah.
Get a load of his chest. That's the only skin hammock I ever saw.
Oh, don't be so funny. Hey, Doc. Hey, watch your cigarette, Doc. That's my mouth, not an ashtray.
Pardon me. Now, let's see. I think I'll tap your chair.
Well, go ahead, tap me.
Now, hold still. Ooh, my, there seems to be a piece of metal in there.
That's a bullet I got years ago when I was hunting moose in Saskatchewan.
It's a bullet you got from a Spanish dancer in El Paso.
Ah, Rosita. She finally ran away with a bullfighter. I wonder where she is now.
I wonder where the bullfighter is. I could use some meat.
Oh, Rosita. Well, can I do my show today, Doctor?
Yes, you'll be fine. Well, I must run along now. W.C. Fields St. Bernard is out of brandy. Goodbye.
Say, Jackson, I wonder if that doctor's any good.
Oh, he must be. He delivered Whirlaway. Yeah, I hope Don and Dennis get here pretty soon. Then we can have our rehearsal and get started for the studio.
Hey, Jackson, what's the idea of rehearsing here in your bedroom anyway?
Well, I'm saving all my strength for my public. After all, I've been pretty... Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss!
Why are you pouring my cough medicine in those cocktail glasses?
I thought it might liven up the party!
This isn't a party. Now, you put that medicine back in the bottle. Never thought of the guy. He always has to be the host around here. Gee, Don and Dennis should be here by now. It's almost 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock already? How about some lunch, Jackson?
Okay. But remember, Phil, we have rationing now, so I can't dish out food like I used to.
Like you used to?
Yes.
You got so many meals out of a leg of lamb one time, it got mad and kicked you.
Well, that settles it. There'll be no lunch served. Rochester, the lobster salad, hot rolls, and apple pie a la mode are out.
There's a dream meal that can go back to the clouds.
Whatever we have, don't serve it.
Say, Jackson, I was just wondering, have you still got that crazy boarder of yours?
If you're referring to Mr. Billingsley, Phil, he's not crazy.
He's not crazy. You know how he made orange juice this morning? He ran the oranges through the ringer.
Through the ringer?
Then he hung them out to dry.
He just likes to try out new things, that's all. As a matter of fact, he...
Uh-oh. Speak of the devil, here he is.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Still flat on your mattress, I see.
Yes, we were just talking about you, Mr. Billingsley. Your ears must be burning.
Well, I'll have to call the fire department. I've got a new hat on.
Oh, you haven't changed a bit. By the way, Mr. Billingsley, we're going to rehearse our radio program in a few minutes. Would you like to stay and hear it?
Oh, I'd love to. I'll just hide under the bed here in case your husband comes home. Here I go. Whoop, up my head. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
You dog, you.
Good old Billingsley. That must be Don and Dennis. Come in.
Oh, hello, Jack. Sorry we're a little late.
How do you feel, Mr. Benny?
Oh, hello, fellas. I feel pretty good, Dennis, and I'm anxious to get back on the program. You know, I have a hunch we're going to have a pretty good show today.
Without Orson Welles?
Yes.
Gosh, the Orson Welles program without Orson Welles. I worry about things like that.
The Jack Benny program. Get it straight, you little traitor. What's the matter with this gang?
Oh, Jack, don't be so touchy. You always imagine that people are running you down.
I imagine.
Yes, you jump at conclusions. If somebody happens to say you're a heel, you always take it the wrong way.
Well, how else can I take it? A heel is a heel.
You said it.
There you are. I imagine things, eh? Well, let's get started with the rehearsal. Rochester, pass the scripts around.
Yes, sir. Everybody gets a script and a glass of cough medicine.
There'll be no cough medicine.
I read this script, boss. A little nectar won't hurt it.
Rochester, whenever I need you in the capacity of a dramatic critic, I'll let you know. Now, let's get started, fellas. Now, Don introduces me in the show, and then I come on, and I say... Who can that be? Come in.
Hey, it's Miss Harrington, Mr. Wells' secretary. Hello, Miss Harrington.
Hello, Dennis. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Slugger.
My, what an odd bed sheet. It has blue eyes.
This is me. This is me. I'm pale.
You certainly are. I have news for you, Mr. Benny. Mr. Wells is about to pay you a visit.
Orson? Orson coming here to visit me?
Yes, he'll be here shortly. Rochester, I want this room tidied up at once.
Yes, Miss Harrington?
I want a chair placed beside the bed.
Yes, Miss Harrington.
And put an X on Mr. Benny's forehead so Mr. Wells can spot him immediately.
Now, look, I'm not that pale. Now, Miss Harrington, would you mind sitting over there in the corner? We were just starting to rehearse our program.
Rehearse without the master? Mr. Wells won't like it.
Nuts to Mr. Wells.
I know just how you feel, Daddy. Well, I'll be darned. She's human.
Attention, everybody. Mr. Wells is about to make his entrance.
Mr. Wells. Come in.
Orson Welles.
Well, Wellsy.
Gee, you'd think he was Frank Remley or something, the way they're jumping around here. Heaven's sake.
Well, Mary, it's nice to see you. How's Jack feeling today?
I feel well enough to do my broadcast, brother.
Wasn't that Jack's voice? Jack, where are you?
Right here. They forgot to mark me. Look, can't you see my big blue eyes?
Oh, yes, they're gorgeous.
Thank you.
But you're so pale, Jack.
Well, you see, Orson, it's been so cloudy lately, I haven't been able to get any sun. I sit out in my backyard every day, but nothing happened.
I'll fix that. Miss Harrington, take a note.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Get in touch with the Weather Bureau. The sun must shine tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
See what I mean, Daddy?
Hey, maybe he can do it.
Oh, by the way, Jack, I noticed a lot of orange peels hanging on your clothesline. Is that to ward off evil spirits?
No, Mr. Billingsley, my boarder, was making some juice. Now, if you'll excuse us for a few minutes, Orson, we'll go ahead with our rehearsal.
Oh, I certainly don't mind if I stay and watch, do you?
No, not at all. Now, as I was saying, fellas, Don introduces me, then I come on.
Pardon me, there doesn't seem to be a chair here.
What? No chair? Mr. Wells doesn't have a chair.
Oh, my goodness. Here, Orson, take mine.
No, Orson, take my chair.
Take mine. It's got a pretty cushion on it.
Take my chair, Orson. It's peachy.
Here, take the bed. I'll go out and hang on the clothesline. For heaven's sake. Now, let's get going with this rehearsal, whether Mr. Wells is standing, sitting, or floating around the room. Now, the first thing to do is, Orson, come down here. He knows more magic. Now, the first thing to do is run over the dialogue.
Run over the dialogue? Oh, no, that'll never do. No.
What do you mean, no?
Comedy, Jack, should never be rehearsed. Repetition destroys its sparkle and spontaneity.
But
the
Orson,
important elements of a variety program are the songs and music.
Look,
now,
Orson-
Dennis, I want you to run over your song so we can get an idea of its length.
Now, wait a minute, Orson. This rehearsal is my business. You're not even going to be on the show.
I know, but I shall be listening. It's about time we listeners had something to say. Sing, Dennis.
Yeah, sing. I see what you mean, sister.
I'll drain the ocean dry. We mustn't say goodbye. I promise you that when the postman rings, my heart will be inside the envelope he brings. Oh, don't you know the memories we gathered can never, never die? We mustn't say goodbye. Oh, give me something to remember you by. When I am far away from you, dear, some little something meaning love cannot die. When I am far away from you, don't you know the memories we gathered can never, never die? We mustn't say, we'll never say
How was that, Mr. Wells? Do you think it'll do for the program?
Well, Dennis, I think Mr. Benny should answer that question. After all, he's running a show this week.
Darn right I am. Your song was swell, Dennis, but it's a little long. I want you to cut half a minute out of
Cut? Half a minute cut of that beautiful ballad would ruin it.
it. Might at that. Tell you what, Dennis, I want you to add a half a minute
Add?
to it.
You want him to add half a minute and destroy its musical climax?
I never thought of that. I didn't. Leave it alone, Dennis.
Leave it alone. You want him to leave it alone and...
Now, wait a minute, Orson. Orson? Took him 10 years to build up the name Orson Welles. I made it Oris in 1 second. Look at Orson. What the heck do you want?
I wish I knew.
So do I. Look, Orson, it's getting
You
late.
know,
You mind?
you know.
Look, Orson, I'm sorry I killed your gag there. Or I'm glad. I don't know which. Orson, it's getting late. Do you mind if we get on with the rehearsal?
Of course not. I'll just glance through this manuscript here on the table. Is it a screenplay?
No, that's my autobiography, Orson. I've been working on the story of my life since I've been sick.
Intriguing title. Jack Benny, From Rags to Radio.
Yes, I was going to call it The Loves of Jack Benny, but I haven't done so well.
My. This is a thrilling opening. I, Jack Benny, was born on a farm near Waukegan, Illinois, many years ago.
It is thrilling, isn't it?
A great day of great rejoicing on the farm. Chickens were cackling, cows were mooing, hogs were grunting and Father was cockeyed.
What a celebration.
Young Jack Benny, from his very
Oh,
early
pardon me
days...
for interrupting, Orson, but we've got to get finished with our rehearsal.
No. This is interesting. Go ahead, Orson. Go ahead.
But, Jack, now, I've got to rehearse the sponsor's message yet.
You got to yet? Oh, yes, the sponsor's message. Well, Don, as long as I haven't been on the show for 5 weeks, I thought we'd concentrate on me.
Now, just a minute, Jack. You can't seriously believe that we listeners tune in to the Grape Nuts Flakes program every week just to hear about you.
But Orson...
Of course not. We want to know how those toasty brown sweet as the nut little flakes are getting along.
But Oswald...
We want to know... we want to know if they still... Now, you know I can't louse up the sponsors.
No.
I got it for now. We want to know if they still have that malty rich flavor. And if
For the sponsors?
Yeah. We want to know if they still have that malty rich flavor and if they're still America's fastest growing flake cereal.
But Orson, look, I think that people want to know... Darn that nightshirt. But Orson, after Don delivers his message, can't I talk about myself? Can't I tell people my cold is better?
Jack, I wouldn't take any bows on that cold till you're strong enough to have a beautiful nurse.
Oh, well, I'll tell them anyway. Huh?
Well, and how's my little patient? Shall we take that nasty cast off your leg today?
Doc, I'm not a cocker spaniel. Look, but as long as you're here, you can give me an aspirin. All this excitement is giving me a little headache.
An aspirin? Here you are.
Thank you.
That'll be 5 cents, please.
Look, put it on my bill. Now, if I can just swallow the thing.
Would you like to grease the track with a little cough medicine, Mr. Benny?
I don't need any chaser. See, it's down.
Say, that was a pretty big pill. It didn't look like an aspirin to me.
Me neither.
You neither? You're the doctor.
Well, you don't have to get so huffy about it. I just happened to give you a sleeping pill by mistake.
What?
You're lucky. It might have been a dog biscuit.
A sleeping pill?
He gave me a sleeping pill. Gosh, I can't go to sleep.
I got a show to do today. Remember, Don, you introduced me, and I'll come on and I'll say...
Well, Orson, looks like you'll have to do the show today.
I'll be glad to, Mary.
Now, come on, everybody. Let him sleep.
Those pills are wonderful. I'm headed for Central Avenue. I came back for the cough medicine, folks.
If you're a wartime homemaker, then you're a member of the WINS, W-I-N-S, Women in National Service. And one of your big jobs is keeping the family well fed in spite of wartime food restrictions. Well, your job will be a lot easier if you serve more unrationed whole grain cereals more often. Cereals such as delicious toasty brown grape nuts flakes. Well, our government's nutrition program urges that everybody get the important nourishment of the whole grain cereals every day. And in each luscious bowl full of malty-rich grape nuts flakes and milk, you do get that important whole grain nourishment that includes many of the same essentials found in foods that are scarce. And friends, to enjoy the swell-tasting goodness and the whole grain nourishment of grape nuts flakes, you don't have to give up a single precious ration stamp. So ask for plentiful, nutritious grape nuts flakes in the big 50 12-ounce package tomorrow.
Thanks, Orson. Good night, folks.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Somebody says what America needs is more smiles for breakfast. So here's your old friend Doc Wilson right on the job with news of how to achieve more breakfast smiles. Perfectly simple. Just serve more tempting, satisfying breakfasts. Breakfasts that feature Grape Nuts Flakes. Now, perhaps the best way to describe Grape Nuts Flakes is that they give you such a feeling of well-being with which to start the day. Grape Nuts Flakes start right in, tempting the eye, then they tempt the taste. Crisp, toasty brown texture, malty rich, sweet as a nut flavor. The famous Grape Nuts flavor in toasty brown flake form. But don't forget, Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal. So beneath all their crisp, light-hearted goodness, there's plenty of hearty, whole grain nourishment. So for more smiles per family, per breakfast, per budget, better make it thrifty Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. That was Here Comes the Navy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take you to the backyard of Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where Jack has been spending a great deal of time the past week out in the open air. It's yesterday morning. Take it away, Beverly Hills.
Oh, gosh, it's beautiful out here today. You know, Rochester, there's nothing like spring in Southern California. Where else can you see flowers in full bloom in the middle of April? Where else can you sit out in the open beside your swimming pool and feel those hot rays beating down?
You better turn off that sun lamp, boss. You're cooked.
Yeah, I guess I've had enough. I don't want to get too much all at once. I'm the type that freckles.
Me too, but you'll have to take my word for it.
Now, Rochester, pull the sun lamp back in the bushes and cover it with palm leaves.
Leave it right out in the open, boss. The heck with the Chamber of Commerce.
Covered with palm leaves. And by the way, Rochester, how's our victory garden coming along?
Oh, fine, boss. Mr. Coleman's chickens were over early this morning and weeded it for us.
Ronald Coleman's chickens? Rochester, I told you to fix that hole in the fence.
I did. Even the big fat ones can get through now.
I mean, block it. Those darn chickens will scratch up all the seeds.
Let's get this straightened out, boss. Is our objective carrots, peas, or fried chicken?
Carrots and peas, vegetables. Now block up that hole.
Okay, I'll cover it with a frying pan.
Use a piece of wire. Wire. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. You well enough to be outdoors now?
Oh, sure. The doctor told me to get plenty of fresh air, so I thought I'd stretch out here in my bathing suit.
Bathing suit? Is that thing a bathing suit?
Of course.
Well, you ought to get a new one. They're not wearing them with bloomers anymore.
I've got helium in these bloomers. I'm not going to sink.
Besides, the moth chewed the elbow out of your left sleeve.
Mary, it so happens that I lost the elbow out of that sleeve when attacked by a man-eating shark in Lake Michigan.
A shark in Lake Michigan?
All right, it was a perch. In mating season, they're vicious. Anyway, Mary, isn't it beautiful out here today? Look at those birds. Aren't they cute? There's always a louse in every crowd. What is that for?
Well, I don't blame him. The idea of having a penny peanut machine out here for birds.
That's for people, not birds.
We had a worm machine out here, but they crawled out for nothing.
I gotta have that fixed.
Are you going in for a dip in the pool, Miss Livingston?
Not now, Rochester. I think I'll wait till later.
If you're smart, Mary, you'll go in now.
Oh, that's right. The prices change at 12 o'clock.
Not that, but the pool gets crowded later in the afternoon. We have the same prices all day.
I just got a load of that silly sign you got out front. Swim at Benny's for 20 pennies.
Mary, I have a lovely pool. There's no reason why I shouldn't share it with people. Naturally, I have to make a nominal charge to pay for the...
Here comes a customer, boss.
Oh, yes. Pull those palm leaves off the cash register. Well, good morning, young man.
Good morning, Mr. Benny. Is your pool open yet?
Yep, this is the first day of the season, and you're the first customer.
Oh, boy, the first customer. Then I get the free swim.
No, I'm sorry, young man. I've discontinued that policy this year. Sorry.
That's all right. The whole world is changing.
Yes, it is.
Well, here's my 15 cents. See you later, Mr. Benny.
Oh, just a minute, Bud. On account of the laundry situation, I'm making a small charge for towels this year. That'll be 20 cents in all.
But I brought my own towel.
I'm sorry. You'll have to check that.
But, Mr. Benny...
You see, if I let people bring in towels, I won't know who's taking mine out.
But that doesn't seem very...
Next, please. Next.
There's no one behind him.
Quiet. 20 cents out of a quarter. Here's your nickel change, kid. Here, take your nickel.
Keep it. You'll think of something.
Take it. Oh, attendant, show this gentleman to his locker.
Yes, sir. Right this way, sir. Can I bring you a scotch and soda, sir?
Rochester. See that he gets just one towel. Remember last year there were a lot of them missing.
Yes, sir.
No, Mary, I have a feeling this is going to be my best season.
Well, I think you're open too early. It's pretty chilly yet to go in swimming.
Oh, there's a little ice around the edge of the pool, but out in the center it's all open water. Uh-oh, here come some more customers.
It's Don Wilson and Phil Harris.
Well, they better be customers if they know what's good for them. Well, good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to Benny's bathing pool.
Hiya, Jackson. Mary.
Hello, Jack. How's your cold coming along?
Oh, I feel fine, Don. I'll be back on the program tomorrow as master of ceremony.
Ain't we going to have Orson Welles on the show?
Definitely not. I'm going to handle the show myself.
Back to the corn, huh?
Phil, for a guy with a wife, a baby, and no talent, you're taking an awful chance. Now, give me 20 cents. You're going in for a swim.
Swim in that icy water? What are you trying to do, sober me up?
It isn't so cold, Phil. I dove in myself this morning, didn't I, Rochester?
Yeah, but that quarter on the bottom of the pool turned out to be a bottle cap.
Well, the way the light hit it, it really fooled me. How about you, Don? Are you going in for a swim?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. The water in the pool seems awfully low.
Believe me, Don, when you get in, Mary and I'll have to move to higher ground. Now, give me 40 cents for you and Phil.
Okay, here you are.
Thank you. Take those lockers, number 3 and 5 there on the end, fellas.
Okay, Jackson.
Well, 3 customers already. It isn't even noon yet. Oh, for Rochester. Rochester, what are you doing with that? Rochester, what are you doing with that chicken?
What's that, boss?
I said, what are you doing with that chicken?
I was just searching it to see if it had any cows.
Throw that bird over the fence.
Okay. So long, lunch.
Rochester, if I told you once, I told you 10 times, don't annoy Mr. Coleman's chickens. If any of those hens are missing, he'll blame us.
That's what you said about his grapefruit, and he has yet to mention it.
Well, it so happens, Rochester, that the grapefruit hit the ground on my side of the fence.
Yes, sir. That cold shoot worked out fine.
Now, Rochester, if you don't... Well, here comes Dennis. Hello, kid.
Sorry I'm late, Mr. Benny. Are there many customers here?
No, only 3 so far.
Good. Then I'll have time for a dip in the pool first.
Dennis, if you read your contract with Benny Bathing Pool Incorporated, you will find that Clause B stipulates that you are to supply entertainment whether our customers here or not. Now, let's have a song.
But, Mr. Benny, that contract also says that I'm supposed to be the lifeguard.
So what?
Well, gee, if I'm the lifeguard, I better learn to swim. I worry about things like that.
Look, kid, sing your song, bring in some customers. You can learn to swim later. Now go ahead. Let's have your song.
Like the beat, beat, beat of the tom-tom when the jungle shadows fall. Like the tick, tick, tock of the stately clock when it stands against the wall. Like the drip, drip, drip of the raindrop when the summer shower is through. A voice within me keeps repeating, night and day. You are the one, only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are, I think of you. Night and day, day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic boom, or in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you. Night and day, night and day, under the hide of me. There's an oh, such a hungry yearning burning inside of me. And its torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you. Day and night, night and
That was swell, Dennis. In fact, I want you to do that song on the program tomorrow.
Okay. Can I go in the pool now, Mr. Benny?
Yes, but don't dive in the shallow end. I've got rice planted there. You know? By the way, kid, I've been meaning to talk to you about something. I heard you on the Eddie Cantor program last week.
How was it? I wasn't home that night.
Well, naturally. Now, Dennis, who gave you permission to go on Cantor's program?
Orson Welles, that's who.
Orson Welles! Well, watch it, kid. Or from now on, you'll be working for Orson Welles. Now, go for a swim before you think that over. You know, I got a great idea, Mary. What my pool needs is a little glamour. Do you think you could get some of your girlfriends to come over?
Well, I don't know, Jack.
Sure you could. Call up Barbara Stanwyck and Ann Southern and Claudette Colbert and invite them over for a swim. Of course, I don't think I ought to charge them, do you?
Look, Jack, if you get those gals in your pool, you can bottle the water and sell it for $10 a quart.
Where can you get corks nowadays? There's a shortage, sister. Well, what do you know? The sun is finally coming out.
Yeah, why don't you take off your galoshes and tan your tootsies?
Mary, stop making fun of my ensemble, will you?
Uh-oh. Say, boss, here comes that crazy board of yours.
Rochester, how many times do I have to tell you that Mr. Billingsley is not crazy?
He ain't, hey? Did you see him at breakfast this morning?
No, what happened at breakfast?
He swallowed a raw egg and then drank boiling water for 3 minutes.
He was in a hurry, that's all. Well, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. One of the bloomer girls, I see.
No, Mr. Billingsley. This is a bathing suit. I'm out here drinking in the sunshine.
Drinking in the sunshine. I'll get a bottle and join you.
Oh, you misunderstand. I mean, I'm out here getting a tan. Old Sal just came out.
Oh, yes, old Sal Wurzel. Been east, hasn't he?
Good old Sal. He'll love that one. I'll never get out of this. I better change the subject. By the way, Mr. Billingsley, I see you have your bathing suit on. Are you going for a plunge?
Oh, I'd love to, but I left my plunger at the Mocambo. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, she's living in Anaheim.
Good old Mr. Billingsley. By the way, Rochester, he's supposed to pay his board today. Did you collect it?
No, he said the money won't be dry till tomorrow.
That's my fault. I should never have given him that printing press for Christmas.
Hey, kids, get a load of Don and me in these bathing suits.
Yeah, don't we look like a couple of Adonises?
Don, you alone look like a couple of Adonises. Say, Phil, that's an unusual bathing suit for a man to be wearing. Where'd you get it?
Ain't it a beaut? Alice wore it in her last picture.
Alice Faye wore that suit? Somehow on you, Phil, it doesn't inspire me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll never be elected Miss Brooklyn Navy Yard, would I?
No, but you might get runner-up on Miss Boyle Heights. Well, what are you waiting for, Don? Aren't you going to jump in the pool?
Oh, I don't think so, Jack. The water looks pretty cold.
Oh, come on, jump in, Don. Take a chance.
Come on, Dante. What are you waiting for? In you go.
Look out, Don. He's going to push you.
Oh, Phil, stop that. What are you... Oh, Phil, stop digging. Well, then, come on. Jump in. Jump in. Okay, here I go.
Oh, watch it, Mary. Watch it.
Watch what?
Get up on the chair. Here comes a wave. Ooh, that water's cold.
Well, here's 20 cents, Jack. I'm soaked to the skin.
Thank you. That water's got chlorine in it. I hope it didn't ruin my victory garden.
Your garden's all right. But say, Jack, what's Rochester putting up in the middle of it?
Where? Well, I'll be darned. Rochester, take that off.
What boss?
Take that off the scarecrow.
What boss? The crows here in Beverly Hills are very ritzy.
I don't care. Take my tuxedo off that scarecrow. Now take it off.
Your diamond stick pin, too?
Everything. I want that tuxedo. Suppose I win the Academy Award next year. What'll I wear to the banquet?
If you win the Academy Award, you can go in your underwear. Who else will be there?
Say, I'm liable to win the award for tomatoes alone. My garden keeps on the way it's going.
Oh, you're some farmer. You and your silly experiments.
Oh, they're not so silly.
Remember last year? You sprinkled cheese all over the ground and tried to raise all rotten potatoes.
Sure, I sprinkled cheese. I had an idea. What are you giggling about?
Every other gardener around here had trouble with potato bugs, but you had mice.
All right, I still say it doesn't hurt to experiment.
Say, Mr. Benny, pardon me for interrupting, but would you
Just
mind
a minute,
if I...
Dennis. You know, Mary, I wouldn't laugh about my garden if I were you. I might turn out to be another Luther Burbank.
Another who?
Burbank. Luther Burbank.
Oh, yeah, they named Glendale after him.
They named Burbank after him.
Oh, I guess I didn't analyze it.
You certainly didn't.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of horticulture experiments, are you going to try out that idea I gave you?
No, Rochester, no. I told you it would never work.
What was his idea, Jack?
Oh, Rochester wanted to irrigate the lemon trees with gin and grow Tom Collins. It would never have worked. Now, Dennis, what was it you started to ask me?
Well, can I phone my girlfriend and have her come over here for a swim? It's very important that I see her in a bathing suit.
Why do you have to see your girl in a bathing suit?
Well, there's a rumor going around that she's got knock knees, and I can't tell by listening.
What's your girl's name, Dennis?
Mary Bell Buzzer.
Mary Bell Buzzer. Oh, yes, she has got... bring her around, Dennis. Bring her around anytime.
Say, Jackson, here comes your medico.
My what?
Your medico. That's doctor for Latin.
That's Latin for doctor. Well, hello, Doc.
Well, and how's my little patient? Shall we take that nasty cast off your leg today?
Look, doctor, I had a cold, you cured me, and I feel fine. Now, how much do I owe you?
How much?
Yes. What's my bill?
Just a minute. Now, where did I put that hypodermic needle?
I don't need a hypodermic. I can take it like a man. Now, how much do I owe you?
Well, there was a prescription for cough medicine, which cost $2.
Uh-huh.
Then there were 3 sulfur tablets, with sulfur 10 cents apiece.
Sulfur, that's $2.30 so far. What else?
You bit my thermometer in two while listening to the Fred Allen program. That's $1.25.
It was worth it. Now, what's the total, Doc?
Well, including 6 visits to your house, the whole thing comes to $45,000.
$45,000? Now, wait a minute, Doc. Aren't you starting a little high?
That's the only way I'll get $10, and you know it.
$10? Well, that's more like it. Now, I'll tell you what, Doc. This is the grand opening of my swimming pool today. Now, how'd you like to take a free swim and call the whole thing even?
Good. I'll dive right in now.
Hey, wait a minute, Doctor. Not there. That's the shallow end.
Whoop, bump my head.
Doctor, come out of there. Doctor, you're ruining my rice bed. Doctor, come out of... Rochester, put down that chicken. Doctor, come out of that pool. Rochester, put down that... Rochester! Doctor, Rochester!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what happened yesterday at the grand opening of Jack's swimming pool.
That's right, Dom. My rice bed was ruined, but we had fried chicken for dinner. Play, Phil. That was I Love Coffee, I Love Tea, played by Phil Harris and his boys, who have yet to drink coffee or tea out of anything but a saucer. I might even have said who have yet to drink either coffee or tea. But I've been sick and I'm sweet now. Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have something of great interest to all of you. In a few moments...
You better be sweet.
What?
Look, Jackson, I don't care whether you've been sick or not. Lay off them wisecracks.
In a few moments, ladies and gentlemen.
From now on, be a gentleman. If you can't say something derogatory about my boys, don't say nothing.
Okay, I'll be derogatory. And now, ladies and
You
gentlemen.
don't even know what derogatory means.
Derogatory?
Derogatory means tending to or the nature of derogation, disparagement, or detraction.
Dennis, that's Don Wilson's line.
I thought there was something wrong here.
Folks, what other program has such bottlenecks? What a dodo.
Wait a minute, Jack. You don't appreciate Dennis. I think he's a very nice boy.
Sure, he's a nice boy, Mary, but he doesn't have to. Why, Loretta. Oh, for heaven's sake, Loretta Young, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we've been expecting you, Loretta, and folks, the few words that Miss Young has to say to us are of vital importance.
Thank you, Jack. Here's something I would like to ask everyone to think of. To think of when you go to bed tonight. Think of this as you lift the window and smell the night air and look out at the stars. Think of this. There are thousands of little shacks in the Philippines that are empty tonight. There are thousands of little cottages like yours in Yugoslavia, Greece, China, Russia, empty tonight. Where have all the people gone? Why didn't you know? They're dead. You are still alive. Your blood is warm. The face you love is there on the pillow in the dusk of the room. And everything is so quiet, still, and beautiful. That's worth saving, isn't it? Others are dying in order to save it for you. Then is our country asking too much when it asks you to become a part of the second war loan? $13 billion for attack, for the invasion of Europe. How much can you spare? How much can you invest? How many war bonds can you buy today? Well, ask yourself those questions as you stand at your window tonight and smell the fresh, clean night air and look out at the stars.
Orderton Drexel 7211.
What you said has brought home to us the importance of buying war bonds. Thank you.
The Basic Seven. You're reading about them in the papers. You're hearing about them on the radio. The Basic Seven groups of foods, which our new National Nutrition Program tells us we should all have every day. And featured in this Basic Seven are whole grain cereals. Cereals such as Grape Nuts Flakes. Yes, delicious toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, the kind of food your government urges you to eat at least once a day. Every serving of Grape Nuts Flakes and milk provides whole grain nourishment, including minerals, proteins, vitamins, and carbohydrates. Besides, Grape Nuts Flakes are plentiful, thrifty, unrationed. So do as Uncle Sam urges you to do. Get the Basic Seven into your daily diet, including more whole grain cereals. And for tops and delicious flavor, make it Grape Nuts Flakes. Remember, you don't give up a single precious ration stamp when you buy Grape Nuts Flakes.
Good night, everybody.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Malloy. Ed Malloy. Ed Malloy. Ed Malloy. The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Do any of you know what a breakfast chiseler is? Well, he's a fellow who cuts corners on his morning meal and so cheats himself out of the right kind of a start for a good day's work. Now, whether it's because you're in a hurry or because you want to eat lightly, the right answer to a quick, light, but all-around nourishing breakfast dish is grape nuts flakes. They're always ready for breakfast before you are. And moldy, rich, toasty brown grape nuts flakes make such an appetizing dish, you'll enjoy them right down to the last crisp flake. Then grape nuts flakes have a stay-with-you quality, and they're a whole grain cereal full of all-around whole grain nourishment. So for a grand-to-eat breakfast treat, order delicious grape nuts flakes at home or at your favorite restaurant. That was Black Magic, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who sold more carnations in the Easter parade this morning than any other vendor in the Los Angeles area, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the florist, talking. And, Don, you're a little wrong there. I wasn't selling carnations in the Easter parade. I was giving them away.
Giving them away?
Yes, every fellow that bought a gardenia for his girl got a free carnation for himself. You see, Don, I planted 10,000 carnations in my backyard to aid the war effort.
Well, for heaven's sakes, Jack, how can carnations aid the war effort?
Well, my fortune teller told me I could make rubber out of them. I boiled them, but they still don't bounce. However, that's the first time Princess Korsakov has ever failed me.
Princess Korsakov? Why, I never heard of that fortune teller. Is she expensive?
What'd you say, Don?
I say, I never heard of Princess Korsakov as a fortune teller. Is she expensive?
Well, Don, a private reading is $1. But if you order the 75-cent lunch and don't have dessert, it's free. It's a choice of deep dish apple pie or your future. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Firestone.
All right, so I thought I could make rubber. Anyway, Mary, as I was telling Don, that's the first time Princess Korsakov has failed me.
Oh, that dame's full of baloney.
She is, eh?
Remember the time she said you were going to be the President of the United States?
Never mind.
You went out and had cards printed. Jack Benny, you voted for me. Quit beefing.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh, Mary. I may still be president.
Well, you ought to tell Roosevelt he might want to look around.
Keep it up, Mary. Keep that up, and you won't be Secretary of Labor.
Oh, you promised that to every girl in Hollywood.
Well, you're off the list, young lady. And you can also tell that father of yours that the FBI can get along without him.
That's a dirty trick. He sold bluing house to house to get a G-Man badge and everything.
Too bad. Hello, Phil.
Oh, how are you, Phil? Say, that's a beautiful carnation you have in your buttonhole. Where'd you get it?
I bought a gardenia for Alice on the boulevard this morning, and the sweetest little old lady with a shawl over her head gave me this carnation for nothing.
Well, I have a surprise for you, Phil. That little old lady was me. That makeup kind of fooled you, didn't it?
Incredible.
Well, it fooled Herbert Marshall, too. When I gave him his change, he pressed it back in my hand and said, "Bless you." Gosh, it made tears come to my eyes. Huh?
Well, you didn't fool Jack Oakey. He lifted your skirt and rolled your pants down.
He's just a smart aleck, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, what do you think of my new Easter?
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, kid, did you have a nice Easter?
Yeah, my mother gave me a basket with 2 chocolate rabbits in it.
2 chocolate rabbits?
Pretty soon
Well.
I'll have hundreds of them, won't I?
No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid. Say, Dennis, that's a nice suit you're wearing. Is that your new Easter outfit?
Yeah, do you like it?
Oh, it's swell. But what's that big lump in the back?
My tailor, he's still
Still
working
working
on it.
on it. That's been on every program in the last 3 months. Well, Dennis, if you tell your tailor to get out, you can do your song now.
Okay.
Hold it a minute, kid. Say, Jackson, what's this I hear about Rochester's horse running in the Kentucky Derby next Saturday? Is that a fact?
Yes, Phil, but I'd rather not talk about it. Sing, Dennis.
Well, imagine Rochester having a horse in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, it's really that old nag that used to pull my buggy around. I sold it to Rochester for $4.
$4?
Yes.
You sold Rochester a horse for $4 that's good enough to run in the Kentucky Derby?
I thought he was going to have a barbecue. I never dreamed he'd put a jockey on it. Anyway, that same horse under the name of Burnt Cork is running for over $50,000 in the Derby Saturday. But I made a mistake. I don't mind.
You don't mind? Then why did you try to drown yourself in your pool yesterday?
I wasn't trying to drown myself.
Do you always go in swimming with a manhole cover around your neck?
That was my dog tag from the last war. And Oh, well, I sold a thoroughbred for $4. It's my loss, so let's forget it. That's all.
But, Jack, what about your fortune teller, Princess Korsakoff? Didn't she see racehorse in your tea leaves?
No, just rubber and president. You better snap out of it or I'll start eating somewhere else. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. Hold it, kid. That's probably Rochester. He's been hinting around all week about going to the Kentucky Derby. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, if you're calling about getting time off to go to the Kentucky Derby, the answer is no.
Oh, I forgot all about the Derby. That was just a silly whim of mine.
Good.
But I was wondering, boss, my sister Bedelia is getting married, and if it's all right with you, I'd like to attend the ceremony.
Getting married, eh? Where does your sister live?
Louisville.
I thought so. Now, Rochester, don't pull that stuff. Your sister Bedelia lives in Chicago.
That's my sister Bedelia. This one's Bedelia.
Oh, Bedelia and Bedelia. Isn't that unusual? Two sisters having names that are so much alike?
Oh, that's nothing. I got a brother named Rochester.
Rochester, Rochester, Bedelia, Bedelia. You're not going to the Derby.
That's Derby, boss.
I don't care what it is. Now, look, Rochester, just because our horse is running in the Derby, that doesn't mean that...
Our horse?
Yes. I talked to my lawyer, and he says that legally, half of that horse belongs to me.
Well, unless he backs over the finish line, my half is going to win.
Rochester, regardless of the outcome, you're not going to Louisville. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I'll try something else, Rochester.
Get your brother out of my house. Sing, Dennis. I got to call my lawyer. I wonder if I really do own half of that horse. I don't know.
Life is not a highway strewn with flowers. Still it holds a goodly share of bliss. When the sun gives way to April showers, here's a point that you should never miss. Oh, April showers may come your way. They bring the flowers that bloom in May. So if it's raining, have no regret.
That was April Showers, sung by Dennis Day. April Showers. That's really a beautiful song.
It's pretty old, too, isn't it, Mr. Benny?
Yes, it is. Gosh, I remember when Al Jolson first introduced that song back in 1922. My father took me to the theater.
Just a minute, Junior. In 1922, you were just as old as Al Jolson.
What?
My father took me to the theater. Don't give me that kid stuff.
What do you mean, kid stuff? My father happened to be in New York. I was broke, and he took me to the theater. That's all I said. Say. And another thing, young lady, don't ever say that I'm as old as Al Jolson.
Go on, he even looks younger than you do.
Well, naturally, he takes it easy. He works on his knees. I have to stand up to make a living. Forget Jolson. Anyway, let's forget about me for a while. Now, where were we?
Oh, Jack, don't forget the play I wrote.
Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a special treat for all of you. Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American playwright, has written another of his famous one-act dramas entitled Love's Young Dream. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The time is spring. The scene is a honeymoon cottage covered with ivy. It's the new home of Mr. and Mrs. Oliver J. Snodgrass, who have just eloped and been married. As we pick them up, the happy couple are just arriving at their little love nest for the first time. Curtain. Music.
Well, here we are, darling. 33 Maple Street, our own little home.
Oh, it's beautiful, sweetheart. We'll be so happy here.
Yeah. Gee, just think. 20 minutes ago, your name was Myrtle Moonfinkel. And now...
I'm a snot in the grass.
That's Snodgrass. Gee, our own little home. Well, let's go inside, honey. You go first, Myrtle.
You go first, Oliver.
No, I don't want to. You go first.
No, you go first.
3 hours later.
No, honey, you go first.
Oh, let's go in together.
All right. Myrtle, stop! Gee, Myrtle, isn't it romantic eloping? Nobody knows we're married except us. Gosh, we're all alone.
Oh, Oliver, I love you so much.
And I love you too, darling.
What's that?
Phil's guitar player just fell off the stool. Get up, Frankie. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. And I love you too, darling.
I'm sorry about that, Jackson.
Shut up, I'm acting. And I love you too, darling. Nice bit of acting.
But what will your mother say when she finds out we're married?
I don't care what she says. You're mine, Moon Myrtle Finkel, and nothing You're mine, Myrtle Moonfinkel. And nothing can part us. Come, darling, I'll show you all the rooms in the house.
Oh, Oliver.
Myrtle, stop acting like a darn fool.
But, Oliver, I'm worried about your mother. Please call her and tell her we're married.
All right, darling. If it'll make you any happier, I will. Long distance, please. I want Mrs. Rosie Snodgrass in San Luis Obispo.
Hurry, darling.
Oh, Myrtle, you've made me the happiest man in the world.
And we'll never be separated, will we?
Never. Hello? Hello, Ma. This is Oliver. I got a surprise for you, Ma. What's that? No, I can't have breakfast with you tomorrow morning. I'm in Los Angeles. But, gee, I'd have to leave here right away. Look, Ma, I have a surprise for you. You're having what?
Tell her about us, Oliver.
I will. You're having what for breakfast? You are? Oh, boy, I'll be right home. Goodbye, Myrtle. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
But, Oliver, we were just married.
I can't help it. Mother's having grape nuts flakes for breakfast. Goodbye.
Oliver.
see, ladies, the moral of this story is never start your honeymoon without grape nuts flakes. What happened to Myrtle Moonfinkel may happen to you or you or you. So always insist on toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes, America's fastest growing flake cereal. I thank you.
Don, that was one of the finest plays you've ever written, and I thought that my performance as the husband was... Now, who can that be? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, you again. What do you want?
I just got a telegram from my uncle in Rockdale.
Uh-huh.
He's very ill, and he wants me to come over there right away and give him a transfusion.
Oh, your uncle's sick, eh? That's too bad.
Yeah.
By the way, where is Rockdale?
About 8 miles out of Louisville.
I see. Well, Rochester, you seem to have a very heavy concentration of relatives in that area. And besides, what makes you think you can fool me?
I got the horse from you, didn't I?
I don't care what you got. Now, look, Rochester, you're not going to the Kentucky Derby. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
How about... Oh, this one's too fantastic. I'll work on it and call you back.
Don't bother. Imagine me selling that racehorse for $4. Oh, well. Play, Phil. Was either Easter Parade or White Christmas, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Which song was it, Phil?
What's the difference? They were both written by Irving Berlin.
That's not the point. I'd like to know. I have to announce the name of the song.
Well, if you've got to do it, why don't you do it in double talk? You know, start it off something like this. Say, that was Thomas Freeman, with the Thomas Freeman, played with a solid 4. No fiddles.
Now, Phil, no, stop the kidding. This is important. Was that number White Christmas or Easter Parade?
Well, the majority rules. Why don't you take a vote?
That's an idea. I'll take a vote. Now, will all you boys who were playing White Christmas please raise your hands? How many hands? How many hands, Mary? 8. Now, will all you boys who were playing Easter Parade please raise your hands? How many hands, Mary?
11.
That was Easter Parade, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, thus ending tonight's great mystery. And now, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm kidding, and imagine me selling that racehorse for $4. Oh, well, he can't win. That's one consolation. Now, ladies
What
and
do you mean he can't win? I got a hunch that burnt cork is going to come through. What do you say? We all chip in $5 apiece and make a bet.
Say, that's a good idea. Here's my 5, Phil.
Here's my 5.
Here's mine, Mr. Harris.
And now, ladies and gentlemen.
How about you, Reckless? Aren't you going to take a chance for $5?
I'd love to, Mary, but I left my money in my other shoes. Anyway, I don't believe in gambling when there are minors present.
But, Mr. Benny, I'm over 21.
I mean coal miners. A lot of Phil's boys come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Anyway, I'm not betting.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jackson. I'm going to put $5 on that horse's nose just for you.
Well.
And if that horse comes in the minute I get paid off, I'm coming over to your house with the money right in my hand.
Well.
And if you reach for it, I'm going to break your arm.
I knew there was a catch to that. How about you, Dennis? Would you like to bet $5 for your Uncle Jack?
You're always my uncle when money comes up.
Well, I just thought it'd be nice if... Oh, forget it, kid. Forget it.
That looks all right on paper, but will it work?
Look, fella, I'm not throwing away any $5, and that's final.
But, Jack... Let him alone, Don. Let him alone. If Jackson wants to save his dough, that's all right with me. After all, he's leaving it all to my kid.
No, you got that wrong, Phil. Your baby is a girl. My money goes to the first member of my cast who has a boy and names it after me.
Does that go for me, too, Mr. Benny?
Of course, Dennis.
Gosh, I gotta find a girl, fall in love with her, marry her, have a baby, and it's gotta be a boy. I worry about things like that.
Well, stop worrying. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, I wonder if Rochester's horse has got a chance.
Well, it's not a sure thing, but who knows about horse races?
Yeah, who knows? Give me that phone, Mary.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Who are you calling, Jack?
Princess Korsakov. I never make a move without her. Hello?
Hello, Boyle Heights Gypsy Tea Room. Boyle speaking.
I like to speak to Princess Korsakov, please.
The princess?
Yeah.
She's out in the kitchen washing dishes.
Tell her to wipe her hands and come to the phone. This is important.
Okay, Firestone.
Hello, Princess? Oh, she isn't there yet. I wouldn't mind making a bet.
Hello, Princess Korsakov. Who's calling, please? Don't tell me I'll see it in the crystal.
Never mind, Princess. This is Benny.
Who?
Benny, Jack Benny.
Oh, the president.
Thank you. Now, Princess, I'm calling you about the Kentucky Derby.
I knew it wouldn't look good.
No, it's a horse race, the Kentucky Derby. Now, Princess, it's very important that I know which horse is going to win.
Wait, I'll look in my crystal ball.
Okay, look.
I see a big crowd of people.
Yes?
They're frantic. They're excited. They're cheering.
Yes?
Alabama's kicking off.
That's the Rose Bowl game. That was 3 years ago. Look again, Princess.
I see people watching a horse race.
That's it. That's the Derby. Now tell me, Princess, what's the name of the winning horse?
It's Burnt Cook, and he's coming in backwards.
Then my half is winning. Thank you, Princess. I'll be in for lunch tomorrow. Any advice?
Yeah, don't order the meatloaf.
Thank you. Goodbye. Well, fellas, it's all set. Burnt Cork is going to win the Derby.
Then give me $5, Jackson, and you're in with it.
Nothing doing. I'm going to bet $50, and I'm sending Rochester to Louisville. You get better odds at the track. I'll call him right now. Yes, sir.
But, Mr. Benny, I thought you didn't gamble.
Shut up. Besides, I know who's going to win. Is that gambling? Anyway, Dennett. Hello?
Benny's rubber plantation. Keep 'em bouncing.
Rochester, this is Mr. Benny. I got good news for you. You can go to Louisville.
I can?
Yes, and I want you to take $50 out of my money and bet it on burnt cork to win.
$50? By the way, where are you keeping your money this week?
As if you didn't know.
No, I've looked all over.
Now listen, Rochester. Listen carefully. You know the big candelabra we've got on the dining room table?
Uh-huh.
Well, melt the third candle from the left, and you'll find a key.
Uh-huh.
Then take the key, go into the kitchen, and unlock the cupboard.
Uh-huh.
There's a big jar there on the second shelf that says peanut butter. Dig down in the peanut butter, take out $50, rinse it off, and bet it on your horse. And remember, bet it to win, not to place, not to show. Bet $50 on burnt horse to win.
Being penny-wise and point-foolish when you shop these days. But you can be penny-wise and point-wise, too, if you ask your grocer for grape nuts flakes in the big 12-ounce economy-size package. Now, here's why. 1, you don't part with a single precious ration stamp when you buy. 2, crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes are a real breakfast treat. 3, they're a whole grain cereal, one type of food in the Basic 7, recommended in Uncle Sam's nutrition program. So you get grand nourishment for your money. 4, if you always buy grape nuts flakes in the large economy size instead of the smaller size, you save up to 14 cents on every dollar spent. Not only that, but the large size package brings you up to 16 servings of grape nuts flakes for only about a penny a serving. So penny or point wise, it's wiser to ask for the big package of grape nuts flakes.
That was the last number of the 30th program of the new Grape Nuts Flake series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And just think, Mary, by this time next Sunday, I'll know whether Rochester's horse has won or not.
Yeah, you'll either be swimming with a manhole cover around your neck or rolling on the dance floor at Ciro's.
Yeah, the suspense is awful. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloy. Tonight, friends, I'm going to talk about fine food, fine breakfast, fine flavor and nourishment, and I'm not going to talk about ration food. How do I do it? Well, easily, good people, easily. I talk about crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes. They're mighty swell eating. Yes, grape nuts flakes are tops for taste appeal. They have such a malty, rich goodness, such an outstanding, distinctive flavor, that grand grape nuts flavor, in tongue-easing, toasty flake form. And here's news for you homemakers on the thrift shift. You can buy as many as you need of those big 12-ounce economy-size packages of grape nuts flakes without spending a single precious ration stamp. Delicious, nutritious grape nuts flakes are not rationed. Ask for Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. Played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who lost $50 on Rochester's horse in the Kentucky Derby yesterday and took it like a man, it says here, Jack Benny.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the gambler, talking. And, Don, I'll admit that I was a little disappointed when Rochester's horse came in last. But what really gets me is that I lost $50 and the whole race was over in 2 minutes.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, losing $50 in 2 minutes, that's too fast. Why, several times in holdups, I've stretched it out to 10 minutes. You know, ad-lib with a guy while he's taking my shoe off. Anyway, the race is over. I lost $50, and heaven knows I wish I could forget it. I'm really not a sore loser.
What do you mean you're not a sore loser?
Oh, hello, Mary. I can take it. I never care what I lose on a horse race.
What are you talking about? A couple of months ago, you lost $2 on one of Bing Crosby's horses, and you burned his house down.
I was in New York when Crosby's house burned down. I should have been his horse. But getting back to the Kentucky Derby, I wasn't disappointed when I lost that bet on Rochester's horse. I heard the result over the air, I walked over to the radio, and I turned off the dial.
You bit off the dial.
Mary, for the last time, I was not disappointed. I was not upset.
Then why did you run in the bathroom and try to slash your wrist?
Because the broadcast was sponsored by Gillette Blue Blades, and it threw me a thought. That's the only reason.
Say, Jackson, you aren't the only guy that lost dough on that race. I hear Rochester lost his whole bankroll.
Yeah, he wired me for some money, but I didn't send him any.
Well, then how's he going to get home?
He's riding his horse from Kentucky. He'd make much better time if the horse would ride him. Burnt cork, he had to call him. Burnt cork. I can roll a cork down the street with my nose faster than that horse can run.
It just so happens you have a very good nose for cork rolling.
That's not the picture at all, sis. Stop giggling, you know.
You want to know something, Jackson? I won $20 on Rochester's horse.
How could you win $20 when the horse came in last?
I bet he'd still be breathing at the end of the race.
Well, as a matter of fact, Phil, you're the kind of a... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Well, you lost $50. Go ahead, kick me.
Kick you? What for?
It's right in my contract. When you're lonely, sad, and blue, I get it.
Don't worry, kid. I'm not going to kick you.
Okay, then I'll take this pie tin out of my pants.
Well, I'll be darned. There's a pie in it. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Lemon meringue.
I know. Now, let's forget about the Derby and horse races and everything. We got a program to do. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present...
Oh, pardon me, Jack. I'll take it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening... we would like to show you what happened last week when Jack rented Eddie Cantor's house in Palm Springs. It seems that...
Now, wait a minute, Don. Nobody's interested in that little episode in Palm Springs. I rented Cantor's house. I had a very pleasant week. I paid him for it.
You what?
I had a very pleasant week, so let's... Tonight we're going to do a play.
But Mary thought this would be much
Mary,
funnier.
Who's the boss of this program, me or Mary?
Grape nuts flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package. That's who's the boss.
If you're referring to General Foods, Don, we get along swell.
Gosh, I remember old General Foods when he was just a yard bird. That hair's ought to be shot. Missed me.
Mary, take my gun outside. There's no smoking in the studio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to say, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present a play.
Now, Jack Benny, we're not having any play. Go ahead, Don. Tell everybody what happened to us at Palm Springs last week.
Okay. Well, the whole thing started when Jack's doctor told him last Monday morning that the only way to really clear up his cold was to spend a week on the desert.
On the desert. Big fat cactus.
Jack and Mary had just left the doctor's office and were walking along Vine Street toward the Brown Derby, where Jack gets his toothpick.
There you are, mister. Are you all right now?
Yes. Thanks, honey.
Are you sure you can manage alone?
Yes. I'm all right.
Well, goodbye, mister.
Goodbye. Darn those Boy Scouts. They're always leading me across the street. Not that old.
Well, I'm starving, Jack. Let's drop in at the Brown Derby and get something to eat.
I know a place right up the street from the Brown Derby that's terrific. Houlihan's Hot Doggery.
I'm not going to that joint.
What do you mean, joint? Everybody goes there. Look at their slogan, Burt with the movie star. Darn this cold. Imagine my doctor telling me the only way to get over it is to go to Palm Springs. Now I have to buy a tent.
A what?
A tent.
Did it ever occur to you to stop at a hotel?
I don't know anybody staying at a hotel in Palm Springs.
I mean, get a room of your own, a place where you can have both ends of the towel.
Oh, I might have to at that. Well, here's Houlihan's Hot Doggery. Let's go in. Hello, Houlihan. How about something to eat?
Did you make a reservation?
I don't know, did you, Jack?
No, I forgot to.
Then you lady?
Look, Mr. Houlihan, I wish the plates in here were as shiny as his head. Look, Mr. Houlihan, I'm Jack Benny. I dine here 4 or 5 times a week.
You got a wonderful stomach. Get out of here before it's too late.
Okay, some other time. Come on, Mary. Let's go.
Wow, this fresh air smells good.
We were only in there a second. We want to go on to Riso Ritzy. We'll walk down to the Brown Derby. Come on. Gosh, the Brown Derby sure is jammed today.
Give me your arm, mister, and I'll help you through the crowd.
Go away, Sonny. Go away. I don't need you.
Well, if you ever do, ask for a Dick Davis Beaver Patrol.
I'll remember that.
Come on, let's find a table.
Yeah. See, this place sure draws the tourists. I hope nobody asks me, Jack Benny, for my autograph.
What's that name again?
Jack Benny.
Well, nothing happened. Let's eat.
There's Chilius, the head waiter over there. Maybe he can...
Say, Jack, isn't that Eddie Cantor in that front booth?
Where? Oh, yeah, that is Eddie. Yeah, I hope I look as good as he does when I'm his age. Yes, sir.
See, I just thought of something, Jack. Eddie's got a house in Palm Springs. Maybe you can rent it from him.
Rent Cantor's house? What do you mean rent it? He's a friend of mine. He'll give it to me. Let's sit with him. Hello, Eddie. How are you?
Well, Jack, Mary, come on, sit down. Well, Jack, what are you doing in the Derby? Raining outside, huh?
No. It was Mary's idea.
I haven't seen you in a long time, Jack. You look marvelous.
Well, thanks, Eddie, thanks. I've been pretty sick, you know.
Well, sick or not, I hope I look as good as you do when I'm your age.
Well, how's the family, Eddie? How's Ida and the boys?
Oh, they're all... Boys? What are boys? Jack, my kids are girls. You're thinking of Crosby.
Crosby?
Yeah, remember I burned his house down for you when you were in New York?
Oh, yes, thanks. Well, go ahead and order something to eat, Mary. Incidentally, the peanut butter sandwiches here are delicious.
Incidentally, I'm having the cream turkey.
Incidentally, the cream turkey costs $1.75.
Incidentally, everybody's looking at us.
Let them look.
They're looking.
All right. You can have the cream turkey, Mary. But if I ask you for a kiss on the cab on the way home, don't say what for. See, I'm kind of hungry myself. What are you having there, Eddie? It looks good.
Chicken soup with egg noodles?
Chicken soup with egg noodles, huh? Think I'll have some of that.
Okay, I'll have the waiter bring you a spoon.
No, I mean I'll order some. A bowl for myself.
They haven't got it today. I brought this one from home.
Oh, spoon, waiter, spoon.
What for?
I want a spoon to eat chicken soup with my friend here.
He brought his own spoon.
Look, I came unprepared. Give me a spoon.
Here you are.
Thanks.
And waiter, bring me an order of cream turkey.
At last, a sale in this booth. I can't believe it.
That guy. Gee, this soup looks good.
Yeah, let's start. 1, 2.
You know, Eddie, I'm sure glad Boy, this is hot. You know, Eddie, I'm sure glad Eddie, would you mind eating with your left hand and putting your right arm around my shoulder? I'm too far from the bowl.
Is this better, Jack?
Eh?
Oh, I'm sorry. My elbow's in your ear.
Yeah, we got to think of something else.
Well, why don't you put your right hand through my left sleeve, and then we can both dip at the same time, huh?
No, then we'd have to cut a hole in your coat. Well, that won't work.
Why don't you put the bowl on my head and eat piggyback?
You go and get that cream turkey. I think we're all right now, Eddie. Let's go.
1, 2.
As I was saying, Eddie, I'm sure glad I bumped into you.
By the way, Jack, would you mind breaking a cracker and putting it in the soup?
Sorry, Eddie, but I can't stand crackers in my soup.
Well, break one in anyway and float it over to my side.
Okay. There. Anyway, Eddie, I'm sure glad I bumped into you. You see? The crackers aren't floating. See, they're all on my side.
Well, tip the bowl a little, will you?
Oh, yeah. Get ready, Eddie. Yeah, I could hardly make that. Get ready, Eddie. Forward, soup. Say, Mary, while you're waiting, why don't you get a spoon and join us?
Don't bring guests. It's crowded enough. What do you think, this is the Hollywood Bowl?
Well, it's so delicious, I thought... Whoop, hold it there, Eddie.
What's the matter?
That noodle is mine. Most of it is on my spoon. Now, give me that noodle.
Oh, no, you don't.
Let go of that noodle.
You let go.
What are you laughing at?
You look like two robins with a worm.
Well, I've had enough anyway.
Here's your cream turkey, miss.
Thank you.
Do you want 3 forks with it, or are the boys sitting this one out?
Don't be so smart. Well, I've been trying to say, Eddie, I'm sure glad I bumped into you. You know, I'm going to Palm Springs for a few days, and I thought maybe you'd like to join me. I thought maybe we could get a room together in a hotel.
I don't think I can make it, Jack, but say, I'll tell you what.
What? Tell me what? What?
Well, no, I don't think you'd like it.
Yes, I would. Tell me, what were you going to say?
Well, I happen to have a little house down there.
Yeah.
Why don't you stay there instead of a hotel?
Well, that's darn nice of you, Eddie. What would you charge me for it?
Oh, Jack, we're friends. We've known each other for years. Take the house for nothing.
No, Eddie. Now, wait a minute. No, friendship is friendship. But I don't want to take advantage of it. Now, I insist on paying you for your house.
Take it for nothing, please. I'll feel better.
But, Eddie, I'll feel much better if you charge me something.
No.
Now, come on, cut it. Now, how much do you want for 1 week?
1 week? What is $300?
I don't like swimming.
And 4 bedrooms.
I've had insomnia for 2 months. Now, Eddie, help me sleep. Cut that price.
All right, you can have the house for $250. How's that?
I'm still restless. Look, Eddie, give me the house for nothing. You'll feel better, like you said.
All right, Jack Benny, I'll give you the house for nothing on one condition.
What's that?
Look, there are plenty of hotels in Palm Springs. Don't start a new one, will you, Jack?
Don't worry, I won't. Well, thanks, Eddie.
All right, you're welcome, Jack. So long.
So long. I'll see you later.
while crickets call and stars are falling. Beneath a starlit sky, you'll come to me. In the shadows of the night we'll stand, I'll touch your hand, and then softly as your lovely eyes entreat, our lips again in the blue of evening. Night winds above whispering, I love you. There we will find romance in the blue of evening. Our hearts are light through the
That was In the Blue of Evening, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to continue with our story of what happened when Jack rented Eddie Cantor's house in Palm Springs.
Ed, you big fat stool pigeon, tell him everything.
Well, bright and early Tuesday morning, Jack, Mary, Dennis, Phil, and myself
Dennis,
were out on Highway 99 hitchhiking our way to Palm
Springs.
Springs. Mary had no trouble stopping a truck.
I use the old garter trick, folks.
Yeah.
And before many hours had passed, we had arrived at the Springs and were hiding in the bushes in front of Cantor's house. It seems that Jack thought it would be...
Now, listen, everybody. You stay in the bushes here, and I'll go up and ring the doorbell.
What do we have to stay here for, Mr. Benny?
Not so loud, Dennis.
If you think I'm going to spend 5 days in these hollyhocks, you're crazy.
It'll only be for a few minutes. Once I get inside, you can all drop in casually. I don't want the caretaker to tell Cantor that I brought a whole gang with me. After all, you know how cheap he is.
How cheap is he, expert?
Phil, pull your head down and try to look like a hollyhock.
I look more like a gladiola.
Quiet.
I worry about things.
Dennis! Flowers should be smelled and not heard. Now remember, fellas, when I give the signal, come in casually, you know? Now, let's see. Where's the doorbell? Oh, here it is. We want Cantor. What a ham. Pull your heads down, kids. Here comes somebody. Holy smoke, the house is haunted.
How do you do?
How do you do? Are you the custodian?
I beg your pardon.
I said, are you the caretaker?
No, you didn't. You said, are you the custodian?
Well, custodian and caretaker are identical. They're synonyms. They're synonymous.
You'd save time by ignoring me.
Look, all I want to know is what do you do here?
Eddie Camper pays me to stay here and keep burglars away.
Burglars? Are there many burglars in Palm Springs?
Only me.
Oh, you're kidding. You wouldn't take anything.
I wouldn't take anything. Have you got the correct time, please?
Why, that's strange. I must have left my watch at home.
Silly boy.
Well, look, I'm Jack Benny.
The feeling is mutual.
What do you mean the feeling is mutual?
I don't like you and you don't like me.
Look, I'm Jack Benny. Mr. Cantor said I could use his house this week.
You're Jack Benny?
Yes, I'm Jack Benny.
If I look like you when I reach your age, I shouldn't reach it.
What's that got to do with it? Are you going to let me in or not?
Yes, come in and bring those hollyhocks with you.
Come on in, kids. Everything's all set. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all took our luggage, went inside the house, and made ourselves comfortable. Jack, of course, took Eddie's room and started to unpack his bag.
Let's see. I got my white flannels and my blazer, my parasol in case it gets too sunny here.
And here's your bathing trunk.
Thank you. Now, where's my... Oh, darn it. Now I won't be able to go in swimming.
What's the matter? Did you forget your muscles?
No, I forgot my water wings.
What's the difference? You couldn't blow them up anyway.
Cut that out.
Hey, Jackson, Cantor's sure got a swell layout here. Look at all those pictures of movie stars on the wall.
That's right, Phil. We're all up there. There's my picture over there.
Where, Mr. Benny?
Right there above the dresser.
That's Gene Autry's horse.
Oh, yes, the white mane fooled me. Although I gave Cantor a beautiful picture of myself. It must be around here someplace. Oh, Dennis, will you please put my razor and my toothbrush in the bathroom?
Oh, yes, sir.
And Mary, put my cold cream on the dressing table, will you?
Okay.
Now, where did I put
Oh,
my...
Mr. Benny!
What is it, Dennis?
I found your picture!
I knew he had it around here someplace. Who can that be? I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Eddie. Are you comfortable? Is everything all right?
Oh, swell. The house is wonderful, Eddie.
I'm glad you like it. By the way, Jack, I had a little talk with Ida, and I told her I'd let you have the house for nothing.
How'd she take it?
When I stopped bouncing, it was $300.
You mean Ida expects me to pay $300 rent?
Yes, and 10 cents for the chicken soup.
Well, all I can say is you're a fine friend.
Well, don't blame me.
Don't blame you. Who's the boss of your family? You or Ida?
I'll call you back. She's standing right here.
But, Eddie, argue with her and insist. What are you, a man or a mouse?
I'll have to call you back on that, too.
Okay, I'll send you a check. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'm sorry about this, Jack, but anyway, have a good time. Ida, stop pushing. I can certainly wish him a good time. Have a good time, Jack.
Keep it. How a woman can make such delicious chicken soup and be so mercenary.
Oh, what do we do, Jack? Go home?
We can't go home. I'm stuck for $300, 10 cents, and a wristwatch. Now, listen, Mary, and this goes for all of you. You're all chipping in and paying for your rooms here. Phil, you get the big room at the head of the stairs. That'll be $10 a day. And Don,
yes, Jack.
You get the corner bedroom with cross ventilation. That's $12.50. Dennis, you can sleep on the Davenport for $3.50. Mary, you take Ida's room, and we'll put a sign out front, tourists accommodated. I'll get that $300 back if it's the last thing I do. Well, Eddie, I want to thank you and Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, for coming over here today. And, really, I was thinking...
Oh, stop thinking. You've got the violin under your chin. Phil is ready. I'll sing, all right?
Okay, let's go. Come on. Give us an introduction.
Every star above knows the one I love, sweet. And the moon up high, I'd like to kill that guy, sweet. No one else, it seems, ever shares my dreams. And without you, dear, I don't know what I'd...
When you're feeling mighty blue, Grape Nut Flakes is good for you.
Heart of mine, you live all the time, sweet. No one else, it seems, ever shares my dreams. And without you, dear, I don't know what I'd... Wish that he would play piano so I could sell my sweet Ipana. Heart of mine, you live all the time, sweet Sue. Just you.
Ladies and gentlemen, But do you know the slogan that will probably go ringing down the corridors of time when it comes to the history of better living? That's Uncle Sam's famous new slogan, the Basic Seven. The Basic Seven was created to ensure a better fed and hence more efficient America. Makes sense, doesn't it? Makes wise sense. So learn and live by the Basic Seven, the 7 groups of foods our government urges us to eat daily, including proteins, carbohydrates, fats, minerals, and vitamins, because these supply the energy and tissue-building material we need for all-around good health. Featured in the Basic Seven, you'll find whole grain cereals such as crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes. In Group 4, you'll find milk. In Group 3, fruit. Combine these, and here's one simple, inexpensive way to get well started on your daily Basic 7 food menu. Here's a breakfast, lunch, or supper combination that's mighty tempting and tasting, and more important, rich in essential food values. Remember, it doesn't take a single precious ration stamp to buy thrifty Grape Nuts Flakes.
This is the last number of the 31st program of the new Grape Nuts Flake series. We'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloy.
Thank you very much.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. You know, friends, one of those Oscars, if it was given to a breakfast cereal, you can just see that Oscar zooming to a delicious, malty-rich Grape Nuts Flakes. For when it comes to America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal, the verdict you hear is unanimous. Grape Nuts Flakes really taste swell. Yes, whether you're breakfast fussy or whether you're just plain breakfast hungry, you'll say that Grape Nuts Flakes satisfy. They have such a grand, malty richness, such a glorious, crisp, tempting goodness. They bring you the flavor of grape nuts in exciting, toasted flake form. And Grape Nuts Flakes bring you health-building whole grain nourishment, including proteins, minerals, and vitamins. So help yourself to health at breakfast. Help yourself to sweet as a nut, luscious Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package. You don't give up a single precious ration stamp to buy Grape Nuts Flakes. Gee, but it's fun, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, our dear old master of ceremonies, Jack Benny, lost $50 recently on Rochester's horse, Burnt Cork.
That's right. They pulled the Kentucky Derby right down over my ears.
You always wear a derby that way.
Quiet.
Ever since this disastrous experience, Mr. Benny has been trying and trying to forget, but to no avail.
What do you mean to no avail? I've forgotten the whole thing. When I lose money, that's the end of it.
Go on. You lost your piggy bank when you were just a little baby, and you're still running ads in the Waukegan paper.
What ad?
Lost. One piggy bank on Genesee Street. Finder may keep bank, but owner has sentimental attachment to contents.
Now, Mary.
Please return to Jackie Benny, age 45, Hollywood, California.
That you made up. Now, go on. Go on with the story, Don.
Well, anyway, folks, Rochester returned from Louisville a week ago. But until yesterday afternoon, Jack was unable to get in touch with him.
I should have known he was hiding down on Central Avenue.
So now, without further ado, we would like to take you to one of Central Avenue's delightfully intimate mixed drinkeries. The time late yesterday afternoon. Take it away.
Mississippi Barbecue Palace, Mr. Sippy speaking.
I see. Now, Mr. Sippy, I'm trying to get in touch with Rochester Van Jones.
Oh, you mean the man whose horse has caused no end of unbalanced budgets in this vicinity?
I lost plenty on him, too. Now, is Rochester there?
Just a minute, I'll find out.
Oh, Rochester.
What is it, Sippy? Is that Mr. Benny?
Yeah. What did I tell him?
Same thing. Okay. Wrong number. Goodbye. You know, Sippy, that was a narrow escape. Yeah, say, how many days have you been hiding out from Mr. Benny? 4 that I can remember, and 2 that must have been sheer bliss. Say, Sippy, I was supposed to meet Louis Armstrong here. Have you seen him? Old Satchmo? Here he comes now. Off the lazy river where the old mill runs. Well, look here. Hello, Rod. Hello, Satch. Well, where are the gals, Satch? I thought you were going to come loaded. Don't worry, son. I got 2 gals coming over here in a little while that are tall, tan, tantalizing, and tender. Are they good looking? Mine is. Yours is sort of a retread. Now, wait a minute, Satch. I should have the good looking one. I'm a romantic man. Romantic? You heard me. When I kiss a gal, Cupid just stands there and says, my. I'm Taurus. Oh, you dog. Say, Roch, an important thought has just struck me. What are we going to do for money tonight? You know, legal lettuce. Well, Satch, you got money. I had money until that horse of yours, de-Morgenthawed me. Well, let me tell you something, Satch. Bert Cork would have won that race if it hadn't been for the back stretch. What happened in the back stretch? He just rolled over on his back and stretched. Well, look, Rochester. We got a hold. We got to get hold of some stuff for tonight, and I got a hunch that those gals going to be hungry. Yeah, well, it looks like I'll have to call up Mr. Benny, my favorite comedian. Oh, you dog, you. Give me that phone, Sippy. Oh, here you are. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Crestview 7071. From Natchez to Mobile. What? I can't dial, miss. I got a highball in each hand. From Memphis to St. Joe, wherever the 4 winds blow. Hello? Hello, Mr. Benny?
Well, so it's you.
What happened to you, boss? Where you been?
Where have I been? I've been on the phone for the last 6 days trying to reach you. I called every hot spot on Central Avenue that's got a telephone.
Some of the best ones is primitive.
Rochester, I don't want any flippancies. I want the truth. You've been back from Louisville a week now. Why haven't I heard from you?
Well, last Tuesday I was right up to the door of your house in Beverly Hills ready to work.
Uh-huh.
And just as I was about to enter, a black cat crossed my path.
I see. Well, couldn't you walk around the cat?
I did and wound up at the Cotton Club.
Oh, well, so much for Tuesday. Now, what happened Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday?
I don't even remember where they happened.
I thought, now look, Rochester, I want you to be at my house first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay, boss, I'll be there.
You better.
By the way, Mr. Benny, a financial predicament has reared its ugly head. I'm in desperate need of, say, about $25.
I see. Well, let me ask you something, Rochester. Why should I give you $25 when I just lost $50 on your horse? Well, come on. Rochester, I want an answer to that question.
It ain't ready yet.
Now, listen, Rochester, I'll give you the money on one condition, that you come over here right now and start a work. The house is a mess.
Okay, I'm on my way, boss. So long.
Goodbye.
Now, listen, Satch, you keep the gals here. I'll run over to see Mr. Benny, put on the personality, and be back in a half an hour. Rochester, you forgot to hang up the phone.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boy!
I heard your conversation.
Don't you believe it?
Get over here. Goodbye.
That's I'm in the doghouse. That's where you belong, you old dog. Well, I better get over to Mr. Benny's house. So long, Sippy. Good luck, Rochester. Say, Satch, while you're waiting for the gals, why don't you get up there with the band and give out a little jive for the cats? Okay, I might float on down that old lazy river for a few balls. Let's float, boys. Up the lazy river, where the old mill runs. Up the lazy river, with the noonday sun, swinging in the shade of a kind old tree. Throw away your troubles, dream of me, dream of me. Up the lazy river, where the robin song, two bright lights as we stroll along. Blue skies up above, the one I love, of the lazy river, how happy we will be, Mama. Oh, up the lazy river, oh, you river, boo batty
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours have elapsed since our last scene. We take you now to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where he is busy dictating to his secretary. Take it away, Beverly Hills.
However, madam, if you will send me 50 cents in cash or stamps, I will be glad. Like to laugh so quick. I will be glad to send you 1 dozen personally autographed navel oranges, plus 1 large grapefruit with my picture pasted on it. Sign that as usual, your dream man, Jack Benny. Is there any more fan mail, Miss Livingston?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, will you stop with that Miss Livingston? Why don't you call me Mary?
Because every Saturday afternoon you're supposed to be my secretary, and I don't believe in familiarity.
Then why are you sitting on my lap?
Because you don't know how to type. Now, is there any more fan mail?
Yes, here's a letter from a lady in Nobody, Montana.
Nobody. That's North Butte. What's the lady got to say?
Dear Mr. Benny, those oranges you sent me were a little sour. Also your photograph. Also your program last Sunday.
I'll have to spray those oranges. Also my writers. Now, let's see. How will I Well, it's the big racehorse man again.
Say, Mr. Benny, I made your bed, shined your shoes, and changed the oil on your toupee.
Good.
Can I have that $25 loan now?
Rochester, I'm not giving you any money just because you got a date with a couple of girls tonight.
Oh, I forgot all about them, boys. But tomorrow's Mother's Day, and I want that $25 to buy Mammy a geranium.
A geranium? Well, you should get quite a geranium for $25.
Oh, it ought to be huge.
Well, listen, Mr. Van Jones, the kitchen sink is full of dirty dishes. Now go do them.
I just got a manicure.
I don't care. Do those dishes. Manicure. If he thinks he's going out stepping tonight, he's crazy.
But, Jack, it isn't Rochester's fault that you lost money on his horse. That phony fortune teller told you to make the bet.
You mean Princess Korsakoff at the tea room? Give me that phone, Mary. I'm going to call her up and give her a piece of my mind. Oh, darn it. Have you got a nickel, Mary?
Here you are.
Thanks.
A payphone in a private house. That's the darndest thing I ever heard of.
Well, it saves a lot of bookkeeping and sending people bills. I hope the princess doesn't... Hello?
Hello, Anaheim Gypsy Tea Room. Heim speaking.
Where's Anna?
She ain't Heim.
Now cut that out. Thank heaven I won't have to look at him much longer. Listen, I want to speak to... I'm only kidding. I want to speak to Princess Korsakoff, your fortune teller.
She can't come to the phone right now. She got her head caught in a teacup.
Put the princess on the phone, teacup and all. Okay, Blue Eye. I got two of them.
That's right.
Just because I'm a comedian, everybody... Hello?
Hello, Princess Korsakoff. I'm hot as a pistol when I look in mein crystal talking.
Look, Princess, you gave me some fine advice when you told me to bet on Rochester's horse. According to the radio, the newsreels, and the papers, it came in last.
It couldn't be propaganda.
No, it couldn't. Now, listen, Princess, you're a phony, and from now on, I'm eating at another restaurant.
Who's a phony? I said you'd be president of the Elks, didn't I?
Elks? You said I'd be president of the United States.
There was mayonnaise on mein crystal. It works better now.
Oh, well, president of the Elks isn't bad. I'll tell you what, Princess, I'll be over for lunch tomorrow. What's the special?
Leg of lamb with nylon stockings.
Fine, I'll bring a girl. Goodbye, Princess. You know, Mary, Princess Korsakoff is a wonderful woman. She says I'm going to be president of the Elks. I'll have to buy a tooth for my watch chain.
Why don't you get a few for your gums while you're at it?
Oh, save that for the program. Say, I don't hear any activity in the kitchen. Oh, Rochester, how are you coming along with the dishes?
Oh, fine, boss. I'm just stacking them up now.
Good. You know, Mary, Princess Korsakoff may have her faults, but...
Easy does it.
Easy does it? I bet you broke every dish in the kitchen.
No, I didn't, boss. The soup tureen is okay.
Thank heaven.
Of course, it's going to leak a little now.
Rochester, those dishes are coming out of your next week's salary. Now go upstairs and press my blue suit. I'm going out with the boys tonight.
Yes, sir.
Hey, where do you fellas go every Saturday night?
We have a bowling team. It's a lot of fun and good exercise. Well, here's Dennis now. Hello, kid.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hiya, Dennis.
Fine, Miss Livingston. Say, Mr. Benny, are we going to the you-know-what tonight?
Quiet, kid. Yes, as soon as Don and Phil get here.
Oh, boy, I hope whatchamacallit is still there.
Quiet, kid.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you fellas going?
Every Saturday night, we go downtown to the burlesque show.
Dennis.
The burlesque show?
Marion Morgan, more curves than the Burma Road.
Dennis, save that whistling for the theater.
Say, Dennis, what's that box you got under your arm?
Oh, you'll laugh.
No, I won't. What is it?
Well, tomorrow is Mother's Day, and Mr. Benny has always been like a mother to me, so I brought him a box of chocolates.
Well.
Mother Benny. So Mother's taking you to the burlesque show tonight, eh, Sonny?
Yeah, isn't she sweet?
Now, Mary, don't spoil it. Dennis gave me a box of chocolates. It was a very sentimental gesture, and I appreciate it. Thanks, Dennis.
You're welcome.
But you know, kid, I haven't always been sweet to you. In fact, once in a while, I'm very mean.
I know. One of the chocolates has a Mickey in it.
A Mickey?
Yeah, it tastes a little like maple nut.
How do you know?
I had one Thursday, and I didn't wake up till this morning.
Oh, well, I'll watch out for maple. Now, speaking of Mother's Day, Dennis, have you got a song that ties into the occasion for the program tomorrow?
Yes, I'm going to sing Little Mother of Mine. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, I would.
I'll sit down at the piano here and make off like an orchestra.
Don't spoil the illusion. Sing, kid. See, this candy looks good. Yes, sir.
In the hush of the evening hour, when shadows creep from the west, I think of the twilight songs you sang and the boy you loved to rest. The wee little boy with tousled head that long, long ago was thine. I wonder if sometime you long for that boy. Oh, little mother of stalwart in body and strong, you'd hardly know that he was the lad you loved with your slumber song. The years have altered the form and the life, but the heart is unchanged by time, and still he's only your boy as of old. Oh, little mother of mine, oh, little mother of mine.
That song was swell, Dennis. It'll be very good on the program tomorrow.
Thank you.
How do you like the way I played the orchestra?
Oh, you were marvelous. Anyway, kid, that's a great number for Mother's Day.
Speaking of Mother's Day, Jack, I sent Papa a check for $100.
$100 to your father? On Mother's Day?
She'll get it, don't worry.
Oh, yes, your mother's a pretty big woman. She's taller than your father, isn't she?
Only 2 or 3 feet.
Well, that's enough.
Say, boss, I pressed your blue suit. How does it look?
Fine. Now take it off and hang it in the closet.
Okay.
He always has to model everything. What a guy.
Uh-oh, 8:30. Can I have that $25 now, boss? I got to get down to Central Avenue and buy that geranium for my mother.
$25 for a geranium. Now let's analyze this. How could you possibly pay $25 for a geranium?
I got a florist that takes advantage of me.
Oh, and you have to go to him. Now go take that suit off.
Yes, sir.
You know, Mary, if Rochester would only come right out and say that he wants $25 to entertain a couple of girls, it would be different.
You mean you'd give him the money?
No, but he wouldn't be lying to me. That's different enough for me, you know. Well, it's Don and Phil. Hiya, fella.
Hello, everybody.
Hiya, gang. Say, Mary, I'm sorry you can't come along with us. Us guys are going, we're going bowling.
She knows. Dennis had to spill the beans.
I didn't have to do it. I'm just stupid.
You said it. Say, Phil, did you have any trouble getting out of the house tonight?
Nah, it was easy. But you'll notice I got a club foot.
Well, of course, that kills my next line entirely, you know? My next line is, but then you've only been wearing shoes since your band started playing indoors. I love when they ad-lib. My next line means nothing, you know. Phil, now I want to show you the difference in the joke. Phil, do the original line.
Okay. Where are you going to start? At the top?
I say, Phil, didn't you have any trouble getting out of the house tonight?
Nah, it was easy, but you'll notice I haven't got any shoes on.
Oh, yes, but then you've only been wearing shoes since your band started playing indoors. See the difference, folks? Phil, why didn't you tell Alice you were going to a concert or something?
Oh, it's all right with her if I go out with you guys. I bought her a beautiful pair of mules for Mother's Day.
Oh, bedroom slippers?
No, mules. Jacassas. She's got a victory garden to plow.
Oh, real? Oh, I see. Jacassas.
Yeah, Jacassas.
Oh, real mules, huh? Well, that's, mules. That's a very touching gift.
I named them Jack and Jerk after you.
Thanks. I expected as much.
Oh, while we're on the subject of Mother's Day, Jack, do you know what I sent my mother in Denver, Colorado?
No, Don. What did you send your mother?
A whole case of America's fastest-growing flake cereal. Malty rich, toasty brown, sweet as a nut, grape nuts flakes.
Well, that's a wonderful gift.
And I enclosed a little note that said, Dear Mother, remember the day the stork brought me? There I was, just a 12-ounce economy-size package.
12 ounce? Don, if you only weighed 12 ounces, how come the stork went right from your house to Murrieta Hot Springs? He's been grounded ever since. But that was a nice present, Don. I'm sure your mother will appreciate it. Well, Mary, you'll have to excuse us now. Come on, fellas, let's go downtown.
Oh, wait a minute. Here comes that silly boarder of yours.
Oh, yes, Mr. Billingsley. Good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Stepping out, I see.
Yes, my friends and I are going downtown and bowl.
I was there last night. She's lovely.
Yes, she is. Would you care to ride downtown with us, Mr. Billingsley?
No, thanks. I'm going upstairs and hit the hay.
Going to bed, eh?
No, I'm going to hit the hay. I'm mad at it.
Oh, I see.
Well, good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night.
There's very few of us left.
Going upstairs and hit the hay. I was wondering why he was carrying that shillelagh. Come on, fellas, let's go. Now, Rochester, when I get home tonight, I'll expect you to be here.
But, boss, what about the $25 for my mother's geranium?
Rochester, I know you're not telling the truth. If that $25 was really for your mother, you could...
Uh-oh, I'll get it, boss.
Hello, Rochester. Look here, man. The gals are here. What's keeping you?
Oh. Hello, Mother.
Mother?
How are you, Mother? How you been?
What's the matter with you, Rog? This is Satchmo.
I know. Now concentrate, Mammy. I'll be down in a little while with $25 for those geraniums.
Geranium? Oh, I get it, you dog.
What's that, Major? Just a minute, I'll find out. Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Rochester?
Can I have tonight off? Mother's having a little buffet supper for us children.
Well, I think it might be, give me that phone, Rochester.
But, boss.
Give me that phone. I want to talk to your mother.
But she don't speak English.
Give me that phone.
Okay.
Hello, Mrs. Van Jones. Are you there, Mrs. Van Jones?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny.
By the way, Mrs. Van Jones.
Yes.
Rochester tells me that you're having a little buffet supper tonight for your children. Are your daughters there yet?
They've just arrived.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Van Jones, are your daughters good looking?
Mine is.
I thought so. Well, I'm letting Rochester off, Satchmo, but you'll have to dig up the $25 yourself. Goodbye. Okay, Rochester, you can have the night off, but don't kid yourself. You didn't fool me, brother.
Friends, we can't talk too often about the shining new beacon light to better wartime living, Uncle Sam's Basic 7 food program. The Basic 7 was created by our government to ensure a better fed and hence more efficient America. Uncle Sam says, here are 7 basic groups of food, foods you should have every day for robust health and ready energy. Choose your favorite food from each group. See that your folks get at least one food from all 7 groups every day. Featured in the Basic 7 are whole grain cereals, such as crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes, a Basic 7 food that's not rationed. For grape nuts flakes are a whole grain cereal, providing nourishment of wheat and barley, including precious minerals and vitamins. So please Uncle Sam and please your family. Eat the Basic 7 daily and eat grape nuts flakes. Remember, it doesn't take a single precious ration stamp to buy thrifty grape nuts flakes. The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Marine base at Camp Pendleton, California, and starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Hey, friends, ever notice how your grocer smiles as he hands you a big 12-ounce economy-size package of delicious, toasty brown grape nuts flakes? That's because grand-tasting, nourishing grape nuts flakes are not rationed. You can have all you want. And then you feel pleased as you carry your grape nuts flakes home, thinking of all the marvelous whole-grain nourishment your folks will get in each crisp, tempting bowlful. The same way your husband will feel when he samples the amazing goodness of grape nuts flakes. As sweet as a nut, malty richness that's wide awake, lip-smacking, swell. Yes, Grape Nuts Flakes bring you more smiles per mouthful. So, for a round of smiles at your home tomorrow, make it Grape Nuts Flakes all around the table. Tonight's the Night, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Marine base at Camp Pendleton, California, we bring you our two-fisted master of ceremonies.
Well,
a man who has been known to chin himself 10 times before he could pull down the handle on a slot machine, Jack Benny.
Wow. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, who never played a slot machine in his life, talking. And Don, I may be a little flabby now, but when I was the age of these boys in our audience, I was as tough and physically fit as any one of them. Why, when I was 17 years old, I worked a whole summer at a lumber camp in the North Woods.
A lumber camp in the North Woods? Were you a lumberjack jerk?
What?
I said, were you a lumberjack jerk?
A lumberjack jerk?
Well, I can't say, were you a lumberjack jack? It doesn't sound right.
All right, then why don't you say, was I a lumberjerk jack?
But jerk, there's no such thing as a lumber jerk.
Look, Don, let's start over. When I was 17 years old, I worked in a lumber camp in the North Woods.
Were you a lumberjack, John?
John, that's... No, that's better. No, Don, I wasn't.
Well, were you a stripper, a man who hews the bark from the mighty monarchs of the forest?
No, I wasn't, Don.
Well, did you ride the logs down the river and break up jams by sheer brute strength?
No, I didn't, Don. No.
Well, what was your job in the camp?
I used to go around with a needle and remove slivers from the lumberjack's finger. Oh, at the end of the day, I'd be exhausted, you know.
Exhausted from removing slivers?
Well, that wasn't the only job I had, Don. I was also a BBR.
What's that?
A baby bird remover. You see, before any tree could be cut down, I had to climb up in the branches and remove all the little baby birds from the nest.
Oh, I see. Then you'd climb back down the tree with the birds in your arms.
No, I didn't carry them in my arms. You see, Don, just as I got up to the nest, I'd whistle like a mother robin, and all the little birds would jump into the can of worms which I had tied on top of my head. I'll never forget the day I was attacked by an infuriated woodpecker.
A woodpecker? Was she mad?
I think so. She tapped out, "I hate you," in Morse code on the back of my neck. And they have sharp beaks. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hi, Jack, Don. What are you shooting the breeze about?
Shooting the breeze? Well, Mary, I see you're using some marine slang. Where'd you pick it up?
Well, I met a couple of Liberty Hounds who were on the beach at Oceanside. At Oceanside last night, and we all went to a restaurant for a cup of joe with sidearms.
Oh, I get it. You met a couple of Marines on leave and had coffee with them. You know, that lingo is nothing new to me. I used to talk like that when I was a Marine during the First World War.
Oh, pardon me, Jack, but weren't you a sailor during the World War?
Oh, yes.
He was a Marine during the Spanish-American War.
Mary, it so happens that during the Spanish-American War, I was just a bashful kid hiding behind my mother's apron.
But they came and got you, and in you went.
That you're making up, you know. But while we're on the subject of Marines, Mary, let me tell you something. If I wasn't 2 years over the age limit, I'd join tomorrow. Of course, 7 weeks in boot camp might be a little tough on me.
7 weeks?
Yeah.
7 minutes in boot camp, and you die with your boots on.
Oh, I could stand it. Say, any man who has spent as much time as I have in the lumber camps in the North Woods has got to be tough.
Oh, go sit in a bird's nest.
I didn't sit in a bird's nest. I rescued the egg. Well, if it isn't the knucklehead kid. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. What's all the chin music about?
Chin music? Where'd you get hold of that marine lingo, Dennis?
I know all of it.
You do?
Yeah, get this. Last night I bumped into a couple of Liberty Hounds on the beach at Oceanside, and we bought a bottle of red lead and got cockeyed. Dennis, red lead happens to be ketchup. Now, how could you get cockeyed on ketchup? I'm about the only guy I know that can do it. Oh, boy, what an imagination. I get a bang out of mustard, too, but it's habit forming. But it's what, Dennis? It's habit forming. Oh. Well, Dennis, before you go on another binge, how about singing a song for the boys? Okay, but I didn't get a chance to rehearse this morning. The orchestra didn't show up. Oh, so the orchestra didn't show up. Where's that Phil Harris? Oh, Phil? Were you calling me, you DI headache? That I don't see here at all. Yes, come on over here, Phil. Come on. Say, Phil, Dennis tells me that you and your orchestra boy didn't show up for rehearsal this morning. Is that right? Yes, sir. Like Paul Revere said at Bunker Hill, I cannot tell a lie.
Phil, Paul Revere didn't say that. It was George Washington.
Well, you used to knock around with them guys. I got to read about them.
Phil, look, don't evade the issue. Why didn't you and your boys show up for rehearsal this morning?
We didn't hear the bugle.
Now cut that out. I want the truth.
Well, it's like this, Jackson. Me and the boys went down to Tijuana last night on a goodwill mission.
I see. Continue.
Well, it was pretty hot down there, and some of the boys got thirsty. So I said, well, let's go in this drugstore here and get a tall, refreshing glass of water.
Uh-huh.
So I speak a little Spanish myself, you know. So I says to the guy, I said, give us all a glass of tequila. That's water, you know, Bon Aqua.
Water, Phil, for your information, tequila is an intoxicating beverage.
Well, bless my soul.
Now, Phil, what happened after you drank that tequila?
Well, let's see. You know, it's hard to patch this stuff together, Jackson.
Well, concentrate. What happened?
Well, now, let me see. Now, after we left the drugstore, we followed a beautiful Mexican dame to her home, and I sang some songs under her balcony.
Well.
Did you ever get smack right in the kisser with a tamale?
No, but so much for romance south of the border. Well, let's have your song, Dennis. Oh, by the way, kid, I saw that, Dennis, I saw that movie you just made, Powers Girl, and you were swell. I watched you all through the picture.
Thank you.
Well, that's Benny for you. A picture full of beautiful models, and he can't take his eyes off the tenor.
Quiet. Go ahead and sing, Dennis.
His cousin had sent him a letter, and his sister sent a sweater, but he wanted something much better. This boy was sailing away, for his buddies were there with their sweethearts, all around him with their sweethearts. Now he'd never had any sweetheart, so over and over he sang, in my arms, ain't I never gonna get a girl in my arms, in my arms, in my arms. Ain't I never gonna get a bundle of charms? Comes the dawn, I'll be gone. I just gotta have a honey holding me tight. You can keep your knitting and your purling. If I'm gonna go to Berlin, give me a girl in my arms tonight. In my arms, in my arms. Ain't I never gonna get a girl in my arms? In my arms, in my arms. Ain't I never gonna get a bundle of charms? Comes the dawn, I'll be gone. And I thank you for the many letters you'll write. As for something nice and cute and female, I'll never find her in the V-mail. Give me a girl in my arms tonight. Comes the dawn, I'll be gone. And though every little parting gift suits me right, thank you very kindly, Mr. Benny, but you can keep your lucky penny. Give me a girl in my arms tonight. Give me a girl in my arms tonight.
That was In My Arms, sung by Dennis Day, and very good, Dennis. I'm sure all the Marines here enjoyed it very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, by the way, Jack, as long as we're here at Camp Pendleton, I have a story I'd like to tell you about a young man who wanted to join the Marines.
Is it a true story, Don? I mean, is it believable?
Oh, yes. It happened to a friend of mine, Homer B. Leavable.
Oh. Oh, I mean, I see. Well, tell us the story, Don.
Well, Mr. Leavable was a young man 17 years of age who wanted to join the Marines.
Oh.
So one morning, Homer went to a Marine recruiting station and, to his dismay, found that he was 12 ounces underweight. So he was rejected.
12 ounces underweight? Too bad.
However, Homer was undaunted. He went home, rushed into the kitchen, and ate a whole 12-ounce economy-size package of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nut flakes.
Paper and all?
No, he put them in a bowl.
Oh, I mean, go ahead.
Well, that very same day, he went back to the recruiting office, and the doctor said, "Congratulations, young man, you've made the weight."
And he got in the Marines?
No, the added weight gave him flat feet.
Well, that was tough luck. Very good, Don. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, Mary, do you think that was a true story?
Sure, lots of people have flat feet. Look at yours.
Mary, I haven't got flat feet.
Go on. Your footprints in the sand have fooled many a duck hunter.
There's very little buckshot in my bathing suit, Miss Livingston. It was those water wings that fooled them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are offering a very unusual play. About 200 years ago, on the very site of this Marine base, Camp Pendleton, there was a great Mexican ranch known as the Rancho Santa Margarita. So this evening, we would like to show you what life was like on a typical rancho in those early days. In other words, our sketch will take you back 200 years.
And don't think we haven't got the jokes for it.
You're crabbing everything. Inasmuch as I am the only member, Chuck Reisner won't like it, inasmuch as I am the only member of our cast who speaks Spanish, I will play the part of a wealthy landowner, Don Jose Benet.
I speak Spanish, Mr. Benny.
You do? Now, the part of my daughter...
Si yo conocía una vez, señorita, me enseñó a hablar español y comer enchiladas también.
Yes, sir. Now, the part of my daughter...
What did Dennis say to you, Jack? What's he talking about?
I don't know.
But you said you spoke Spanish.
I speak it, but I don't understand it. Now, the part of my daughter...
Bueno, señor Benny, diga usted algo. Estoy ansioso.
Bonus notches, Dennis. Bonus notches. Now, the part of my daughter... I can't speak Spanish, eh? Now, the part of my daughter, Conchita Rosita Margarita Pepita Benet, will be played by Mary Livingston. Phil Harris will be a Yankee salesman, and Don...
Yes, Jack?
To make the rancho authentic, you're playing the part of a herd of cattle. So, pin these 500 tails on your pants and let's get going. Now, this play will be presented immediately after a band number by Phil Harris. How about it, Phil?
Well, I'd like to, Jackson, but we didn't have no chance to rehearse and it'll sound ragged.
What?
You know, it won't be my usual smooth, dreamy style.
Dreamy? Phil, just because people close their eyes when they hear you play, don't let it go to your head. Now, let's have it. Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Now, listen, Rochester, when you left Los Angeles last night, I told you to be here for the program today. Now, where are you?
Well, a friend of mine offered to drive me to Camp Pendleton, but on the way down, we got a flat tire.
I see. Between Los Angeles and Camp Pendleton, you had a flat tire. Where are you calling from?
Tijuana.
Tijuana?
Tijuana, come down here, or shall I come up there?
Now, you come up here. Now, let me ask you something, Rochester. In driving from Los Angeles to Camp Pendleton, how could you possibly get to Tijuana, which is 50 miles south of here?
Well,
what?
Well, boss.
Well, boss, what?
Are you well, boss?
Yes, I'm well. Now, Rochester, I want the truth. You went down to Tijuana for a good time, didn't you?
Oh, no, boys. All I had since I've been here is a couple of glasses of buttermilk.
Buttermilk, eh? Are you sure that wasn't tequila you drank?
It could be. My cigar's lit at both ends.
I thought so. Now, listen, Rochester, I want you to get right over here to Camp Pendleton. I promised these boys you'd do a song for them.
Okay, I'll be there.
Good. Did you bring your music with you?
It's right on my hip, boss. I wrapped a bottle of buttermilk in it.
Well, see you later. Goodbye. Don't worry, fellas. He'll be here, and I'll have him do a song for you.
Gosh, if he's in Tijuana now, he can't possibly get here in time for the program.
This is radio, kid. Wake up. Bonehead Notches. Play for him. You're Driving Me Crazy, played by Phil Harris and the orchestra. Now for our play about life on the Rancho 200 years ago. Now remember, Mary, you're going to be my daughter. Phil, you're the Yankee salesman. And Don, you're a herd of cattle.
How many heads?
Just one head, Don. Like I told you, 500 tails. All right, let's get going.
What about me, Mr. Benny? Am I going to be in the play?
Oh, yes. Pardon me, kid. Dennis, you're going to be my daughter's sweetheart, Don Deniso Dopo. So here we go to the Rancho Benet. Curtain music. Don Jose Binet. I am one lucky man. I have beautiful daughter, I have beautiful rancho, and 500 head of beautiful cattle. They are so big, so fat. I think I will send them to market soon.
No!
Okay, I wait. Here come my little daughter, Conchita, Rosita, Maquita, Pepita, Lolita, Juanita, Binet.
My papa, Don Jose Benet, with a lousy toupee.
Conchita, my darling, I have good news for you. Tomorrow you marry Don Deniso Dopo, big tortilla man from Tijuana.
But I have never seen this Don Dopo. He's a stranger to me.
After the wedding, you will get acquainted. Don Deniso Dopo make fine husband, Conchita. Marry him, and you will have 5, maybe 10, maybe 15 children.
Boys or girls?
Mix them up! Mix them up! Mix them up, that's all. Then it is settled. Here come Don Dopo from the depot. He stopped quick. Come in. Don Dopo, did you have nice trip?
Si.
Come here, Don Dopo. I would like to present to you to my daughter, Conchita, Rosita, Maquita, Pepita, Lolita, Juanita, Patuta, Petita, Patuta, Benet. You like her, yes?
Oh, yes, vea. Espero ansioso el momento de tenerla en mis brazos.
You understand what he say, Conchita?
Only the whistle.
I must talk with Don Dopo alone, Conchita. So go in kitchen and put kettle on.
But I am already wearing sombrero.
Put kettle on stove, not on head. Now, scramble.
Oh, you mean I should take the powder?
Yes. Now, Don Dopo, we talk business. If you marry my daughter, I give you 50 cow.
Only 50 cow. If I marry Don Pedro Alvarez's daughter, he give me 50 cow and throw in the bowl.
But I am not throwing the bull. I really give you 50 cow. You will marry Conchita, Rosita, Maquita, Pepita, Lolita, Juanita, Benita, Benet tomorrow. And your brother Pancho, he will be best man.
But my brother Pancho is dead. He was killed by a weasel.
How could a man be killed by a little weasel?
He was standing on the track. The train came along and he did not hear the weasel.
That is one big joke. I am laughing.
Even Pancho went to pieces.
Anyway, it is settled. You will marry my daughter tomorrow. Now, if you will help me, I will call her in. Oh, Conchita, Rosita, Maquita, Pepita, Lolita, take it.
Juanita, Anita, Franchita, Carlita, take it.
Tosolita, Belita, Benet. Will you come in here, please?
Were you all calling me all?
We're south of the borders, huh? It is settled, my daughter. Tomorrow we will have wedding, and you will marry Don Dopo.
But I do not love these Dopo. I love Gringo.
What Gringo?
Phil with the curly Harris.
Ah, Phil Harris. Last week he mixed up program with ad lib. Yes.
Who is this Gringo? I will kill him.
Be careful, Don Dopo. Phil Harris is one tough hombre. He is big man.
I got no care for him. I no care if he is twice my big and 3 times my heavy. I kill him.
Here he come now, my Americano.
Must be same horse. He is coming into the house. Don Dopo, what are you doing with that knife?
I got hangnail.
Ah, my lover, my sweetheart.
Ah, Conchita, Rosita, Marquita, Pepita, Lolita, Juanita, Anita, Benita, Francita, Carlita, Belita, Margarita, Benet, I love you.
Who do you love?
I'm not going through that again, sister.
Now listen to me, Gringo. I do not care how much you love my daughter. I have promised her to Don Dopo.
And don't forget those 50 cows.
You will get them.
But, Papa, I love Americano.
I do not care. Listen, Gringo. I give you just 3 to leave this rancho.
Look out, Phil. He's got a gun.
You're on my side. All right, Gringo. I am going to count 3, and if you do not leave, I will shoot. 1, 2. Darn it, I forgot the Spanish word for 3. I don't care. I shoot you anyway. Miss me. Then I will shoot Don Dopo. He's closer.
Miss me, too.
Well, I know one thing I cannot miss. Well, see, Don, everybody, we will have steak for dinner. And now, fellas, here's Rochester all ready to sing Taking a Chance on Love from his new picture, Cabin in the Sky.
Here I go again. I hear those trumpets blow again. All aglow again. Taking a chance on love. Here I slide again. About to take that ride again. Starry-eyed again. Taking a chance on love. I thought the cards were a frame-up. I never would try. But now I'm taking the game up and 8 hearts high. On the ball again, I'm riding for a fall again. I'm gonna give my all again, taking a chance on love. Now I'm wading in again. I'm leading with my chin again. I'm starting out to win again, taking a chance. Oh, no. Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States has a job to do. We're marching together to win a bitter struggle. And to win this war, the United States of America, that means you and me and everybody in this nation, must be strong, clear-headed, wide-awake, healthy. That is why our government is spending so much time and money and effort to see that every American eats to win so that he can work to win this war. We must all get a nourishing, well-balanced diet. Therefore, our government urges us to eat the basic 7 foods every day, as outlined in Uncle Sam's nutrition program. We're proud that cereals, whole grain or restored, are one of the 7 basic foods. We're proud that delicious unrationed Grape Nuts Flakes is a whole grain cereal member of the basic 7. And we're proud to cooperate in urging our fellow Americans to start tomorrow with this firm resolve: every day from now on, I'll eat the basic 7.
Next week, Gardner Field, California. Good night, folks.
Since the Marine Corps does not endorse any product, this broadcast is not intended as an endorsement of our product by the Marine Corps. The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from Gardner Field near Taft, California, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. These are days when it takes common sense as well as dollars and cents to make your food budgets come out right. Food prices have not only hit the ceiling, but in many cases have gone right on up through the roof. You know yourself, some foods have gone up as high as 75%. But one happy exception is tempting, sweet-as-a-nut Grape Nuts Flakes. For the average cost of Grape Nuts Flakes to you is actually less today than it was 4 years ago. And with the large 12-ounce economy-sized package of Grape Nuts Flakes, you get up to 16 helpings at only about a penny a serving. So here's a thrift-wise, non-rationed Basic 7 cereal that's also tops an appetite appeal. You'll never have any trouble selling your family on Grape Nuts Flakes. It sells itself with the very first malty, rich mouthful. It's the distinctive Grape Nuts flavor turned out in crisp, toasty brown flake form. America's fastest-growing cereal, Grape Nuts Flakes. You don't give up a single precious ration stamp to buy Grape Nuts Flakes. Was Something for the Boys, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the recreation hall here at Gardner Field, we bring you that old-time pin-up boy, Jack Benny.
Thank you, thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you may have meant that as a gag. But I am the pin-up boy for thousands of whacks all over the country. What Betty Grable is to the men, I am to the fair sex.
Well, tell me, Jack, what's the most popular picture of you that the girls pin up?
It's a pose of me in bathing trunks, Don, and I have the hair on my chest clipped so it spells welcome. On the way to the photographer's, 4 people stopped and wiped their feet on me. Anyway, Don, here we are at Gardner Field. And if I was in the Air Force, this is where I'd like to be stationed. I mean, the climate here is so cool and refreshing.
Cool?
Yeah.
Why, I stepped outside a few minutes ago and the thermometer said...
Don, That's a military secret, you know.
But these fellows in our audience are all soldiers. Can't we tell them?
No, Don. And stop perspiring. That's a clue. You know, we have to be careful about the information we give out. You know?
Oh, that's right. The enemy have their ears to the ground.
Well, they're laying down all over, if that's what you mean. But one thing about the climate here around Taft, it may be hot in the daytime, but at night you can sleep under 2 blankets. Yes, sir, 2 wool blankets.
And be perfectly comfortable?
Are you kidding? You'll suffocate. But speaking of heat, a fat boy like you must really suffer.
Oh, no, I'm not so fat, Jack. I look stout, but I'm really all muscle.
I see. Well, Don, if your girdle ever gets an 8-hour pass, watch that muscle spread out. In other words, Tubby, that bustle ain't muscle. Look, fellas, a mirage. No, it's really a girl. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, fellas.
Well, Mary, how do you like it here at Gardner Field?
Oh, fine. Say, Jack, did I hear you bragging to Don about the Wax making you their pinup boy?
That's the truth, Mary. The Wax at Bangor, Maine, have 250 pictures of me on the walls of their barracks.
Well, if they ever get wallpaper, down you come.
Mary, all I asked you was, how do you like it here at Gardner Field? That's all I asked. That's all. That's all I asked.
I told you, fine.
Good.
And you know what, Jack?
What?
I had the biggest thrill this afternoon. I found out my brother was stationed here.
Your brother?
Yeah, and can you imagine? He's only been here 2 weeks, and he's a colonel already.
No kidding. Really, a colonel in 2 weeks?
He must be. When I saw him, he was carrying a long swagger stick with a tassel on the end of it.
That was a mop. A mop. That's all I asked you. That was a mop.
Oh, then that helmet he was swinging on his arm must have been a bucket.
Certainly. Anyway, Mary, it's nice to see a member of your family in the armed forces. What's your brother studying here at Gardner Field?
He's learning to be a gardener.
Now cut that out. Brother a gardener. When he graduates, I'll probably pin a string bean on him instead of wings. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. It's a little close in here, fellas. Applaud me and fan the air.
Phil, let me ask you something. Why do you always ask for applause when you make your entrance?
Because applause is food to an actor, and I miss my lunch.
Well, Phil, in the first place, you're not an actor. And in the second place, you haven't had a lunch in 20 years that you didn't have to blow the foam off of.
Say, Phil, I didn't see you on the bus this morning. Where were you?
Well, me and Frankie, my guitar player, drove up yesterday afternoon and spent the night in Taft. You know, we wanted to get a good night's sleep.
Oh. Well, where'd you stay in Taft?
A peaceful little spot called the Fox Hotel.
Wait a minute, Phil. The Fox Hotel in Taft is where most of these cadets go every Saturday night. Must have been plenty noisy.
No, it wasn't, Jackson. Me and Frankie didn't hear a sound.
Phil, look. I live in Los Angeles, over 100 miles away. And many a Saturday night, when the wind is in the right direction, I can hear the manager of the Fox Hotel saying, "Please, boys, put the roof back on." You know that. Now tell the truth, Phil. What time did you get to bed?
Well, I looked at my watch and it said 9 o'clock.
9 a.m. or 9 p.m.?
That's the trouble with watches. They don't say.
Well, you and your guitar player must have been in a fine fog there.
Say, Mr. Benny, going back on the bus tonight, is it all right if I...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Gee, was that applause for me?
No. Mary, quit straightening your stocking. My goodness, huh?
Say, Mr. Benny, going back on the bus tonight, is it all right?
How do you feel, kid?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
A few minutes ago, I stopped for a drink at a well, and it was awfully greasy.
Well, that was an oil well.
It was?
Yes, you shouldn't have stopped at an oil well for a drink.
You mean because I haven't got a B card?
No, you shouldn't drink oil. No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid.
I wish you would. There are so many things I want to find out.
Never mind.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Jerk.
going home on the bus tonight. Is it all right if I ride inside with the rest of you?
No, Dennis, the bus is too crowded. You'll have to sit out on the radiator like you did coming up.
Hanging over that motor for 100 miles, that's where I got the oil habit.
You didn't get the habit. You only had one drink.
Oh.
Now, let's have your song, Dennis. What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing a very popular new ballad called You'll Never Know.
That is a good tune.
Say, Jackson, that song happens to be from the motion picture Hello, Frisco, Hello, starring that glamorous blonde Alice, what's her name?
Alice Faye.
Oh, yes. I'll get thumped when I get home.
I hope you do. All right, Dennis, let's have your song.
Never know just how much I miss you. You'll never know just how much I care. And if I tried, I still couldn't hide my love for you. You ought to know, for haven't I told you so a million or more times? You went away and my heart went with you. I speak your name in my every prayer. Some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now.
You'll Never Know How Much I Love You, sung by Dennis Day, and very good, Dennis. But you know, kid, all these love songs prove just one thing.
What's that, Mr. Benny?
I don't know. They prove how easy it is for a woman to make a man fall in love with her.
Yeah.
You know, kid, it's awful the tricks a woman can play on a man's heart, especially in the moonlight.
Sometimes right out in the sunshine they'll get you.
You said it.
And on a rainy day, holy smoke.
What'd you say, kid?
On a rainy day, holy
smoke. I wanted them to hear that. I didn't want you to talk into the lamp. I tell you, kid, when a woman makes up her mind to get a man, he's a dead duck.
Yeah, lucky we're safe from women, by golly.
What do you mean, we're safe from women?
Well, they haven't got to me yet, and they passed you long ago.
No, they haven't, Dennis. As a matter of fact, I'm the official pin-up boy for the wax. Yes, sir.
A bunch of girls away from home, they miss their fathers, and he takes it the wrong way.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Mary. I know a top sergeant that's nuts about me. You ought to see the letters she writes. But getting back to the subject, Dennis, as you grow older, kid, you'll find out that in most cases the woman is the aggressor. Don't you think so, Phil?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
I don't know what aggressor means.
Aggressor, Phil, means when you're standing on a corner minding your own business, a girl comes along and gives you a lift in her car. She asks you if you have a cigarette. You say, I do, and there's a preacher in the rumble seat. that's aggressor, brother. I tell you, you got to watch women and their little tricks.
You're right, Jack. And speaking of women's wiles, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you how an innocent man can be putty in a woman's hand.
You said it.
Take the example of Mr. Homer J. Putty.
That's me, folks.
And a young waitress by the name of Miss Melba Toast.
That's me, I guess.
The setting is that popular rendezvous in Taft, California called Cena's Cafe. Music.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. What do you have, big boy?
Give me a package of Beeman's Pepsin chewing gum, please.
This is a restaurant. What you chew here, you swallow.
Oh, yes. I think I'll have a bowl of toasty brown, sweet as a nut, grape nuts flakes.
Say, you're kind of cute. Are you a stranger in town?
Yes, grape nuts flakes, please.
You're not married, are you, cutie?
No, I'm not. Grape nuts flakes, please.
I'm not married either, dreamboat.
That's very interesting. Grape nuts flakes, please.
Say, babyface, you know there's a dance at the Moose Hall tonight.
Well, get a moose and go. I want some grape nuts flakes. I'm starving. I haven't had any breakfast yet.
Well, if we were married, I could fix your breakfast with my own little hand.
But we're not married. Now, will you please get me some toasty nut, sweet as a grape nuts grapes flakes? I mean grape nuts flakes, please.
Well, if I give you a dish of grape nuts flakes, will you marry me?
Yes.
Hi, darling.
Sweetheart.
Now, the moral of this story, fellas, is that if you're lonesome and you want to get married, just go into a restaurant and order grape nuts flakes. Thank you.
Very good, Doc. And, Phil, the only thing that can follow that is a band number by you and your orchestra. Just think, Phil, this will be the next to the last time we'll be hearing your orchestra this season. One more Sunday and we're off the air.
Only one more broadcast? Say, I better start saving my money.
Start saving your money. Phil, do you mean to say that as long as you've been working for me, you haven't put anything aside?
Not a penny.
Well, for heaven's sake, what are you going to do when you're 80 years old?
I figure I'll just sit around and listen to my skin dry.
Well, that ought to be noisy and exciting. Imagine not saving a penny. Phil, did you ever hear the story about the grasshopper and the ant? All summer long, the ant was busy storing up little particles of food in his house. But the grasshopper, that's you, Twitch, he just jumped around and had a good time.
Where would a grasshopper go for a good time?
The Fox Hotel. Now pay attention. Anyway, all summer the ant worked and worked and worked, and the grasshopper played and played and played.
This is boring me. I'm going outside for a drink of oil.
Dennis, come back here. And when winter came, Phil, the ant had plenty to eat, but the grasshopper nearly starved to death. Now, Phil, do you get the moral of that story?
Sure. If you're a grasshopper and you want to eat, you better grab yourself a rich old ant.
Well, that's close enough. Get your head out, Phil, and play, Karen. Lulu, played by Phil Harris and his musical Grasshoppers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as long as we're here at Gardner Field...
Oh, pardon me for interrupting, Jack, but I was talking to Colonel Anderson. He's trying to arrange that parachute jump you spoke about.
Parachute jump?
Certainly, you were talking about it on the bus this morning.
I was talking about making a parachute jump?
Of course, you were showing off for that little blonde who was sitting next to you.
You mean Hortense, the girl who's going up to Napa County to get a job in a winery because her boyfriend, who still owes her $18, has been stepping out with somebody else? I was just making conversation.
Speaking of that blonde, Mr. Benny, I think it was very nice of you to give her the $18 her boyfriend owed her.
When did I give her $18?
She took it out of your pocket when you were fixing the window shade.
Well, I'll be darned. Listen, Dennis, when that girl was removing the bills from my pocket, why didn't you say something?
Well, that's the first time I ever saw you spend any money, and I was fascinated.
Well, that's the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
You going to kill yourself now or wait till the program's over?
Neither one, nah. That $18 coming out of Dennis's salary. He was a spotter, and he didn't report. Anyway, Don, getting back to... I can't understand Hortense doing that. She has such a baby face. Getting back to Colonel Anderson...
Cheer up, Jack. When she's jumping up and down on those grates at the winery, she's liable to slip and sprain her ankle.
That's right. Anyway, Don, getting back to... Of course, she has such beautiful legs. I wouldn't want that to happen. Getting back to Colonel Anderson, thank him very much for his kind offer, but tell him I've already made a parachute jump, and there wouldn't be any thrill in either one. Huh?
Why, Jack, I didn't know you ever bailed out of a plane.
Oh, sure, Don. Last year at March Field, and I wasn't a bit scared.
You weren't scared, eh? Tell Don what really happened.
Now, Mary.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Don, one day last year when we were on the bus to March Field, Jack met a girl who was going to Saboba Hot Springs.
She got my watch, come to think of it.
Anyway, Jack got started bragging and told this girl he was going to Marchfield to make a parachute jump.
Parachute jump.
So I fixed it so we'd get a big transport plane and all go up and watch Jack bail out. There was Phil and Dennis and Rochester was there and myself, and Jack was really scared.
Gosh, I'm dizzy. Look at the ground way down there. Wow.
Jack, will you please come down off that stepladder?
I want to get used to the altitude. I know what I'm doing. Well, Dennis, Phil, put your parachutes on.
We ain't gonna jump, Jackson.
Yes, you are. When I go, everybody goes.
Gosh, I'm scared.
There's nothing to be scared of, Dennis. When I was a test pilot years ago, I used to jump all the time.
Were you a test pilot, Mr. Benny?
Sure.
He used to try out pitchforks in a livery stable.
Well, it was darn tough work. Now, let's see. I wonder if this parachute goes...
What are you doing, Mr. Benny?
Oh, hello, Rochester. Well, Rochester, we're going for a plane ride, and I want you to come along.
Wait a minute, boss. You want me to get in a plane and go up there above those clouds?
Yes, there's one empty seat.
And empty it shall remain.
Now, Rochester, don't be such a baby. Flying is the greatest thing in the world. You show me a man that doesn't want to fly, and I'll show you a man with no imagination.
Dull, ain't I?
But, Rochester, flying is a wonderful experience. It gives you the feeling that you're a bird soaring through the clouds.
Uh-huh.
An eagle gliding over a mountain pass.
Uh-huh.
Rochester, wouldn't you like to have wings?
Only in the biblical sense, and that can wait.
Rochester, I'm not going to argue with you. We're all going up in that plane.
You all, not me all.
Yes, you are. Oh, Lieutenant, is the plane ready?
Right over here, Mr. Benny. And watch that cigar. You'll burn a hole in your parachute.
Oh, a little hole. What can that hurt?
A lot. When your parachute opens up and there's a hole in it, you'll get sunburned on the way down.
Oh, that's right.
Well, what are you waiting for, Jack? Let's get in the plane.
I was wondering, Mary, don't you think it's a little windy to go up today?
If you hadn't been so windy on that bus, you wouldn't have to go up at all. Now, you coming or not?
Okay. Come on, Phil, Dennis.
We're coming.
Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss!
What are you doing with that jackrabbit?
I just wanted to borrow his hind leg.
You get in this plane. All right, Lieutenant, we're ready.
Very well. Turn her over!
Gee, this isn't so bad. Say, Mary, see the field way down there?
Yeah, it sure looks small, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. Hey, Rochester, look at the ground way, way down there.
I ain't looking till I'm close enough to kiss it.
I never saw such a baby.
Say, Jackson, get a load of them cars on the highway below us. They look like little black dots.
Yeah. Rochester, look down at that highway.
Boss, please.
Open your eyes. Dennis, what's that folder you got there?
Instructions on how to use a parachute.
Oh, have you got them down, Pat?
I think so. I have to jump out of the plane, count to 10, pull the ripcord, and if the chute doesn't open, I got to count all over again. I worry about things like that.
Dennis, believe me, if the chute doesn't open, there's nothing to worry about.
It's different with you. You've led a good, clean life.
Oh, quiet. What a dodo.
Jack, what are you taking that parachute off for?
Because Dennis has made me so aggravated with his silly talk that I'm not going to jump.
Put that back on.
Oh, all right.
My goodness, Jack, you're a bigger coward than Rochester.
I doubt that, Miss Livingston, but thanks just the same.
Say, Lieutenant, how high are we?
5,400 feet.
Okay, stop the plane and let's jump.
Stop the plane?
Certainly. You don't think I'm going to jump out of this plane when it's going 100 miles an hour, do you?
But, Mr. Benny, if we stop the plane, our static equilibrium will be destroyed and we'll fall to the ground.
Sure, it's the law of gravy. That's gravity, stupid.
He's stupid and you wanted to stop the plane.
Okay. Open the door, Lieutenant. Boy, that air is cold. Well, go ahead, Phil. You and Dennis jump first. And if everything goes all right, I'll take a leap.
Okay, here goes. So long, everybody.
There goes Harris. Look at that chute fly over.
I'll go next. So long, everybody.
There goes the lieutenant.
You're next, Dennis.
Here goes.
Dennis, don't hold your nose. You're not jumping in water.
Okay, so long, everybody. Hello.
Dennis, what are you doing back in the plane?
My suspenders got caught on the doorknob. So long, everybody.
There goes Dennis.
And you're next.
Wait a minute, Mary. I just had a funny idea. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Why don't you jump in my place? You know, just for a gag.
Boss, I wouldn't jump out of here if that river down below was straight Kentucky bourbon.
Oh, what a sissy.
Go ahead and jump, Jack. Here, I'll give you a shove.
Mary, stop pushing me.
Let go of that door.
Mary, don't shove me. Whoop, whoop.
Now, Jack Benny, you let go of that door, Sid.
Pull me up. I'm hanging here in the air.
Rochester, hand me that hammer.
Mary, don't you dare hit my fingers with that hammer. Oh, my fingers. Help, help. Mary, pull me up. Pull me up. Oh, well, here goes. Say, this is fun, floating down like this. I'm glad I brought my Reader's Digest with me. Oh, boy, this is really... That better be my shirt. Play, Phil.
Realize that Uncle Sam's Basic 7 nutrition program is really old man opportunity knocking at your door. For the Basic 7, the 7 groups of foods our government urges us to eat every day, was created to ensure a better fed and hence more efficient America. It's bound to have a history-making influence on wise ways of eating. And one food that's not only a Basic 7 food, but is also plentiful and thrifty and not rationed, is whole grain cereals. So every time you try to enjoy crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes, remember you're getting the important whole grain nourishment of a Basic 7 cereal. As a matter of fact, with every delicious bowl full of grape nuts flakes and milk, you're including 2 Basic 7 foods. Add fruit, and you make it 3. Join up today with the Basic 7 food program homemakers for a better-fed America.
Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloy. Since the War Department does not endorse any product, this broadcast is not intended as an endorsement of our product by the War Department. Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our special guest this evening, DEANNA Durbin. Ladies, are there by any chance icebox raiders in your home? Or don't I have to ask, because aren't we all? Well, fellow icebox raiders, just remember this. Hands off any in-between meal snacks of meat or cheese these ration days. Instead, help yourself to a tempting bowl full of Grape Nuts Flakes and milk. Grape Nuts Flakes are not rationed, and they're always one swell treat to eat. It's the distinctive moldy-rich Grape Nuts flavor turned out in crisp, toasty brown flake form. And you'll find Grape Nuts Flakes just as grand tasting at mid-afternoon or midnight as they are for breakfast. So now, a wise word to you homemakers. If you'd saved on ration foods all around the clock, always plan to have on hand several of those big 12-ounce economy-size packages of thrifty, appetizing Grape Nuts Flakes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time this season, we bring you a man who for the past 35 weeks has either entertained or bored you with his comedy. A man who many of you will hate to see leave the air, and an equal number will jump for joy.
I don't know why you should be nervous on the last program. I can imagine the first one, yes. Go ahead, Don.
Well, so here he is, folks. A man the whole world is anxious to hear, but on the other hand...
Never mind, Jack Benny. Applause. Heaven's sake. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, who thrills or nauseates you, as the case may be, talking. And just think, Don, this is the last time this season you'll be putting your sweet, lovable boss on the pan.
Oh, that's right, Jack. Time certainly flies.
It sure does. What a season we've had. 27,000 miles of travel, playing camps from San Diego to Bangor, Maine. Gosh, Don, I'm so exhausted I can hardly stand up.
You look fine, Jack. You seem to be standing there very firm and upright.
That's the microphone, Don. I'm the wreck that's hanging on to it. I tell you, Don, if I didn't have starch in my underwear, I'd fall right over. What a season.
Well, Jack, we younger members of the cast feel the strain, too.
Wait a minute, Don. What do you mean, you younger members of the cast? I'm not much older than you are.
Oh, you must be, Jack, because I remember when I was just a child in Denver. My mother used to take me to the Orpheum Theater to see you.
Well, Don, that doesn't prove anything. When I started out in vaudeville, I was just a baby. I was a child prodigy.
But you walked out on the stage wearing a tuxedo.
I don't care. There were diapers underneath. And that flask on my hip had a nipple on it. But getting back to our programs this year, Don, we sure have covered a lot of territory. Chicago, Baltimore, New York, Montreal.
Oh, speaking of Montreal, Jack, didn't you borrow $5 from me during our visit there?
Then Ottawa, Toronto, and back to Chicago.
I said, didn't you borrow $5 from me during our visit to Montreal?
Then Camp Custer, Michigan, and finally home again. What a trip.
I said, didn't you borrow $5 from me in Canada?
Yes, and as soon as I get some Canadian money, I'll pay you back. Oh, hello, Mary. Am I glad to see you?
Hello. Say, Jack, what are you yelling at Don for?
Well, in the first place, I didn't like the introduction he gave me. Let me ask you something, Mary. Do I bore people?
Certainly. Who said you didn't?
Nobody said I didn't. He said I did.
Oh.
Oh.
Say, Jack, I bet you're glad we're going off the air tonight. You really look worn out.
I am tired, Mary. Radio is a pretty tough grind.
Well, it's tough for all of us.
That is tougher on me. You don't have to come in till noon on Sundays, but I got to be here at 8 a.m. when the orchestra boys rehearse.
Well, it's your own fault. Why don't you let somebody else sell them coffee and donuts?
Because it's my concession and I can't get a guy to run it. By the way, Mary, after the show, I'll tell you a dozen donuts at a sacrifice. A lot of Phil's boys had hangovers this morning, and all they wanted was coffee. Thank goodness next Sunday I can sleep.
Oh, by the way, Jack, what are you planning on doing this summer?
Well, Don, my doctor advised me to go away for a while where it's quiet and peaceful.
Say, Jack, why don't you go to my uncle's sanitarium?
Oh, has your uncle got a sanitarium?
Yes, it's called Dr. Livingston's Rest Home for jitterbugs who can't quit dancing after the music stops.
I must tell my cousin Boo Boo about that. But I have other plans for the summer, Mary. I'm going to the Low Sierras.
Pardon me, Jack, you mean High Sierras.
I'm going to the Low Sierras.
For heaven's sake, Jack, high means altitude, not price.
Oh. Then I'll go to the High Sierras. The altitude will be good for me, you know.
Say, Mr. Benny, this being our last program...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny, this being our last program...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, I'm doing as well as can be expected.
What do you mean?
Well, who expects anything of me?
Oh, that's right. Now, what did you want, Dennis?
Well, this being our last program, I thought I'd ask you for the $10 you owe me.
What $10?
The $10 you borrowed from me in Boston. Do you want to pay it?
Well...
You'll have to wait till he gets some Massachusetts money.
You'll have to wait till I remember I borrowed it. Now, Dennis, when did I ask you for that $10?
Don't you remember you wanted to buy a wallet to keep your money in?
Yes.
So I gave you $2 for a wallet and $8 to put in it?
Oh, that's right. I'll give you the 10 later, kid. And now, Dennis, this being the last program of the season... Gee, the last program. Next week, I'll just be walking past the bank. Oh, well.
You can still wave to the president. He's always sitting out in front of the bank in a rocking chair.
Yeah, he used to own a store in Brooklyn. But no kidding, it doesn't seem possible that this is our last show. It is, though. Yes, sir, it's aloha and goodbye. All right, Don. Aloha and goodbye.
Oh, Jack, not on our last broadcast.
Don, aloha and goodbye.
But this one is so obvious, a child could figure it out.
Don, read what I wrote. Now go ahead. First, aloha.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you're at your grocer's, why not buy a package of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes? You'll find the price is not a high-ha or even a medium aha. In fact, it is very aloha.
Okay, that's aloha. Now, goodbye.
Oh, Jack.
Don, goodbye.
Oh, very well.
Very well.
Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package is an excellent value.
Don, it's a goodbye.
It's a marvelous investment.
Don, it's a goodbye.
It's an intelligent purchase.
Don, goodbye.
All right, so long.
Don, come back here. He had to walk out. Now our listeners will never know what I was driving at. Oh, well, sing, Dennis.
Sunsets that glow and stars, with rainbow and roses, and island guitar. You are a perfect rhyme with all these things. You rhyme with everything that's beautiful, with summer, with springtime, with sunsets that glow. I'm not a great poet, but this much I know. You rhyme with everything.
That was You Rhyme with Everything That's Beautiful, sung by Dennis Day, who rhymes with work, shirt, and clerk. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Mr. Benny, I just thought of something.
What is it?
How come we're going off the air tonight and Fred Allen is staying on the radio for 4 more weeks?
Well, I think I can explain that to you, kid. You see, Fred Allen's sponsor figures that Allen ought to stay on the air until he gets a laugh. And he's got 4 more weeks to prove that he's a comedian. And I've got a hunch that on the last show his pants will come down. There'll be a sign on his underwear saying, "Smile, darn you, smile." I hope that answers your question, kid.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Quit panning Fred Allen. If you ask me, I think he's the funniest guy on the air.
Do I hear a voice from the cornfield? What was that you just said, Phil?
I said that Fred Allen's the funniest guy on the air.
Oh, yeah?
And he's a great ad-libber. Many a time I've seen him stand up on the stage and reel off gags without no script.
Without no script, huh? Phil, let me ask you something. When you noticed Allen standing there without any script, did you also notice that he kept his right hand in his coat pocket?
So what?
He's got a joke book there that's printed in Braille. You ever put heavy gloves on that guy, he couldn't open his mouth. Ad-lib comedian. Let me tell you something. There are very few of us left.
Oh, I suppose you're an ad-lib comedian.
Yes, I am.
Go on. You stubbed your toe yesterday, and your writers had to cue you to say ouch.
Ouch has been overdone. I said, gosh ding it. Well, so much for Allen with his baggy eyes. Allen's face looks like a baby kangaroo peeking out of a side pocket. Now, where were we?
Don't forget the special poem I wrote for our last broadcast.
Oh, yes. Let's get that over with, too. What's the title of your poem, Mary?
Aloha and Goodbye.
You stole that from me. Go ahead and read it. Go ahead. Don't be nervous. Just read the poem. Go ahead. Go ahead, kid. Read it, kid.
I say... Oh.
All right, go ahead.
I say aloha and goodbye. I feel so sad that I could cry. We surely hate our show to close, but when you gotta goes, you gotta goes.
Nice rhyming there.
We have traveled near and far. We've traveled by plane. We've traveled by car. And I guess that you have heard, we have even traveled by bird.
By bird?
We took the lark to San Francisco.
That's a train. Go ahead. It's a train. Go ahead. Yeah, see.
We've been in the desert where the heat was so great that it melted the teeth out of Jack's upper plate.
That I don't remember.
We've been in Toronto where it was 20 below, and Jack lost his lowers in a street full of snow.
Well, so much for my mouth. Is that all?
No, there's one more verse.
Oh, one more.
Yes.
Go ahead.
We'll be back again next fall when the frost is on the pumpkin. We hope that we will please you all, and our program won't be stunk in the air.
Thank you very much.
Well, Deanna, I'm awfully glad you dropped in on us tonight. Gosh, I haven't seen you since you were a little girl working on Eddie Cantor's program.
That was quite a while ago.
Yes, it was. Gee, remember how I used to drop in at rehearsal once in a while and hold you on my knees?
Don't try it now.
Oh, I won't. And here you are on my program. Deanna, do you like working with me as well as you did with Eddie Cantor?
Oh, yes, Jack. Of course, you're much younger than I expected.
I just love this girl. What was that? What was that you said, Deanna?
I said you're much younger than I expected.
Well.
You must have expected Trader Horn.
Oh, be quiet. Oh, by the way, Deanna, you know the members of our cast, don't you? Mary, Phil.
Sure. Hello, Mary.
Hello.
Hiya, Diana.
That's Deanna. He never gets the name right. Look at that. And this is Dennis Day, our singer. Say hello to Miss Durbin, Dennis.
Hello.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Dennis, say something. Get going.
Will you marry me, Miss Durbin?
Not so fast. Don't mind him, Deanna. Huh?
Well, Dennis, that was awfully sweet of you, and I appreciate it very much, but I'm already married.
Gosh, I meet the only girl in the world for me, and she's already the only girl in the world for her husband. I worry about things like that.
Oh, Dennis, for heaven's sake, you'll get another girl.
Not me. I'm going to take poison.
All right. By the way, Deanna, you may not be aware of this, but I nearly played opposite you in your latest picture, Hers to Hold. They were thinking of using me for your leading man.
Well, that's Hollywood for you.
No kidding, Deanna. I really was going to be in the picture, but they picked Joseph Cotton for the part.
Well, someone's got to pick that cotton.
Mary. Cut that out. Well, Deanna, we're all anxious to hear you. Well, Sulky Pants is back. Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. Say, how about introducing me to Miss Durbin?
Not until you say what I told you to.
All right. Grape Nut Flakes are a good buy. Glad to know you, Miss Durbin.
There. That's that. Now, Don, stop pouting. Pull in those liver lips. They're hanging way out over the audience. And now, Deanna.
Well, liver is hard to get nowadays.
Now, Deanna, we're all ready and anxious to hear your song, so... Oh, darn, that's probably Rochester calling about the party.
What party?
You know what party. I'm giving a farewell dinner for my whole gang and several big movie stars. Gary Cooper, Robert Taylor, Barbara Stanwyck, Claudette Colbert, Rodney Dangerfield, and Stella Buggenhaven.
Who are those last two?
You never heard of Rodney Dangerfield and Stella Buggenhaven? Didn't you see Pangs of Passion for Adults Only? Go to the movies once in a while, sister. I'm coming. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, how are the arrangements for the party coming along?
Fine, boss. The butcher just delivered the meat, and we got lucky hamburger.
What do you mean, lucky hamburger?
I found a horseshoe in it.
That meat's for Carmichael. For the party tonight, I want you to fry that chicken that's in the refrigerator. It looks very tender.
Oh, it was. It was.
You mean to say you ate that whole chicken?
All but one wing. That got away from me.
Well, then we'll have to serve the hamburger. By the way, Rochester, what about our guests tonight? Have any of the movie stars arrived yet?
Well, Mr. Taylor and Miss Stanley called and said they wouldn't be able to come on account of a headache.
They have one headache between them?
Uh-huh. And Mr. and Mrs. Gary Cooper called, and they were very anxious to find out who you were.
Oh, I see.
Then Miss Claudette Colbert phoned, and she wanted to know if headache had been used yet.
I see. So none of the movie stars are coming, eh?
Oh, yes. Mr. Dangerfield and Miss Buckingham have been here since noon.
What?
They're country folks, boss. To them, dinner is 12 o'clock.
Well, tell them to make themselves at home. See you in a little while, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
How did those donuts I made go over with the orchestra boys today?
Not very good, Rochester. The holes were a little too big. In fact, Frankie, Phil's guitar player, is wearing one around his head to keep his derby from slipping down.
I see. Well, it's the last show, boss. You can have the last gag. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And now, folks, Miss Deanna Durbin from her Universal picture, Hers to Hold, will present for the first time on the air, Say a Prayer for the Boys Over There, written by Jimmy McHugh and Herb Magnuson. Go ahead, Deanna. Deanna, that was a beautiful song, and especially on this occasion. Not long ago, folks, we looked upon Memorial Day as a day of painful memory from which time had removed the pain and left only beauty. But this Memorial Day is different. Today, Valley Forge and Bull Run and Gettysburg and Chateau Thierry come marching out of the past, and we see them clearly again. Because marching at their side are the men of Bataan and Pearl Harbor and Corregidor and Waite. Someday, time will erase the pain of the memory of Bataan and Pearl Harbor, as it once erased the pain of Verdun. But tonight, the gold stars are too new and bright, the wounds in our hearts too fresh, and the pain too sharp to forget. And thus, Memorial Day becomes more than a roll call of our honored dead, and a roll call more of the living. And the living must step forth to answer, and they must say, all these men from 1776 to 1943, they died for me. So let me work, and let me buy the bond. And let me, with the helping hand of God, make the sacrifice that tells the soul of each one of these men, you did not die in vain.
Friends, you might say our government's nutrition program, the Basic 7, is our springboard to good health. For the Basic 7, the 7 different groups of foods our government urges us to eat every day, was created to ensure a better fed and hence more efficient America. And the Basic 7 is a program that's as simple and workable as it is wise. For instance, one Basic 7 food that's plentiful, thrifty, and not rationed is whole grain cereal. And that spells crisp, toasty brown grape nut flakes, or whole grain Basic 7 cereal. Now, milk and fruit are also Basic 7 foods. So when you serve malty-rich grape nut flakes with milk and luscious fruit, you're getting free food from your daily Basic 7 in one nourishing, grand-tasting dish. So help yourself to better health. Do as Uncle Sam asked, live by the Basic 7.
And so we come to the end of the last program in this Grape Nut Flake series, and we'll be with you again next fall. I want to thank Deanna Durbin for her gracious appearance here tonight. Also, my appreciation to our listeners for their many years of sharing our program with us. Thanks to my cast and my writers, Bill Morrow and Ed Baloin. Happy summer to everybody. Good night, folks.
Next Sunday, June 6th, the half-hour drama Those We Love moves into the Jack Benny time for the summer. You'll enjoy Those We Love, for it's an exciting and romantic story about the sort of folks who might be your next-door neighbors. Make a note on your calendar and don't miss Those We Love next Sunday night at this same time. Hey, boss, man. The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program coming to you from New York City and starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, guess what, friends? On the way over here to the studio, a guy rushed up to me and said, "Gosh, I'm glad you're going back on the air. Why, I haven't eaten anything for breakfast since you stopped telling me what to have." Well, I hope the rest of you haven't been going without breakfast all summer, because it just so happens that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. That's what the nutrition experts tell us. And they also say that an adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole grain nourishment. Well, delicious malty-rich grape nuts or toasty brown grape nuts flakes are certainly the answer to that. For both of these tempting sweet-as-a-nut cereals are chock full of whole grain food values, one kind of nourishment you need to get a swell start on the day. Yes, sir, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes have a real stand-by-you quality, and you'll find yourself zipping through to lunchtime in a high when you feature these grand cereals in your morning meal. They're delicious, nutritious, thrifty. So make it Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes for a good morning all morning long. Ladies and gentlemen, as you probably know, Jack Benny has just returned from a camp tour overseas. So we take you back a few days to LaGuardia Airport and show you what happened when Jack arrived. Say, Mary, isn't it crowded here at the airport?
It sure is, Don. Gee whiz, Don, just imagine. Jack's been gone 3 whole months.
That's right. I wonder if he's changed.
Jeepers, I hope so. Gosh, I can hardly wait to see him.
No, you never can tell, Mary. Maybe a trip like this made a new man out of Jack.
Maybe.
Maybe he'll have a different outlook on life, not worry about everything the way he used to.
Maybe.
Maybe he won't be so cheap and tight anymore.
Well, it was nice thinking about it anyway. Let's see if we can push in a little closer, Don.
You see, Blossom, I told you there'd be excitement at the airport.
Sure, I think, but why is there such a crowd here?
Don't you know? Jack Benny's coming in.
Who?
Jack Benny.
Who?
You know, the comedian who's been with the soldiers in Africa.
Oh, Bob Hope, he's so comical.
No, Jack Benny. He's on the radio Sunday night.
For him, they're making such a mishmash. With a crowd like this, you'd expect at least Franklin D. Sinatra. Hey, look! It's coming in an airplane.
Pilot to control tower. Pilot to control tower. Coming in for a landing. Mr. Benny, you can take your head out of my lap now.
Okay. Gee, I can't believe I'm home.
Pilot to control tower. Pilot to control. Is that you, Mert? Well, how's every little thing, Mert? I'll speak to you later. Pilot to control tower.
Control tower to pilot. Control tower to pilot. Go ahead.
Pilot to control tower. Give landing instructions. Give landing instructions.
Sorry, we're not allowed to give out that kind of information.
Oh, boy. New York. Look at that skyline. I'm so nervous. Look, there's the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty.
Don't get conceited. She waves at everybody.
Gosh, it'll only be a couple of minutes now.
All right, folks, this is it. Watch your step getting out of the plane.
Well, so long, Cap. It was a wonderful trip.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hey, look at that beautiful dame. Isn't that Mary Livingston?
Yeah, but don't get conceited. She waves at everybody. Oh, boy, did I get even with that guy. Hey, Mary! Mary, Don!
There he is, Don. Jack!
Right with you, kids.
Oh, Mr. Benny. May I have your autograph, please?
Just a second, ma'am. I want to run over and kiss Mary.
Kiss me and give her the autograph.
That's very sweet, ma'am, but I'll come back and kiss you later.
Well, hurry up. I'm in 1A.
I will. Here I am, Don. Hiya, Don. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Jack, how are you?
Well, wait a minute. Give me a kiss first.
Don, that trip did do him a lot of good.
Why, Mary, have I changed?
Changed? I haven't been kissed like that since I tripped and fell on a mop.
That's me, a Casanova from Casablanca. Hey, where's Rochester?
He's at the hotel waiting for you.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny, but would you please sign my wife's autograph book?
Why, certainly, I'll be glad to. What's the name, please?
Just put down to Blossom Rappaport from Jack Benny.
How do you spell that?
B-E-N-N-Y. You see, I think when you get intimate with them, they're not so much.
Look, lady, suppose I just sign it to Blossom from Jack.
Sign anything. Stop wasting one time out there.
There you are.
Hurry, Jack. Don's waiting in the taxi.
Here I am, Jack. I got a cab.
Right with you. Boy, I'll be glad to get to my hotel.
Where to, mister?
The Acme Plaza. It's way downtown.
Oh, Jack, why do you always stay at that joint?
Mary, the Acme Plaza is not a joint.
Go on. It's the only foxhole I ever saw with a lobby.
Well, I like it. Hey, driver, will you please hurry to the hotel? I've been on a long trip, and I want to take a bath.
Don't worry, bud. I'll get you there so fast you'll be first in line.
Okay, step on it.
Well, tell me, Jack, don't you feel tired and worn out after that long trip?
Oh, a little, Don, but it was worth it. Gosh, the places I've been and the people I've met.
Sit back, Don. Here it comes.
You know, I'll never forget what happened to me in North Africa. You see, Larry Adler was with me, and Winnie Shaw and Anna Lee. And we...
Say, you're Jack Benny, aren't you?
Well, yes, driver, I am. Well, anyway, kids, Larry and I and the girls were at a certain camp in North Africa. It was very quiet. When all of a sudden, about 12 o'clock...
Say, Mr. Benny, I got a brother in the Army in North Africa. Name's Crowley, Joe Crowley. Did you run into him there?
Crowley? No, I didn't. Well, anyway, Don, it was midnight. See, and there was a full moon, see? And, of course, no one ever thought that...
Funny. Joe's the kind of a guy you'd pick out any place.
Well, look, I'm sorry, driver, but I didn't see him. So, Mary, get this. Here it was midnight, you see, and nobody was...
Cracks his knuckles a lot. Funny you didn't hear him.
Look, driver, I traveled 32,000 miles. I was all over North Africa. I met thousands and thousands of soldiers.
But Joe's a corporal.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't see him. Now, let's see, where was I?
It was midnight, and Joe was a corporal.
Oh, yes. Well, anyway, it was midnight. There wasn't a breath of air stirring. When all of a sudden...
Here we are, the Acme Plaza.
This is it, Don. The good old Acme Plaza.
Where?
Right down those stairs.
Yep, that's it. I'll take care of the cab. Here you are, driver. 75 piastres. That's Egyptian money.
Piastres? They're no good here.
Oh, yes. Well, Don, you take care of it, will you? I've only got piastres.
Holy smoke. Now we're in for 6 months of this.
Mary, I'll get a change at the bank tomorrow. Don't worry.
Well, so long, Mr. Benny. I'm sorry it didn't make my brother, Corporal Crowley.
Yes, so am I.
Jack, look who's waiting for you.
Where?
Boss!
Rochester! Rochester, am I glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, too, boss. Doggone, look at you. You got fat.
Well, you put on a little weight yourself. You must have gained 20 pounds.
I ain't worried. You'll take it off of me.
No, this year things are going to be different. But no kidding, Rochester. We're both carrying around a little excess baggage.
I'm carrying mine, boss. You're dragging yours.
Oh, it doesn't look that bad. Well, come on, kids. Let's go in the hotel. Watch your step. That first one down is a lily.
Welcome to Inner Sanctum.
Well, the same old clerk. Hello, Mr. Leroy.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Glad to see you home again. Did you have a nice trip?
Oh, wonderful. By the way, Mr. Leroy, have I got my same room?
No, I moved you up to the ground floor, the penthouse.
Oh, that's swell.
Yeah, now you won't have to come in through the grating.
Yeah, it's nice of you, Mr. Leroy. Here's the key to your room, Mr. Benny. Thank you. And here's the other key. Oh, yes. You remember, I always like to lock my clothes closet. Well, come on, kids. You know, Mary, I can't wait to tell you what happened that night in North Africa. It was midnight, and there was a full moon. Not a breath of air was stirring, and everything was quiet. When all of a Well, anyway, Mary, to make a long story short, that's how it happened. Can you imagine her mistaking me for Eisenhower? I mean, imagine.
I'll try.
Well, anyway...
You want me to try too, boss?
No, Rochester, just finish unpacking my bag. Anyway, Don, it was such a thrill meeting everybody that you've ever read about. All those important generals. Well, I could just sit here and talk for days.
Oh, it must have been exciting. But tell me, Jack, how was Eisenhower to talk to? What sort of a fella is he?
Well, to tell you the truth, Don, he's one general that I didn't get to meet. You see, the 2 days that I was in Algiers, Eisenhower happened to be in Sicily, you see?
Then what about General Doolittle? Did you meet him?
No. You see, Mary, by the time I got to Sicily, Doolittle had gone to Casablanca. But General Patton was in Sicily.
General Patton?
Yes, he was in Palermo the same time I was. What a swell guy. Old blood and guts. Oh, it was a thrill sitting in his office.
Then you met General Patton?
No, he had just left for Messina. You see, he went from Palermo to Messina.
Well, what about General Clark?
He went from Natchez to Mobile.
He did not. He was in Italy when I did a show there 2 weeks ago. In fact, he would have come to see it if he hadn't been so busy.
Oh, then you didn't meet General Clark.
He didn't even meet Corporal Crowley.
Mary, now that's enough about me. Hey, how's everything at home? Rochester. I can't get out of Italy. Rochester, how's our boarder, Mr. Billingsley?
Boss, you're sure going to have to get rid of him. That man's getting crazier every day.
Why? What happened now?
Well, when you were in the Middle East, Mr. Billingsley wrote you a letter.
Well, what's crazy about that?
Instead of mailing it, he put the letter in his pocket, stuck a stamp on his nose, and shoved his head in the mailbox.
Oh.
He told me he would have gone female, but he don't photograph well.
Oh, Rochester, he's just a little eccentric, that's all. Imagine mailing himself to me as a letter.
That ain't the end of it. He shoved me in his filing cabinet and said he wanted to keep a carbon copy.
Well, don't worry about it, Rochester. Say, Mary, how come you never answered any of those letters I wrote you?
Letters? What are you talking about? I never even got a postcard.
I didn't either.
Well, how do you like that? I wrote 2 or 3 times a week. I can't understand it.
Did you send them airmail?
No.
Well, then, did you send them regular mail by boat?
No.
Don't tell me you gave them to Eleanor as she passed by.
Mrs. Roosevelt went to Australia. Here's what I did, Mary. You see, there's a current in the Mediterranean that goes into the Gulf Stream, which flows around the tip of Florida and then northward to New York.
So?
Well, I wrote the letters, put them in bottles, threw them into the Mediterranean, and I can't understand what held them up. Really.
Well, I'll be...
I can't... Rochester, where are you going?
Back in the filing cabinet. Billingsley's okay.
You come here. Now, Mary, that might sound ridiculous to you, but if you could only see... Come in! Now, Mary, if you could only...
Hey, Phil! Hiya, Jackson. What do you hear from the pyramids?
Well, hello. happy to see you. Gee, you look swell.
I feel like $1,000,000, Jackson.
I feel like $1,000,000 myself. Yes, sir.
Mr. Morgenthau's going to change that to piastres.
Who cares?
Hey, Jackson, I sure wish I could have gone with you on that trip. Say, did you get to meet General Montgomery?
Did I?
No.
Mary, I only missed Patton by 45 minutes. Good old blood and guts.
Well, tell me something, Jackson. Where'd you go? I mean, what countries were you in?
Oh, I was in Egypt, Palestine, Sicily, Persia. That's now called Iran. You know, Persia's called Iran. Let's see, where else?
Hey, that reminds me, Jackson. You know, I tried to phone you when you were in Iran.
Phone me?
Yeah, I put in a Persian-to-Persian call. Oh, Harris, you're a fool, you boy. Oh, yes. Wait till I tell Alice the kid about this.
The kid'll punch you right in the nose. But say, fellas, I brought you all some wonderful presents. I'll give them to you later. And listen to this. What do you think I have coming in by boat?
Corporal Crowley.
Oh, stop with Corporal Crowley.
Well, then what is it, Jackson?
A camel. No kidding, fellas. A real live camel. He's being shipped to Hollywood.
For heaven's sake, Jack, what do you want with a camel?
Why, they're marvelous animals. They can work for you. You can ride them. They don't eat much. And you know, fellas, a camel can go 8 days without a drink.
Chum, that takes willpower.
Phil, I'm talking about water. 8 days without water.
Well, I can do that.
I know, Phil. You've got a lot of talent. But incidentally, kids, when I was in Libya... come in! When I was in Libya...
Hello, everybody.
DEANNA! Dennis, how are you, anyway?
Thanks. How's Mary?
Oh, here she is, right here.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Boy, I just had a big dinner. Am I full?
You are, eh?
Yeah. Say, how is everybody?
Oh, I'm swell, Dennis. Never felt better in my life. Yes, sir. Well, what'd you do this summer, kid?
Oh, I managed to keep busy, helping out and everything.
Well.
Did you go anywhere this summer, Mr. Benny?
Well, I'll be... Dennis, I was all over Africa doing shows.
Oh, vaudeville.
Yeah, that's where it went.
Say, Dennis, you're living in this hotel, aren't you?
Yeah, and it's sure nice here. They gave me a swell room with an adjoining.
An adjoining what?
I don't know. I can't get the door open.
Well, why don't you go upstairs and complain to the desk clerk? Anyway, Dennis, tell me something about yourself. I haven't seen you in 3 months.
Well, I have a surprise for you, Mr. Benny. I might get married.
Married? Why, Dennis, I am surprised.
How will you two live on what Mr. Benny pays you?
Oh, she earns twice as much as I do. She's a sergeant.
Listen, you're doing all right.
Gee, I'm so nervous about getting married, I don't know what to do.
Well, maybe I can help, Dennis. Does your girl need a trousseau?
Oh, she's got one already. Full field equipment and a 30-pound pack.
Well, I'll be...
Say, Dennis, how about singing a song for us? I haven't heard you since our last broadcast.
Yeah, come on, Dennis.
What do you say? Won't you come on and sing a song for us, Dennis?
Full field equipment and a 30-pound
voice again. No kidding.
Really.
Really, it was great to hear his voice. Dennis, that was wonderful. Well, kids, I waited long enough. I'm going to give you your presents
Oh,
now.
Jack, before you do, there's one more question that I want to ask you about your trip. You know, about the soldiers overseas.
The soldiers? What is it, Don?
Well, I don't know.
Go ahead, ask me.
No, never mind. I'll ask you later.
Oh, Mary, leave the room a moment, will you, please?
Okay.
Thanks.
Should I go, too?
No, Dennis, you can stay.
Hot diggity.
Go ahead, Don. What is it about the soldiers?
Do they eat grape nuts and grape nuts flakes over there?
Mary, you can come back now. In answer to your question, Don, yes. Every well-stocked oasis has them. You know?
Well, I'm glad they do, because grape nuts and grape nuts flakes both have a sweet-as-a-nut, malty-rich flavor.
Dennis! No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid.
Well, when you do, Jack, be sure to tell him that grape nuts and grape nuts flakes brings you that one distinctive flavor in two delicious forms.
I certainly will. Dennis, see me later and bring some sugar and cream, will you? Anyway, kids, I started to say I'm going to give you your presents now. Rochester, have you got all the gifts unpacked?
I got them right here, boss. Say, what's this bag of sand? Is that from the Sahara?
Yes, that's for Miss Livingston. It's an hourglass, but the glass broke. You know? Now I don't know what to do with the sand.
Well, just get me a pail and shovel. I'll play in it.
Oh, quiet. Rochester, there's a present for you there, too, right at the bottom.
I hope the glass didn't break on that one.
Rochester, it's nothing to drink. It's a fez. A fez. Now, Dennis.
A fez? What's that?
It's a red silk hat with a tassel.
Oh, boss, come now.
You'll like it. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, your gift is coming by boat.
Thanks. That's just what I've always wanted.
You don't even know what it is. Now, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Your present is also coming by boat.
Yeah, the new writers couldn't think of a gag here.
Mary, will you please stop?
Say, Mr. Benny, if you went overseas, why didn't you write me a letter?
Dennis, he wrote us all letters. Wait till I tell you why we didn't get them.
Mary, forget about that, will you?
He put the letters in bottles and threw them into the ocean.
Oh, that's silly. Isn't it, Miss Livingston?
Silly? It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
Come in. Mary, it's not ridiculous. Rochester, see who's at the door.
Okay.
Imagine using the Mediterranean as a mailbox. Mary. I'll never get over that.
Mary, I don't want to hear any more about it.
Oh, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
There's a swordfish here with a special delivery for Miss Livingston.
You see, I told you, Mary. I know what I'm doing every day of the week. What are you talking?
Well, friends, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Now, don't tell a soul, but I like to eat. I like things that taste good. So when I say grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are grand eating, I'm not kidding. They have a real zesty flavor, nothing namby-pamby about them. That grape nuts flavor is malty, rich, and just as sweet as a nut. A grand two-grain blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. Grape nuts brings you this luscious flavor in crisp, crunchy kernels. Grape Nuts Flakes brings you the same rich goodness in toasty brown flake form. And both are Basic 7 foods. For both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes provide whole grain nourishment. And such cereals are featured in Uncle Sam's Basic 7 nutrition program. So when you treat your family to Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes at breakfast, you're doing them a double favor. Giving them a dish that tastes like a million and providing them with real all-around nourishment. So how about it? Better get some tomorrow.
Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are thrifty, plentiful, not rationed.
So you see, kids, there's not much more I can tell you about the trip. Got a lot of boys over there doing a swell job, and they're going to stay till it's finished. But naturally, they want to get home, you know.
Well, I can understand that, Jack.
So listen, kids, the thing to do is just because a third war bond drive is over, let's not slow down, that's all. Keep buying them. Keep buying bonds. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as this is the opening of a new season, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my new writer.
Corporal Crowley.
Oh, keep still. Good night, folks. Corporal Crowley.
Make a note. Your favorite dramatic program, Those We Love, has changed time. It now comes to you early Sunday afternoon over most of these same stations. Look it up in your local newspaper. That's Those We Love.
Whee! It's fall, and it's hot grape nuts wheat meal weather, Mother. For that rich, smooth, luscious wheat meal texture. And for that glorious roasted whole wheat flavor. It's the rich, brown, whole grain, hot cereal member of the famous Grape Nuts family. Grape Nuts wheat meal cooked to perfection in just 3 minutes. Whee! Hot Grape Nuts wheat meal. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from New York City and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Back in the dear dead days when folks put on long linen dusters to go scorching over the roads in a brand new horseless carriage, yes, way back then, delicious, malty-rich grape nuts were making a hit at American breakfast tables. And they've been making a hit ever since. Today, you can enjoy that one delicious flavor in 2 delicious forms. Grape nuts, crispy, crunchy kernels, and grape nuts flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. Both have a malty-rich, sweet-as-a-nut goodness that's absolutely distinctive. A flavor with punch and zest that makes breakfast a high spot of the day. And Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes are both Basic 7 foods, or they supply all-around whole grain nourishment. Our government wants us to eat more of such cereals, for they're plentiful, not rationed, and they help to take the place of scarcer foods. So for real energy-giving nourishment, plus rich, unusual flavor and texture, make it Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes in the morning, every morning. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, Mary, are you sure it's all right?
Certainly. Isn't it, Phil?
Sure. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second broadcast of the season, we bring you the First Lady of Grape Nuts, Miss Mary Livingston.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Mary talking. And, Don, the reason I asked you to introduce me is because Jack's out in the hall talking to his new writers.
His writers?
Not so loud, Don. Not so loud. You know, people think I ad-lib this stuff here, you know. I'm one of them spontaneous men.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil.
Say, Mary, how's Jackson since he got home?
Oh, Phil, it's simply awful. Since he got back from North Africa, that's all he talks about. He absolutely drives you nuts.
Are you kidding?
Kidding? You want to know something? Jack's a bigger ham now than he was before he left.
No, don't do that to me. I got a wife and baby. Maybe 2.
No, it's the truth, fellas. This military stuff has really gotten into Jack's system. Gosh, how he'd love to be a general. What a guy.
I can't understand Jack wanting to be a soldier. Wasn't he in the Navy in the last war?
Yeah, but he was in the Army the war before that. Oh, and there's one thing I gotta tell you, kids. You'll never believe this.
What is it, Mary?
Yeah, tell us.
Oh, it's so fantastic.
Well, then go ahead, tell us. What is it?
Well, yesterday morning, while Jack was shaving, he cut his cheek.
Yeah?
And ever since then, he's been calling himself Old Blood and Guts. Oh, he's impossible.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's Jack now, out in the hall.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What you doing, drilling?
Either that or counting his hair. Who knows?
Say, Mary, do you think I ought to go out and get Jack away from these boys?
No, I'll go. And I hope he's forgotten about his African campaign.
Up, tup, trup, 4. Up, tup, trup, 4. Up, tup, trup, 4. Riders, halt! Present pencils. A fine bunch of comedy writers. Recruits from the Allen program. Rookies, every one of you. Just look at you. Balzer, pull in your typewriter.
Yes, sir.
And Josephsburg, your pencil. Look at that point.
That's my head, sir.
I mean the one with the eraser on it. And Tackleberry, where's Howard?
He went AWOL to Red Skelton, sir.
He did, eh? Now, listen, men. This is no picnic, you know. You got a job to do, and I'm going to see that you do it. And you. Look at you with your hair hanging down in your face. I never had that trouble with Bill Morrow.
But, sir, wasn't he bald?
That's beside the point.
That's my head, sir.
And I had another writer with me for 8 years, Eddie Boulogne. Do you know where he is now?
In a sanitarium, sir?
Now, cut that out, Balzer. All right, men, you can go downstairs to your room now and write next week's program.
Yes, sir.
About face, forward, march. Hey, look out for that window! Well, I guess they're all right, darn it. Oh, boy, 35 weeks of this.
Well, it serves you right.
Oh, hello, Mary.
If you'd stop acting like a top sergeant in the movies, you wouldn't have so much trouble. Now, come on in, Jack. The program's half over.
Okay.
Well, here he is, fellas.
Hello, Jack. We've been waiting for you.
Hiya, Jackson.
At ease, men.
Shall we line up for inspection?
Not now. Play, Phil. You see, Mary, I have to discipline the boys. That's the only...
Because people will say we're in love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jackson, Mary tells us you've gone military since you got back from Africa. What's the idea?
What do you mean?
Well, she says the Army life has gone to your head.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Didn't you try to buy an officer's uniform with 2 pair of shoulders?
Mary, it was just a buck private's uniform. And I had a hard time finding one.
Well, let's go into a lot of trouble just to get in the movies for half price, Bub.
Phil, gags like that put you in Fred Allen's class, and he's not working. Right now. Anyway, as long as you brought it up, the part of the Army I'm interested in is the Air Corps.
There you are, fellas.
I really am. I'm interested in the Air Corps.
Last night he brought down 6 flies with a spray gun, so now he's an aide.
I brought down 7 and 3 probables. If you're getting out communiques, sister, get them right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our... Come in. Yes?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Remember me from last week? I'm the cab driver that brought you into the airport.
Oh, yes, certainly. Yeah, your name is...
Crowley.
Yes, I remember. You have a brother over in North Africa.
Yeah, Joe's the corporal.
Yes. Oh, of course, certainly. Corporal Crowley, yeah.
I can't understand you not running into him. He was in Africa at the same time you were.
Well, look, buddy, I told you last week, I saw so many soldiers. I mean, how would I know your brother?
Well, a couple of months ago, we got into a debate with an MP and lost 3 front teeth.
Well, it just so happens that every soldier I saw had all his front teeth.
Then you've probably seen Joe. He had a bridge put in.
Look, Mr. Crowley, I know how you feel. I mean, you've got a brother who's a corporal in the Army, and you're proud of him. I'm proud of him, too. I mean, but how could I pick out among thousands and thousands of men?
Well, his draft board did.
Look, Mr. Crowley, look, I know, but we've got a program to do. I'll talk to you later. Just take a chair and sit down over there, will you?
Okay.
Thank you. You know, Mary, he's a nice guy, and I can understand how he feels, but what can I do?
What's that?
My writers, they finally thought of a joke.
No, fellas, no! Oh!
One of them didn't like it.
He will next time.
You said it, huh? You know, Mary, guys like that, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, how are you, kid?
Fine, sir.
Dennis, you don't have to salute me in the studio.
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to call me sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis, look, just act natural, you see, but don't overdo it,
Okay. Say, Mr. Benny, you must have a very funny program. As I was coming in, I heard people laughing and screaming.
Well, that wasn't the audience, Dennis. That was my writers.
Well, they're people, aren't they, Miss Livingston?
I'm not so sure about the one that's got his ears tied in a bow.
Mary, he has to tie them. There's a bobby pin shortage. Anyway...
Say, Mr. Benny,
Yeah?
Do you think you can get one of your writers to relieve me this evening?
Well,
relieve you of what, Dennis?
I'm on sentry duty in front of Mr. Benny's room every night.
Dennis, it's just until...
Isn't that awful?
Well, listen, kid, you don't have to stand there all night. When Jackson goes to sleep, why don't you beat it?
Oh, I don't dare. He's got his bed pushed up to the door, and he keeps peeking at me through the keyhole.
Dennis, stop exaggerating, will you? And let's have your song.
Okay.
Gee, you'd think that...
Cracks his knuckles a lot. Funny you didn't hear him.
Who?
My brother, Corporal Crowley.
Look, you told me about his knuckles last week. Now, look at Crowley. Won't you please... Hey, those writers are really on the beam. I'm going down and see what gags they've dreamed up. Excuse me, kid.
All right, Dennis. While Jack's gone, you might as well do your song.
Okay, Miss Livingston.
Oh, hold it a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you, Miss Livingston?
Oh, I'm all right.
That's good. Can I speak to old Blood and Guts?
You mean Mr. Benny?
That's what they called him before he cut himself.
Rochester, has he been giving you that military stuff, too?
Has he? He won't let me out of the hotel room without a 3-day pass. You know what else, Miss Livingston?
What?
He made me sew 4 stars on his nightgown and a service stripe on his BVDs.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
So far.
Well, Rochester, Mr. Benny just stepped out, but I'll tell him you called.
Thanks, Miss Livingston. I'll be right over to pick him up. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, let's see. Where'd I put my helmet?
A service stripe on his BVDs.
Okay, kids. Hey, let's get on with the show.
Say, Jack, what were your writers laughing about? Did they think up some good gags for you?
No, they were listening to a record of Burns and Allen. Sing, Dennis. A fine bunch of guys I've got. Say, he does look funny with his ears tied in a bow at that, you know? He really does.
Dear, your tenderly smiling face. Oh, days are bitter and gray and grim. Oh, nights when even the stars are dim. Sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. Our world's a lovelier world by far. When how sweet you are. How sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. The world's a lovelier world. When I remember how sweet you
Very good. That was How Sweet You Are from that sensational film, Thank Your Lucky Stars, presented by the famous Warner Brothers and made by that talented and lovable producer, Mark Hellinger, making a happy combination.
Jack, what are you worried about? You're signed for your next picture.
Oh, yes.
And sung by Dennis Day.
That's right. I'm sorry, kid. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Sung by Dennis Day.
that lovable tenor with the golden voice.
Thanks.
And do you good folks know why Dennis has such a sweet and golden voice?
No. Why?
Because he eats grape nuts and grape nuts flakes, thereby enjoying one delicious flavor in two distinctive forms. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Yes. Grape nuts are so crunchy, and the flakes they are so munchy, that I always eat a bunchy for my breakfast and my lunchy.
Dennis, how about dinner?
Thanks. Are you sure I won't be intruding?
No, you won't. And bring your own grape nuts. And now, folks, for our feature, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Brown's the name, John Brown. I'm a reporter for the Associated Press. They sent me over here to get an interview.
Well, I'm always glad to see the gentlemen of the press. Great bunch of boys.
Don't give me that, chum. I hate this as much as you love it.
Well, Mr. Brown.
I want a story and you need publicity, so start talking.
Well, look, Mr. Brown.
I got to make a deadline and you want to see your puss in print.
Well, Mr. Brown.
Now tell me about your trip. Where did you go? What did you do?
Well, to tell you the truth, fellow, I don't want to brag.
But you will. You will.
No, Mr. Brown, I'm not bragging at all. I was in Central Africa, Cairo, the Persian Gulf.
Yes.
I was also in Sicily, Italy.
Were you in Tripoli?
Yes.
Casablanca?
What did you say, mister?
I said, were you in Casablanca?
Was I in Casablanca? Let me tell you a story, Mr. Brown. Come closer. This will be interesting. Very interesting. Casablanca in 1939. Across the Mediterranean to Oran. Then by train or camel or foot across the rim of Africa to Casablanca in French Morocco, where some men sell their souls for a passport, but others wait and wait and wait.
Casablanca, the crossroads of the world. The scene is Ricky Bogart's nightclub, where the high, the low, the fallen, and the mighty gather to see this man of mystery, Ricky.
Closing up for the night, Mr. Ricky. Better come on with me. You've had enough to drink.
No, Sam. I want to stay here and brood. I want to brood, Sam.
What are you brooding about?
You know what it is. It's her, Sam. Ingrid. When we split up in Paris, she left me. She left me, Sam. Left me a sad and broken down old man.
That's the way she found you, boy.
Oh, Ingrid. Ingrid. I thought I'd gotten you out of my mind. But you come back like a ghost, haunting me. Haunting me. But I won't take you back, see? I won't do it.
If Humphrey Bogart's listening, it doesn't get any better.
Sam, play that song for me again, will you?
What's the use, Mr. Ricky? It only brings back memories.
I don't care. Play it.
Say, my brother was in Casablanca. Maybe you saw him there.
Look, Crowley. Crowley, not now. I'm having trouble with a girl. Just sit down, Crowley. Sit down, pour yourself a drink, will you?
Okay, thanks.
Ingrid. Go ahead, Sam. Play that song. I want to hear it once more.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just...
That's it, Sam. Sing it, boy.
The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
As the time goes by. Sing it, boy.
And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. Oh, cock-a-doodle-doo.
The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
As time goes by.
What a song. What a song, Sam. It tortures me. It tortures me, but I love it. Here, Crowley. Crowley, have another drink. Sing it, Sam. Sing it.
Moonlight and love songs never out of date.
Hearts full of passion, jealousy, and hate.
Woman needs man, and man must have his mate.
That no one can deny. Attaboy, Crowley. Say, Crowley, haven't you got a brother up here in... Haven't you got a brother up here in North Africa?
Yeah, how did you know?
I met his brother in New York. He's a cab driver.
Never heard of him.
Me neither. Sing it, Sam. Sing that song that keeps breaking my heart. Sing
You
it.
must remember this. A kiss is still a... Mr. Ricky! Mr. Ricky, look!
What is it, Sam?
Look in the doorway. It's her. It's her.
Ingrid. My Ingrid.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh.
Ingrid, my darling.
Ricky!
Ingrid, and you came back to me.
The fundamental things apply
as time goes on. And you, Mr. Brown, you asked me if I was ever in Casablanca. Play, Phil. Friends, I'd like to take just a moment to tell you something about the wax. They're making a tremendous contribution to victory. I know their spirit and courage, their immense pride in their jobs, and they have a right to be proud. The trouble is, there aren't enough of them to do all the things that need doing. So won't you give some serious thought to joining up? The WAC uniform is a mark of rare distinction. It's the uniform of the greatest army in the world. Now, maybe you don't realize this, but there are 155 different kinds of jobs open right now in the WAC. Well, out of 155 jobs, you can certainly find one that will suit your own special abilities. So think it over. You can go to your local WAC recruiting station and get all the details. You know, every woman who joins the WAC helps to bring victory closer. Helps to bring our American boys back home quicker. And that's something we all want to do.
Remember the old-fashioned way of learning the alphabet? A is for apple, B is for books. Well, today it's different. A is for adequate, B is for breakfast, and G is for grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Two grand cereals for your adequate breakfast. You know, nutrition experts tell us breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and at that time, we should get at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment. And what's more, they say a cereal supplying whole grain nourishment is a must in the adequate breakfast. Well, you can't do better than choose grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. They taste so good, moldy, rich, and sweet as a nut. And grape nuts and grape nuts flakes both bring you whole grain food values. So there, in one swell, tempting treat, you're getting a wonderful start on your day's nourishment needs. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are thrifty, plentiful, not rationed. Better make them a breakfast time habit at your house. Grape nuts flakes.
We're a little late, so good night, folks. Thank you.
Hot grape nut sweet meal. There's a treat as is a treat. Try a bowl of this rousing, rich, hot brown cereal, and you'll say it's the best ever. Has a gloriously smooth, full-bodied texture. Has the rich goodness of roasted whole wheat. Has the grand whole grain nourishment. And grape nut sweet meal cooks to perfection in just 3 minutes. That's hot grape nut sweet meal.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony in Corp. C. Anthony in Corp. C. Anthony in Corp. C. Anthony in Corp.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from Hollywood, California, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. There seem to be two schools of thought among the folks who take breakfast on the sip and run plan. One is the hurry group. They never have time, they say. The other is the why bother group. They claim they're just not hungry. Well, it so happens that I have the answer for both groups. If you're rushed in the morning, ready to eat grape nuts flakes, take no time to prepare. And if you're in the just not hungry type, why, delicious malty rich grape nuts flakes will make you hungry. They're so appetizing. Yes, sir, there's tempting zest in every sweet as a nut spoonful. And while grape nuts flakes are exhilarating as an autumn breeze, they also pack a big nutritional wallop. For grape nuts flakes are a basic 7 food, a whole grain cereal with all-around whole grain nourishment. And that's important at breakfast time, for nutrition experts say we all need at least 1/4 of our daily nourishment in the morning. So eat a good breakfast and do a better job. And for downright appetite enjoyment, help yourself to plenty of delicious, nutritious grape nuts flakes. Gentlemen, immediately after last week's broadcast in New York, Jack Benny and his gang left for California. So now we take you aboard the train where we pick them up one day before their arrival in Hollywood.
I can't understand it. Nothing in Luella Parsons' column about my coming home, or Harry Crocker's. Let's see, where'd I put my glasses? Oh, Mary, you've got the other papers. Is there anything in Hedda Hopper's column?
Yes, but not about you.
Can't understand it. I always say nice things about her hats. Oh, well.
Say, Don, isn't this exciting news about Anthony Eden and Secretary Hull meeting with Joseph Stalin in Moscow?
Yes, Mary, all the papers are full of it.
Gee, this meeting will really make history.
Nothing about me in Sid Skalski's column either.
Oh, Jack, here's something in Harrison Carroll's column.
Where? What? Where? Where is it, Mary?
I'll give it to you. Get up off your knees.
Oh, I'm sorry. What does it say?
It says, what radio comedian who is heard on what night for what sponsor is having what trouble with his who? And how?
I wonder who that can be.
Sounds like what's his name?
Maybe. I never even thought of him. Now, let's see. Hey, here's something that Jimmy Starr got about me. Look, at the Macombo last night, Gary Cooper was seen doing the rumba with the shapely Jack Benny. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. I wasn't even there.
Let's see that.
Here. Imagine shapely Jack Benny.
That's Joan Bennett, and put on your glasses.
Oh, I thought I read that wrong. Anyway, Gary is too tall for me. Besides, he's so thin he hasn't got anything to rumba. Geez, I can't get over it. You'd think that something... Hey, kids, look! Hey, look at this headline. Eden and Holler in Moscow with Stalin. Well, what do you know about that?
Malcolm! Say, Malcolm.
What is it, Jerome?
Get a load of these military boots I'm shining. Ain't they something?
Yes, sir. Who do they belong to?
You know, that elderly gentleman in lower 8.
Lower 8? Why, that's Mr. Benny.
Jack Benny? A doggone, I never recognized him. You look younger in the movies.
Well, those makeup boys, they have a way of taking the wear and tear off of you.
Amazing. Well, now what about Mr. Benny's hair? In the movies, it's brown.
It's not only brown, it's there.
Amazing. Well, look who's here.
Good morning, Rochester.
And a good morning to you, gentlemen. Hey, don't those boots belong to my boss?
Yeah, how'd you know?
It's right there in gold letters, O-B-A-G, Old Blood and Guts. He picked them up in North Africa.
They're fine ones, all right, but ain't they a little wide and floppy around the top?
Yeah, but they fit nice and snug when he gets his underwear tucked in. Sharp as a tack.
You mean to say Mr. Benny wears long underwear?
No, he wears shorts, but where they're supposed to drape, they droop. Well, gentlemen, I think we've bandied idle words long enough. Shall we proceed with what we all have in mind?
Okay.
Fellow members, I am venturing $2. What is your reaction?
I will participate for one.
Thank you.
And I will absorb the balance.
Okay, gentlemen, let us caress the rug with our knees.
Nothing in Erskine Johnson's column either. Oh, well.
Hiya, kids. Say, Mary, how about a game of gin? Do you want to play?
Okay, Phil.
Yeah, that'll pass the time away. Little gin rummy, Phil?
No. On second thought, Jackson, I think I'll read a while.
Oh. How about you, Mary? Want to play a game?
Not with you, brother. Whenever you lose, you get sore and gripe and yell, and then you put your toupee on backwards for luck.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. And then every time someone deals the cards, you get so darn suspicious.
What are you talking about?
Well, look what happened yesterday. When the conductor picked up our railroad tickets, you hollered, "Let me cut 'em."
Oh, stop dreaming things up, will
Say,
you?
Jack, why don't you ask Dennis? He might play with you.
That's right. Where is he?
Well, there he is, way up in the front end of the car.
Oh, yes. Hey, Dennis! Dennis!
Jack, don't yell like that. We're not the only people in this car.
What's the difference? Hey, Dennis! You want to play some gin rummy?
No, thanks, Mr. Benny. You never pay off.
I'm so embarrassed.
Well, that's good for you.
Isn't that right, Miss Livingston?
Quiet. We're not the only people in this car. Guess I put that kid in his place. Someday I'm going to... Here comes Rochester. Oh, Rochester, how about a game of gin rummy?
No, thanks. I never gamble.
Oh, well, I'll find somebody on the train to play with me. I wish I was paying my writers enough money so they could afford to gamble.
Gamble? They're lucky they can eat.
Oh, yeah?
They're getting enough to eat. Jack pays them off in grape nuts.
Mary, that's only part of their salary. They get 1/3 in grape nuts, 1/3 in money, and the other third in grape nuts flakes. So there.
That's mighty wide of you, Jackson. What do they do with the third they get in cash?
They have to buy sugar and cream from Jack.
They do not, and they're very happy with that arrangement.
Well, why shouldn't they be? Imagine getting most of your salary in those toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes.
Yes, and it's so easy to make change that way, you know?
And not only that, they get one delicious flavor in two distinctive forms.
That's right, Don. Well, I'm going into the diner and get something to eat. You join me, Mary?
If you promise not to embarrass me in front of the waiter.
What do you mean, embarrass you?
You're the only man I know who sends a check to Joel Kupperman to see if it's added up right.
Mary, if Joel doesn't mind, what are you kicking about? Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Hey, Dennis! What do you say to a little grub?
Hiya, Grubby.
Well, It's my fault for asking him. Come on, Mary, let's go. Oh, Steward.
Well, Mr. Benny, I see you're making your debut in our dining car.
Can you take care of us, Steward?
Right this way. We're pretty crowded, so would you two mind sharing a table with this young lady?
No, not at all. Sit here, Mary. Well, lovely day, isn't it, miss?
It sure is.
Yep.
I think it's even nicer than it was yesterday.
I'll say. Weather's so unpredictable. I mean, tomorrow may be even nicer.
It sure might.
Yep.
It's a privilege to sit in on this conversation.
Mary, you little vixen, you. I don't know what to eat. Oh, Steward, what would you suggest?
Well, we have some very nice lamb chops, but unfortunately we can't serve them.
Why not?
Shortage of panties, you know. Surprising how many people I trip up with that one.
Let me see. I know what. Bring me a small steak.
Oh, is there another kind?
Look, Steward, just bring me the steak and some mashed potatoes. How about you, Mary?
I'll have the same.
Very good.
Mary, isn't that Steward kind of silly?
I think so. This morning I ordered some grape nuts flakes.
Uh-huh.
So he brought me a grape nut and told me to flake it myself.
Well, that I don't believe. Say, that looks like a nice dessert you're having, Miss
A Farrell.
Miss Farrell, yeah. Oh, it's nice to meet you, Miss Farrell. This is Miss Livingston, and I'm Jack Benny.
Yeah, I recognize both of you.
Well, I suppose you listen to us on the radio.
Yeah, but to tell you the truth, I hope you won't mind my saying it, that I happen to be a Fred Allen fan.
Fred Allen fan? Oh, I don't mind at all. In fact, I admire anyone who has enough courage to admit it. You know, Mrs. Farrell.
It's Miss Farrell.
Oh, pardon me. Miss Farrell.
Yeah, but it'll soon be Mrs. when my boyfriend returns from overseas.
Well, that's nice. Congratulations. You know, I just returned from North Africa myself.
Oh, then I'm going to show you my boyfriend's picture. Just a second. Here it is.
Well, nice-looking chap.
Yeah, his name is Crowley.
What?
Yeah, Joe's a corporal.
Has he got a brother in New York who drives a cab?
Yeah, then you met Joe.
Well, here we go again.
Quiet, Mary. No, Miss Farrell, I didn't meet Corporal Crowley. Say, Mary, I wish the food would come. I'm hungry.
Me too. I'm starved.
I don't know what's keeping the...
Cracks his knuckles a lot. Funny you didn't hear him.
Yes, I know. Well, here comes the food, and boy, does that steak look good. See it, Mary, right under the parsley. There. Well, this is your berth, Mary. Have a good night's rest.
I will. Good night, Jack.
Good night. Gee, it's so early, I don't feel like going to bed yet. Wish I could get somebody to play gin rummy. There must be somebody on the train with a little sporting blood or something. Oh, hello there.
Say, would you be interested in playing a game of gin rummy?
No, thanks. My mommy never lets me play with strangers.
Well, all right. It's just a suggestion. Just a suggestion, that's all. Oh, well, I guess I might as well go to bed.
Oh, boy, this berth feels good. Nice to be able to stretch out.
Yeah, but stop stretching over on my side, will you, Jackson?
Okay, Phil.
I don't know why you insist on traveling like this. Now, these berths are only built for one.
Phil, I know that as well as you do. But these are difficult times. It's tough to get transportation. We're lucky we're in here.
I suppose so.
Not because I didn't want to spend the money.
No, Jackson. Perish the thought.
Oh, don't be funny.
Anyway, I'm too cramped to argue.
All right, then drop it.
Well, you don't have to get huffy about it, do you?
Who's getting huffy?
Hey, fellas, be quiet. How do you expect me to sleep here between you two?
I'm sorry, Dennis. Good night, Phil.
Well, there he goes, Mr. Harris. Every night, the same thing.
Don't worry about it, kid. We're going to be home tomorrow.
Gee, I'd like to punch him right in the nose.
Why don't you, kid? Go ahead. Give it to him.
I can't. I haven't got room to wind up. Ah, shut
Well, good night, kid. I'm going to sleep and try to dream about Alice.
Do you mind if I help you?
Hey, fella, where are we?
Lower berth number 8. Go back to sleep, will you?
And that, ladies, is the Hollywood. We're now back in the I Heard on the train en route studio, where we hear Dennis Day singing I Heard Dennis Day singing tonight. Cried last night.
I heard you cried last night. I heard you cried last night, and so did I. Why did you make us part? I'm so alone. Why did you take my heart? You didn't want it for your own. And if you hadn't cared to make amends, I might have never dared. We'd be just friends. So calm your fears and dry your tears. Come kiss the boy you adore. Now you can smile tonight.
Yes, sir, it's good to be back in the studio. That was I Heard You Cried Last Night, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, all I can say is that was très bien. And now, folks...
Well, no wonder. I haven't slept for 3 days.
Dennis, in the first place, I complimented you. And in the second place, we had to sleep in the same berth on account of transportation problems. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm Wally Mayer of the United Press.
Well, always glad to see the gentleman of the press, yes.
Now that you're back in Hollywood, I understand you're going to make a picture for Warner Brothers. Is that right?
Yes.
How are the brothers taking it?
Lying down.
Quiet. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm starting it next month. The title of my new picture...
Is it true that while in Egypt you bought a camel and you're having it shipped to Hollywood?
Yes, and I expect it to arrive at the same time I start my new picture, which is called...
What cities did you visit in North Africa?
Well, I was in Cairo, Benghazi, Tunis. Tunis is where I received a cable telling me that the title of my new picture is The Horn...
Were you in Casablanca?
Yes, Casablanca, yes. I gave that story to a reporter last week.
Well, tell me. Were you in Algiers?
What did you say, mister?
I said, were you in Algiers?
Was I in Algiers? Let me tell you a story, Mr. Mayor. Come closer. This will be interesting. Very interesting. Algiers in 1938. A gay modern city teeming with commerce from all the 7 seas. While above the city, grim, silent, and mysterious, lie the tangled buildings and the twisted streets of the native quarters known as the Casbah.
Yes, the Casbah, the hideout of the notorious jewel thief Charles Pepe Lamoco Boyer. Here we find 2 members of his gang, Three Finger Harris and Dennis the Derelict.
Say, Three Finger.
What is it, derelict?
I'm worried about Pepe. He said he'd be here at 7 o'clock, and it's 5:30 already.
So you still got an hour and a half. What are you worrying now for?
Well, it takes me a little while to get rolling.
If Pepe's out with that girl he met yesterday, I'll fill him so full of holes he'll look like an apple at a worm convention.
Oh, now don't be so jealous, Inez. Pepe loves you. Why, he's crazy about you.
Oh, sure. I work and I slave, and what do I get? A Pepe Lamoco with a baldy cocoa.
Wait a minute, Inez. Lamoco's cocoa is no joko.
Not since he waxed it with Gloco.
Quiet, everybody. Here comes Pepe now. Hello, Pepe.
Hello, Three Finger. Well, gentlemen, I have brought the pearls which we stole last night. Here they are.
Oh, boy.
Now listen to me. These are not enough. Tomorrow night, I'm going to send you to the ball at the Beverly Algiers. It is right across the street from the Brown Fairs. There will be beautiful ladies there. And even more beautiful jewels. And remember, Three Finger, this time when you bring back the jewels, you will first remove the ladies. Now, here's what you must do. Shh. Maybe the police. Hide the jewels, quick.
Good. I'll put them in the cookie jar.
The cookie jar, good. They will never suspect. Come in. Ah, it is you, Inspector Wilson. What brings you to the Casbah?
Well, Pepe, I've come to tell you that the police are looking for you. There were some jewels stolen last night. Now, where are they?
Jewels? What jewels? Sit down, my friend. Make yourself at home.
Will you have a cookie, Inspector?
Derelict. Leave the room. He make joke. Someday I laugh till he die. Have some tea, Inspector.
No, thanks. I've got to go. But I'm worrying you, Poppy. Stay out of the city.
Worrying me?
Are you scarred, Chief?
That's scare. Do not worry, Three Finger. They will never get old blood and guts, Lamoco. I will call my bodyguard. Oh, Pierre! Pierre!
Oui, oui, boss.
You are my bodyguard. Why do you let Inspector Wilson enter the Casbah?
Qu'est-ce que vous dites?
I said, pourquoi permettez-vous l'Inspecteur Wilson d'entrer la Casbah?
Parce qu'il est plus grand, plus fort que je suis. And besides, he packs a rod.
Now listen, Pierre. And remember, all of you, I am master of the Casbah. You will do as I say.
All except me.
Ah, it is you. Hello, Inez.
Hello, Pappy.
I am Pappy. I eat grape nuts. You are trembling, Inez. What is the matter, my little dove?
Don't dove me, you two-timing wolf. What about that other dame, the one I saw you with last night in the cafe?
Do not worry, Inez. It was just a flirtation. Believe me.
Well, if I see you with her again, I'll take this gun and make Warner Brothers happy.
Oh, yes, that reminds me. The name of my new picture is...
I'm warning you, Peppy. This gun is loaded.
Ha, ha, ha. My little cobra. Claudette Cobra. That I just put in here. It is nothing. It is what you call ad-lib. Ah, my little Cobra, you are so excited. Come here. Close your eyes and kiss, Peppy.
How else do you think I can do it?
Now listen to me, Inez.
Hey, Peppy.
What is it?
That beautiful girl you had tea with yesterday has come to the cash bay and wants you to see you.
Oh, then she did come back like she promised. My Hetty.
Aha, I knew you were lying to me, you dog, you puppy.
I am Peppy.
You're in love with that other dame, but you'll never live to see her again, Peppy, because I'm going to kill you.
Inez, you are insane. Put down that gun.
Hey, Chief.
What is it, Pierre?
Look. Here she comes now, Miss Hetty.
Hetty. My Hetty.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh.
That is not Hetty. That is Ingrid. Ingrid, what are you doing in Algiers?
You didn't pay me last week for Casablanca.
Pay you?
The fundamental things apply.
As time goes by.
Well, it seems more people are having the best time doing the right thing nowadays than they've ever had in years. Want to know what these folks are? They're the folks who are helping make Uncle Sam's new food program click by sharing and playing square with foods, by buying and serving more of the foods that are plentiful and unrationed. Plentiful foods like grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. And now you can see where the enjoyment part comes in, because grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are not only plentiful, nourishing, and thrifty, hence the type of food we're asked to eat more of, they're also perfectly swell eating, malty, rich, and sweet as a nut, each with a delicious crispy texture all its own. And both are Basic 7 foods that supply all-around whole grain nourishment. So let's all get on Uncle Sam's bandwagon with its slogan, Food Fights for Freedom. And while en route, you'll find grape nuts and grape nuts flakes make jolly good breakfast company.
Good night, folks.
Hot, and oh so good. Try Grape Nuts Wheatmeal, folks, you should. Hot member of the Grape Nuts clan, enjoy it once, you'll be a fan. Yes, Grape Nuts Wheatmeal is a treat. It's rich and brown, it's real whole wheat. It brings fine nourishment indeed, one kind your government says you need. It cooks in just 3 minutes flat, and you'll admit you can't beat that. Get Grape Nut Sweet Meal right away. Hot cereal for a cold fall day. Hot cereal for a cold fall day. Hot cereal for a cold fall day. Hot cereal for a cold fall day.
Say, Don, is the studio filled yet? I want to go out and talk to the audience.
No, Jack, but they're coming in.
Anyway, we've got 15 minutes before the broadcast starts.
That's right. Mary, isn't it wonderful how people flock to our program?
Yeah.
Gee, I hope they applaud a lot.
They will if you untie them.
Oh, stop. Don, let me know when the house is packed, will you? Mr. Mortimer, the sponsor, is coming to the show, and I want everything to go off all right.
Okay, Jack.
Have your tickets ready, please. This way for the Benny program. Right this way, soldier.
Say, Usher, is this the Grape Nuts program?
Yes, indeedy. And this is my first week with it. I used to be with Rinso White, happy little wash day song. Tickets, please.
And now you're with Jack Benny, huh?
Yes. Grape Nuts Flakes, crunchy little munchy food. Tickets, please.
Hey, Dennis, I want to see you. I'm in my dressing room.
Just a moment, Mr. Benny. I'm finishing a game of gin rummy.
With who?
Oh, can't you play it alone?
Well, I'll be...
Besides, it's not with who, it's with whom.
All right, with whom?
Whom on the ring? Where the who and the which play with what? Tickets, please.
Anyway, Dennis, don't you know you can't play gin rummy alone? It's a game for two.
But I'm only using half the deck.
I don't care. Now come in here.
Okay.
Imagine playing gin rummy by himself.
Right this way, folks, for the Grape Nuts program. Tickets, please. Once you're in, you can't get out. Tickets, please.
Come on, Butterfly. We want to get seats down in front so Mr. Benny can hear me laugh at his jokes.
Okay, Uncle Rochester. Say, how come Mr. Benny gave you a day off today?
I ain't off. I got to laugh. Come on, Butterfly.
Do I have to laugh too, Uncle Rochester?
Yes, honey. I'll nudge you with my elbow. Now, remember, if it's a little joke, you just giggle.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's a big joke, you laugh real loud. You know, a guffaw with a crescendo finish.
Mm-hmm. But what do I do if it's a kind of a medium joke?
You don't tell them that way, honey. They're either good or bad. But don't worry, I'll give you the elbow.
Here, 2 seats, right in the second row.
Dennis, I'm sorry I broke up your game, but I wanted to talk to you about your first gag on tonight's program.
I want to talk to you about that gag, too. I don't understand it. Do I, Mr. Benny?
Well, let's rehearse it anyway. We'll be on the air in a few minutes. Now, you ask me the question.
Okay. Say, Mr. Benny, did you hear about the lumberjack that was always chasing dames?
No, Dennis. What about the lumberjack that was always chasing dames?
He was sort of a timber wolf.
Well, there you are, kid.
I wish I was taller. Those jokes go over my head.
Dennis, let me explain it to you. Lumberjack, always chasing dames. Lumber, timber. Chasing dames, wool. Timber wool. Oh! See?
Oh, now I get it. Your feet hurt from chasing dames.
Well, look, Dennis, when we come to the gag, just tell it and don't worry about it.
Okay.
Hey, Jackson.
Oh, hello, Phil.
You know, I was just thinking. Now, if we get a laugh on the program and it runs too long...
Yeah?
Well, then maybe I can cut the allegro movement of my orchestra number and just leave in the pizzicato for the violins.
Yes, you could.
And then if we have to, I can fade the last 8 measures to pianissimo and then segue maybe to the andante.
Well, that's swell, Phil, but we'll only do it if we're stuck for time.
Say, Jackson.
What?
Isn't it funny how we fool our audiences and make them think I'm a dumb guy and don't know anything about music?
Yeah. Well, that's show business, you know.
You know, next week I might even play something classical, just to show the people I can do it.
That's a swell idea, Phil. What would you play?
Oh, I don't know. Something by Rimsky-Korsakov or Verdi or Schubert or Ernest Hemingway.
Ernest Hemingway?
I had to mention him. He's the guy that taught me how to pronounce Rimsky-Korsakov.
Oh, I should have known you couldn't get past Rimsky without help.
Well, see you later, Jackson.
Okay.
Tickets, please. Tickets for the Benny program. Tickets, please. Just a minute, mister.
Yes?
You've got to have a ticket.
Well, I don't believe I need one. I'm Mr. Mortimer, the sponsor.
Oh, come now, chum. You can think up a better one than that.
But it isn't necessary. I really am the sponsor.
Look, buddy, all I know is I got a uniform with 3 pockets. And if they ain't full of tickets at the end of the show, I lose my job. So don't hold up the line, please.
Well, I'll just go to the stage door. I'm sure I won't have any trouble there.
Good luck, mister. Tickets, please.
Oh, Mary!
Yes, Jack?
I want to see you a minute. Will you come into my dressing room?
Okay, but you'll have to leave the door open.
Oh, don't be silly.
Well, what do you want, Jack?
Mary, our sponsor, Mr. Mortimer's in town. He's coming over to catch the show. Be on your toes, will you?
Oh, you and your sponsor. With all the money you make on Christmas cards, what are you worried about?
Well, he's one of my best customers.
I thought so. Say, Jack, I'm glad you called me in. I'd like to talk to you about that corny gag you want me to do in the first spot. It's awful.
What corny gag?
The one where you say to me, say, Mary, since tonight is Halloween, what shall we have for dinner?
Uh-huh.
Then I say, let's take the inside out of a Frankfurter and have a Halloweenie.
Mary, we have to do it. I gave my butcher 2 points for that gag. Anyway, what's corny about it? That's the kind of stuff that made Fred Allen. You just don't know comedy, that's all. If you... Hello? Long distance? Yeah, she's right here. It's for you, Mary. Plainfield, New Jersey.
Oh, it's Mama.
Fine time to call 5 minutes before my broadcast.
It's all right. She never listens to it anyway. Hello? Oh, hello, Mama. Well, I'm fine. Gee, it was nice of you to call me all the way from Plainfield. What? You want me to call Papa and tell him dinner's ready? Well, why don't... Oh, you're not speaking to him. Yes, Mama. Jack had a wonderful trip through Africa. Yes, that's what he's calling himself now, Old Blood and Guts. What? What'd you say?
All right, what's so funny?
Mama wants to know where you got the blood.
Tell her I got it all over. Ha, ha, ha.
Mama, Jack says he's got it all over. Yeah, I think it does, too.
I'm going out. I've had enough of this.
Say, Mama.
All times to call somebody up.
Say, Jack, the house is packed now if you want to go out and talk to the audience.
Okay, get Phil and Dennis and tell them to stand by, will you?
But, lady, I don't need a pass. I'm Mr. Mortimer.
Look, mister, I got a job here watching the stage door, and nobody gets in without a pass.
I know that, but I'm Mr. Benny's sponsor.
I don't care if you're a grape nut flake. You gotta have a pass.
Jack, we'll be on the air in 5 minutes. You better get out on stage.
Okay.
Say, Uncle Rochester.
What is it, Butterfly?
Mr. Benny don't look so very old. I think he's tall, cute, and handsome.
You're looking at Mr. Harris, honey. See, his hair is curly.
Well, what kind of hair has Mr. Benny got?
Mr. Benny's hair is... Uh-oh. I'm in for it. I still got it in my pocket. Here it comes now. When I give you the elbow, laugh, honey.
Well. Hello, everybody. Yes, sir. Well, folks, we start our broadcast in a few minutes, and before we... I hope I'm not catching cold. Darn that Rochester. And before we do, I want to tell you a gag about Halloween that'll kill you. As soon as we go on the air, we'll be spooking on a ghost-to-ghost hookup. Yes, sir.
That's lousy, isn't it, Uncle Rochester?
It sure is, honey, but here's my elbow.
Well, it took you a little while. Took you a little while to get that gag, but I'll wait. Well, folks, in about 20 seconds we'll be on the air, so just relax. No use all of us being nervous.
But I'm Mr. Mortimer, and I'm Jack Benny's sponsor. I don't need a pass.
I don't care who you are.
As long as I'm the janitor, you can't come through the window.
All right. Nobody admires efficiency more than I do.
Stand by, Jack. We're all set.
All right, Don. Let's go.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Folks wouldn't try to start a furnace without any coal, but I'll bet plenty of you go to work in the morning without stoking up properly yourselves, and that's not the way to do your best morning's work. Nutrition experts say that we need at least 1/4 of our day's nourishment at breakfast, and they also say that an adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole grain nourishment. Well, friends, better make your featured dish tempting, malty, rich grape nuts, for grape nuts do bring you those important whole grain food values. And grape nuts are so delicious, you'll enjoy them more every time. They have a distinctive sweet-as-a-nut flavor and a crisp, crunchy texture that makes them fun to eat. So start your day with a good breakfast, including crisp, malty, rich grape nuts. You get a plus for nourishment and a plus for pleasure, too. Grape nuts are thrifty, plentiful, and not rationed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since tonight is Halloween, we bring you a man who can't wait till it gets dark so he can ring doorbells, tip over ash cans, and write, "I love Jack Benny" all over Bob Hope's house. Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again. This is Bob Halloween Hope. Jack Benny talking. Don, I wish you wouldn't get me all mixed up. Anyway, I'm glad I've still got that old Halloween spirit, and I never want to lose it. I don't know, it keeps you youthful, vigorous, and peppy. Isn't that right, Phil?
You said it, Jackson. You know what I'm going to do tonight? I'm going to have the time of my life bobbing for apples.
Bobbing for apples? Well, Phil, isn't that a little too kiddish?
When the tub's full of gin. I didn't know. Wait a minute, Phil. You mean to say you fill the bathtub with gin just for Halloween? No, the gin's always there. Tonight we just throw in the apples.
Oh, I see.
We bob for apples for an hour, and then they bob for us.
Well, Phil, that wasn't exactly my thought when I brought up the subject of Halloween. You know, I go for nice, clean, wholesome fun.
Yeah, like filling a stocking with mud and smacking a guy in the puss with it.
Oh, quiet. There's a lot of fun you can have without getting rough. Oh, by the way, Mary, since tonight is Halloween, what shall we have for dinner?
Let's take the inside out of a Frankfurter and have a Halloweenie. Oh, Livingston, you're a fool, you girl.
What?
Well, I guess I saved that one.
It wasn't necessary. That joke was all right.
If ever a gag needed a convoy, that was it.
Well, look, Mary, if you don't like the stuff I give you, write your own material.
Maybe I should.
And now, folks...
Hey, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Well, I'm all ready for Halloween. I got my stocking full of mud.
I know, Dennis, but you're not supposed to wear it. What a kid. Oh, by the way, Dennis, is it true that you just got a letter from your cousin who's a lumberjack?
Oh, boy, here it comes. You know, Mr. Benny, that reminds me. Did you hear about the lumberjack that was always chasing dames?
No, Dennis. What about the lumberjack that was always chasing dames?
He was full of timber.
What?
He doesn't get it, folks. Look, timber, lumber.
Dennis, stop wagging your tail and get out of here, will you? And now, folks, oh, brother. And now, folks, I'd like to announce that next Sunday night we will broadcast from the Marine Corps Air Station in the Mojave Desert, where we will do all of our... Come in?
Mr. Benny, my name is Getz, E.D. Getz. I'm a reporter with International News Service, and I came here to get an interview.
Well, what's on your mind, Mr. Getz?
I'd like to know more about your overseas tour. Where did your trip originate?
In Washington, D.C.
Uh-huh. Did you leave Washington the same time Mrs. Roosevelt did?
Who hasn't?
Well,
kind of got one in there myself, didn't I?
Did you go direct to North Africa, or did you make stops on the way?
Well, Mr. Getz, I went to Miami, Florida first, where we stopped for about 3 hours. Then we went on to Puerto Rico.
I'm sorry, honey, my elbow slipped.
Yes, Mr. Getz. And then we went... The names they have, Mr. Getz. We went from Puerto Rico. We went from Puerto Rico to South America.
South America? Well, what countries did you visit there?
Well, I was in Colombia, Venezuela, Paraguay.
Trinidad?
Trinidad, yes.
Were you in Brazil?
What did you say, mister?
I said, were you in Brazil?
Was I in Brazil? Let me tell you a story, Mr. Getz. Come closer. This will be interesting. Very interesting. Brazil, south of the equator. Come with me, Mr. Getz, and I will take you to a picturesque little village. Warm, tropical, serene, where you will meet a friend of mine, a provincial fellow steeped in the tradition of this peaceful village. I think you will like him. His name is Manuel. Si, Senor Getz. You are very fortunate you have met me before siesta time. Now we are alive and busy.
Oh, you mean you're peppy?
No. Last Sunday I was peppy. Today I am Manuel. Anyway, Senor, soon will be siesta time. I will show you how everybody sleep in the sun. Everybody here lazy.
Well, what about the natives? Don't they work?
Work? What means this word work?
Well, work is when you get up early in the morning and...
No.
You jump out of bed
No.
You throw on your clothes, gulp down your breakfast, rush to the office and...
No.
And for 8 long hours you work
No, do not tell me more. It is a bad word. I think I wash my mouth with soap. Excuse me, senor. I lose my temper. But here life is so easy. Everybody sleep, everybody lazy.
You know, Manuel, Oh, pardon me.
For what, senor?
Oh, I just yawned.
Oh, it is you who must pardon me, senor. I forgot to say Gesundheit. Please forgive.
Oh, but you only say Gesundheit when one sneezes.
Here, nobody sneezes. Everybody lazy. Oh, hello, Pedro. That senor was my best friend, Pedro.
Well, why didn't he say hello to you?
Oh, he say hello to me yesterday. Today is my turn. Come, senor, I take you to marketplace. Here come my wife on mule. She is on her way home. I better wake her up and tell her she is here. She lazy. Oh, Maria. Look, I wake up mule, too. Maria, this is my friend, Senor Getz.
How do you do, senora?
Tu trovaste ostinata estupida dissimulada.
What does that mean?
I do not know. She write her own material. You know, Mr. Getz, I must tell you, last week I called my wife, I call her my little cobra. Then I say Claudette Cobra. I make what you call ad-lib, you know. I ad-lib like Senor Eddie Cantor, you know. He got 5... He no lazy. He ad-lib. Oh, look, here come my boy Deniso. Deniso, I want you to meet my good friend, Senor Getz.
Hello, Deniso.
See.
You know, Senor, Deniso, very funny boy. Deniso, tell Senor joke about your cousin Rodrigo. This is very funny. Go ahead, Deniso.
See.
Tell him, Joe.
My cousin Rodrigo, he is a tree surgeon, and now business it is so good he is branching out.
You understand, senor, he has cousin tree surgeon who is branching out tree, branch, wood. Is that not right, Deniso?
See, lumber.
Senor, it is hard to believe, Deniso, he has such a beautiful voice in his head. Deniso, sing for my good friend.
See.
Listen, senor, you're going to sing.
Brazil, New Brazil, brasilero, New mulatton zoniero, vu cantarte nos mius versos, where the songs are passionate, and a smile has flash in it, and a kiss has art in it, for you put your heart in it. And so I dream of old Brazil, where hearts were entertaining June. We stood beneath an amber moon and softly murmured someday soon. We kissed and clung together then. Tomorrow was another day. A morning found me miles away, with still a million things to say. Now, when twilight dims the sky above, recalling thrills of our love, there's one thing I'm certain of. Return I will to old Brazil.
Very good. How you like that, Senor Getz?
Oh, very good.
You know, Senor, sometime when he sing, I also play the violin. I think I will play... Come back, Senor Getz! I will show you. When I play my violin, everybody on the street, they no sleep, they join in and sing. Maria, get off a mule. You are sitting on my violin. Listen, Senor, you will hear beautiful music.
Grape Nuts Flakes. Good to munchy on Grape Nuts Flakes. For your munchy on Grape Nuts Flakes. Try a bunch-a-roo Grape Nuts Flakes. Nice and crunchy, too.
My violin, she ad-libbed.
Grape Nuts Flakes. For a new delight. Grape Nuts Flakes. Morning, noon, or night. Grape Nuts Flakes, they are so delish. Grape Nuts Flakes makes a tasty dish. Grape Nuts Flakes, right in calories. Grape Nuts Flakes pays our salaries. Grape Nuts Flakes, babies cry for it. Grape Nuts Flakes, please apply for it. Grape Nuts Flakes, Jack would die for it. Grape Nuts.
You like that, senor?
Oh, very much. You're a great violinist.
Thank you, senor. You know, when I was a little boy, I first learned to play... What is that?
It sounds like a telephone bell.
Oh, that is impossible. We have no telephone. But I answer it anyway. Hello? Si. You are where, Senor Mortimer? That is my sponsor. He is calling from the L. Schwab drugstore. He no come to the broadcast. He lazy. What you say? Oh, I'm sorry, Senor Mortimer. You could not get into the broadcast. Maybe it is for the best. No, there were not many laughs. No, senor. The jokes, they were very good. But the audience, they were lazy people. Goodbye, senor. He nice man, my sponsor. If he not too lazy, maybe he pick up my option. Come, Senor Guest, I take you to my house. We can rest up before we go to sleep.
Well, friends, right now our country is up against a serious paper shortage, and there are 3 things that you can do to help. Sell your supply of waste paper to a junk dealer, donate it to some local charity, or see your local salvage committee about having it collected. And here's what you can do to help save precious paper right at the source. Buy as many foods as possible in large-size packages instead of the smaller ones, because it takes less paper per pound of product to pack in the larger sizes. And as you know, you do yourself a favor, too, by getting Grape Nuts Flakes in the large-size package. You save up to 14 cents on every dollar spent when you buy Grape Nuts Flakes regularly in the large package instead of the smaller one. And you do your family a favor every time you treat them to Grape Nuts Flakes. That crisp, toasty texture, that sweet as a nut flavor just plain hits the spot. So ask your grocer for Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy-size package.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Hollywood Canteen is celebrating its first anniversary. It has been a year in which the entertainment industries have tried to supply our servicemen with food, friendship, and fun. It is the least we can do for those who are doing the most. Say, Mary, you want to go with me? I have to go over and rehearse with Burns and Allen. I'm going to be on their program.
You are?
Yeah, you see, I know, lazy.
No, you're a lot...
Never mind. Good night. Good night.
For a hot cereal treat you'll really go for, make it Grape Nuts Wheat Meal, hot member of the Grape Nuts family. Grape Nuts Wheat Meal is luscious with roasted wheat flavor, with a distinctive texture that's smooth but full-bodied and substantial. It cooks to perfection in 3 minutes flat. And hot Grape Nuts Wheat Meal is a rich, brown, whole-grain cereal, so it's packed with wonderful nourishment. Try rich, hot Grape Nuts Wheat Meal. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. I was dining with some friends the other night, and here's a very funny thing. There was more conversation about Junior's diet and what he ate for breakfast. Then it turned out that the husband, the head of the house, the big provider, if you want to get mercenary about it, never ate breakfast at all. Now, that's all wrong. Dietitians tell us that we all need an adequate breakfast, and one that includes cereals with whole grain nourishment. That means cereals like swell-tasting grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Both are basic 7 foods with whole grain food values, so they're chock-a-block full of nourishment. And boy, are they good to eat. There's zest in every moldy, rich mouthful. Grape nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape nuts flakes in toasty brown flake form. So eat a good breakfast, folks, and you'll do a better job. And help yourself to plenty of grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. They're good. Gentlemen, today we're broadcasting from the Marine Corps Air Station in the Mojave Desert. And this week they're celebrating the 168th anniversary of the founding of the Marine Corps. So without further ado, we bring you a man... Jack, did they get you?
No, Don, I'm all right.
Oh, good. For a minute I thought they spoiled my opening speech.
No, don't be ridiculous, Don. They weren't shooting at me. Go ahead with the introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, as this is the 168th anniversary of the founding of the Marine Corps, without further ado, we bring you a man... Jack, did they get you this time?
Don, don't be silly. I told you they weren't shooting at me. Now go ahead.
Okay. So without further ado, we bring you a man with 2 holes in his hat, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, what just happened was purely accidental. You see, the boys are having their aerial target practice. I was getting tired of wearing this straw hat anyway. Well, boys, I can't tell you how happy I am to be here on the week of your 168th anniversary, the day which commemorates the founding... Don, it is a little dangerous around here. Will you please close the window?
Okay, Jack.
Good. Thanks. As I started to say, fellas, I can't tell you how happy I am to be here on your 168th anniversary. Don, will you please pull down the shade? And while you're at it, you better go over and close the screen door, you know?
But, Jack, a screen door won't stop the bullets.
I know, but it'll sift out the big ones. Anyway, Don, this is a nice camp, even if it is a bit noisy. It's very picturesque out here in the Mojave Desert.
Yes, it's a romantic spot, too, Jack. You know, just a little way from here is the famous Golden Queen gold mine.
Oh, really?
Yes, Jack. Only recently they took out $8 million worth of gold.
Imagine that. Well...
Of course, right now they're not operating it, and all that gold is just lying around.
Is that so? Well, I'd probably get excited about it if I was the type that was interested in gold. Anyway, Don, there are more important things to talk about. You see, This being the week of the 168th anniversary of the Marines, we are going to... He's got that bullet on a yo-yo. Let's cut the string and go on with the program. You know, Don, one thing I like about playing these different camps... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Oh, boy, am I winded.
Mary, what's the matter with you? Why are you so out of breath?
Well, I just came over here from the PX.
The PX? Well, that's just a short walk from here.
I know, but it's a fast run with 150 Marines chasing it.
Now, Mary, don't be silly. Marines don't chase after girls.
Oh, no?
No.
Since when are large butterfly nets part of their equipment?
Look, Mary, you've got nothing to worry about. The boys here are a nice bunch of fellas. They're just a little playful, that's all.
You're not kidding. They wanted me to play hide and seek with them. They told me to hide, and they'd try and find me.
Well, why didn't you play with them? You used to enjoy that game when you were a kid.
Yeah, but when I was a kid, we didn't play finders keepers.
Oh.
Well, anyway, Mary, you got away from those Marines, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, Livingston, you fool girl, you.
Well, don't worry about it, Mary. Maybe next time you'll stumble.
I did this time, and they picked me up and gave me another head start.
All right, forget about it. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. I want to get this program off to a good start because this is the Marines' 168th birthday.
Say, Jack, how'd you get those holes in your hat? What happened?
Oh, it was nothing, Mary. Some of the boys were having aerial target practice and probably mistook me for a target. It was just a quirk of circumstances, you know.
Gee, that's awful.
What are you laughing at?
As a result of quirk, bullet hits jerk.
Mary, stop being so clever. Those are the kind of jokes that went out with Fred Allen. Boy, am I glad he's through with radio. I knew he'd be washed up.
But, Jack, I read in the paper yesterday that Allen's coming back on the air.
So did I.
No. When is he coming back?
Oh, about the middle of December.
Well, he ought to be ashamed of himself, spoiling everybody's Christmas. Thank you, fellas. Heaven bless you, fellas. Heaven bless you. Imagine that guy.
Stop turning white.
I'm not turning white. It just burns me up, that's all.
Then stop turning red.
Oh, quiet. I just can't understand Allen getting another chance in radio.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. After all, there are lots of people who'd rather listen to Fred Allen's program than yours.
Oh, they would, eh?
Yes.
Don, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when big fat announcer open big fat mouth, he soon find big fat salary, AWOL. And I have a good mind to pay you 1 week so you'll know what I mean. You've been with me long enough to realize how I feel about that.
Jack, pick up your hat. Jack, pick up your hat.
Listen, sister, I'm not stooping over till things quiet down. Anyway, I don't know why they have target practice right in the... Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. All right, boys. Well, looks like I got to do it anyway. Applause me, man. Applause me.
Applause you? Applause you? What is that, applause me? Well, Phil, I'm glad you finally got here. You can help us celebrate the Marines' 168th birthday.
168 years old? Them kids?
Well, I don't mean individually. They're 168 years old as they stand as a group.
Well, brother, at that age, you got to stand in a group or your landing gear will fold up.
Phil, have you got your own writer, or is he paying you to keep it quiet? No kidding. Didn't you ever go to school?
What for? Going to school's just a lot of red tape so you can eat your lunch away from home.
Now, look, Phil.
Don't mind me, boys. I'm just standing here because I'm beautiful.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, some of the Marines out here are mad at you. What did you do?
Oh, the boys aren't really mad. I just wouldn't play hide and seek with them.
Well, they sure seem to have it in for you.
Oh, Phil, don't be ridiculous.
Well, all I know is there's a sign outside of one of them buildings that says infirmary.
That's infirmary. Brother, now, Phil, don't drive me nuts altogether. Just walk over to the bandstand and give us a... Ha, ha, ha! Missed me.
Before you said that, you had a cigar in your mouth.
Oh, yes, play, Phil. It was a good one, too, a 10-center. You know that? Phil Harris and his orchestra having a musical argument in which the listeners lost. Say, Phil, I notice you were able to lead your orchestra tonight. Your arm isn't stiff anymore.
Yeah, for 3 days I couldn't bend it, but it's all right now. The doctor fixed it up.
Oh, what was it?
Nothing. I had my baton up my sleeve and didn't know it.
Oh, well, it must have been awful not to be able to bend your elbow.
Yeah, I nearly died of thirst.
I can imagine, huh? Well, I should never have said bend your elbow. That I knew. Well, I'm glad you're okay. And now, folks...
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you something. How'd you make out at the gold mine?
Gold mine? What gold mine?
Why, Jack, you know, the Golden Queen mine I told you about just a few minutes ago.
Oh, yes, there is a gold mine near here, but let's get on with the program. I'm not interested in it, you know.
Stop kidding. You didn't bring that pickup here just to crack ice.
Mary, that's not a pick.
Well, your tie pin certainly has a long handle on it.
Mary, please believe me, I'm not interested in that gold mine. Now let's get on with the show.
Jackson, what are you so sore about? I saw you sneaking into that mine this morning.
I thought it was an air raid shelter and shut up. Your orchestra was rehearsing. I had to go someplace. And now, fellas, since this is the 168th anniversary of your...
Oh, Jack.
What?
The cigar's back in your mouth.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've had enough of this. I'm going to put a stop to it right now. Oh, Colonel Adams! Colonel Adams!
Oh, Jack.
You keep out of this, Mary.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Colonel Adams, believe me, I hate to be a tattletale. Oh, really, I hate to be a tattler, but your boys are having aerial target practice, and 3 or 4 times I've almost been hit.
Well, I can't understand it, Mr. Benny. They're shooting according to the written rules.
I'm not concerned about the boys who are shooting according to the rules, but that guy who's ad-libbing has me worried sick.
But I appreciate how you feel, Mr. Benny, and I'll go right out and tell them to stop it.
Well, I hate to put you that trouble, Colonel Adams. Are you sure they'll do as you ask?
Oh, I think they will. Those pilots like to humor me.
Oh. I see. Well, I'll certainly appreciate it if you'll, For heaven's sake, Colonel, will you please hurry out there and tell them?
Wait till I pick up my hat.
Thank you, Colonel. Boy, I'm glad I left my hat off, although I hate to spoil their fun. And now, fellas...
Oh, Jack, pick up your hair.
Well, I'm glad the Colonel's going to put a stop to this. And now, fellas, you may not know it, but since this is the week of the 168th anniversary...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
...of the... Oh, hello, Dennis. Well, kid, it's about time you got here. What's been keeping you?
Oh, I've been down to that place you told me not to mention, and boy, is it full of gold.
Dennis, I don't even know what you're talking about. And now, fellas...
You told me if I brought back 2 buckets full, I could keep the handles for myself.
Dennis, I told you I don't know what you're talking about. And now, fellas...
You even put your arm around me when you talked me into it.
Dennis, will you please be quiet?
Gee, you're fickle.
What an imagination that kid's got.
Oh, Jack, why do you keep denying that you're trying to work that mine?
Mary, I'm not working anything. I told you I thought it was an air raid shelter.
Then what was Dennis digging for?
For exercise.
Well, he brought back 2 buckets full.
All right, bucketful.
And as pretty a sight as you've ever seen. Nice golden nuggets. Each one a treasure in itself.
Don, will you please stop talking about gold?
Gold? I'm talking about grape nuts flakes.
Oh.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they're toasty, brown, sweet as a nut and have that malty, rich flavor.
Burns me up. After all, a mine does look like an air raid shelter.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Grape nuts flakes bring you whole grain food values and are not rationed.
Whole grain.
And grape nuts flakes are a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy size package.
Say, Mr. Wilson.
You said it, Don. And now, fellas.
Say, Miss Livingston.
This being the 168th anniversary...
Jack, what about that gold mine?
Mary, stop interrupting Don. And now, fellas...
Don't mind me. I'm just standing here because I'm pretty.
Dennis, you're standing there because in a few minutes you'll be doing a song in honor of the 168th anniversary...
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Colonel Adams.
You needn't worry about that target practice anymore. From now on, there'll be no more shooting.
Good.
There'll just be trial runs with our speed planes.
Oh, just speed planes. Well, that's fine. Thank you, Colonel Adams. I'm glad you...
There goes one now.
Oh, yes. Those planes are fast, aren't they? Gee, you can hardly tell. See them, huh? Well, thanks. Thanks very much, Colonel Adams.
You're welcome. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, before I go, would you do something for me?
Yes, anything at all.
As a little favor to the Marines, would you please mention that this is the week of their 168th anniversary?
I'll see if I can squeeze it in. Goodbye, Colonel.
Goodbye.
All right, Dennis, let's have your song now.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
And sing it with a lot of feeling because I have a lot of friends in the audience. I wish they wouldn't fly so low, really.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye, and it looks like it's climbing clear up to the sky. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. All the cattle are standing like statues. All the cattle are standing like statues. They don't turn their heads as they see me ride by. But a little brown maverick is winking her eye. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's wonderful. Everything's beautiful. Everything's going my way.
Very good. Yes, sir. That was Oh, What a Beautiful Morning, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, you sang very well for the boy. You really have a golden voice.
I should. My mouth's full of nuggets.
Oh, well, how much can he eat? You know? And now, fellas, this being the... Come in. Well, now they're getting polite. They knock first.
Don't be silly, Jack. There's a Marine at the door.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm Miss Sergeant Gillis.
Oh, how do you do, Sergeant Gillis?
My job is to see that you're well taken care of during your visit here. Now, is there anything special you'd like for dinner?
Well, let me see.
Could you hurry it up, Mr. Benny? I got to go around and ask all the Marines what they'd like for dinner.
Oh, I see. Well, that's nice. What do the boys usually order?
Oh, some of them order crepe Suzettes.
Uh-huh.
Others prefer filet mignon sauté with wine sauce.
I see.
And there are those who are partial to baked pheasant under glass.
Oh. And after you get the orders, you give them to the chief cook?
No, first I give them to the interpreter.
I see. And after the interpreter gives them to the cook, what do the boys finally get?
Well...
Think now, think. What do the boys finally get?
Well...
No coaching from the audience, please.
Well, let's see.
I'm sorry your time is up. But a box of grape nuts flakes to the man who sent in that question.
What is this, anyway?
I've got a man here in the third row, Doctor.
What?
And I've got a lady up here in the balcony, Doctor.
For heaven's sake, stop already. What kind of a silly routine is this? Now cut that out! I'm sorry, Sergeant Gillis. What is it you really wanted to see me about?
Well, I'm also on the camp newspaper, Mr. Benny, and I wanted to... Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, on your trip overseas, did you happen to run across a cousin of mine in North Africa?
A cousin? Well, I don't know.
He's a corporal.
Oh, his name doesn't start with a C, does it?
No, with a K.
Good.
Crowley.
Oh.
He cracks his knuckles.
Knuckles a lot. Funny you didn't hear me. I know. But look, Sergeant Gillis, you said you wanted to see me about something. Now, what is it?
Well, as I said, I'm on the paper here, and I'd like to get your reaction to our camp. Did you visit the Golden Queen mine?
Yes, I did happen to drop in there by chance. In fact, I saw a bit of it.
You mean you left a bit of it?
Mary, stop making things up. If I was digging for gold, where are my blisters?
Mr. Benny, if you're looking for him, I got him.
Now, wait a minute, kids. I've had just about enough. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello. Say, Miss Livingston, I'd like to speak to the boss, please.
Okay. Where are you?
Mr. Benny doesn't want me to mention it, but if you'll just tell him I'm in the subway, he'll understand.
Oh, Jack, your private underground movement is calling you.
What?
You don't have to keep it a secret anymore. We know.
All right, so you know. With all the trouble I have, it's a wonder I'm not gray. Give me that phone. Hello?
Hello? Old blood and guts?
Yes?
This is old Pick and Shovel.
All right, what do you want, Rochester?
Boss, I've been digging, and have I got good news for you?
What is it?
You know what you've always wanted to tell your sponsor?
Yes?
Well, you're rich enough to tell him now.
Rochester, my sponsor and I are good friends, and stop wasting valuable time. So you found some gold nuggets, eh?
Yes, sir. This place is loaded with Morgenthau marbles.
Good. Now get to work.
But I gotta stop digging once in a while. My hands are cold and I can't get them warm.
You can't?
No, you shouldn't have sewed up my pockets, boss.
Well, Rochester, the reason I did that is because I wanted to help you resist temptation.
Why don't you let me and temptation slug it out on even terms?
Because I know you'd throw the fight. Now listen, Rochester.
Just a second, boss. Dig over there, will you, honey?
Rochester, have you got a girl down there? Rochester, have you got a girl down there?
Empty your pockets, honey. This may be television.
Rochester, answer me. Who's down there with you?
It's my sweetie. She's helping me dig.
Well, Rochester, how did you get your girl to go down in the mine?
Psychology, boss. I told her it was the tunnel of love.
Oh, well, look, Rochester, keep digging for another 12 hours, then you can call it a day. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I hope you won't be mad at me, but while I was digging for that gold, I had a piece of bad luck.
What was it?
I struck oil.
Oh, darn it. Well, look, Rochester, just use the oil to wash over the gold and wash off the gold and cheer up. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good old Rochester. One thing about Rochester, he's always willing to work.
But, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Sergeant Gillis?
You can't take that gold away from here. Why, that's federal property. It belongs to Uncle Sam.
It does? Well, that's swell. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Play, Phil.
Never a day goes by but what we read in the papers about food shortages and rising prices, and many a harried homemaker is looking around for the answers. Well, fortunately indeed, cereals are plentiful, not rationed, and thrifty. So plan to serve more cereals, such as delicious grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Both of these tempting, malty-rich cereals provide whole grain food values. That makes each one a basic 7 food. For Uncle Sam's nutrition program features cereals with whole grain nourishment as a daily must. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes provide some of the food essentials of meat, cheese, and other rationed foods. So when you serve these 2 luscious cereals, you're giving your family pleasure plus profit, grand eating and grand nourishment. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are each a thrifty buy. Get some tomorrow. Delicious, nutritious, economical, and a real treat.
Congratulations on your 168th birthday, fellas. So long, everybody. Good night.
The
Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Any of you ever meet the kind of a guy I did the other day who cried proudly, breakfast? Never touch it. Oh, well, a cup of coffee, maybe. Actually sort of boasting about it, you know. What does he think he is, anyway, a hummingbird? So I said, why don't you eat breakfast? And he said, oh, food doesn't look good to me at that hour. Right there, I did my good deed for the day by telling him about Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. Because that's what these two cereals are made for, to tempt morning appetites with a crisp, appetizing texture and swell, malty-rich flavor. And boy, do they do the trick. Why, a bowl of Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes brimming with rich milk puts you right on top of the world. But with all their brisk lightheartedness, both are basic 7 foods. So their all-around whole grain nourishment helps make any breakfast an adequate breakfast. And that's the kind of breakfast doctors and dietitians tell us we all need every day. No doubt about it, friends. Eat a good breakfast and you'll do a better job. And for a rousing, swell-tasting breakfast treat, make it Grape Nuts Flakes. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're broadcasting from Palm Springs for the Turney Hospital and the 21st Air Ferry Command. So we take you back a few hours and pick up Jack and the gang who are on their way here by plane. They're now 5,000 feet in the air, headed for Palm Springs.
Gee, it's great to be in a plane like this. Isn't it, Mary?
Yeah. First one I was ever in where you can open the windows.
Yeah. Oh, boy, look at those mountains down below us.
Are you nervous, Jack?
Of course not. Are you, Mary?
Of course not.
How about you, Dennis?
Of course not.
Are you nervous, Don?
Of course not.
When it gets to me, he's going to hear some new words.
Rochester, there's nothing to be worried about. This is a nice, smooth trip. And we're in a very modern plane. So you have absolutely no reason to be frightened. What are you hahing about?
I can't talk with this rabbit's foot in my mouth.
Well, that's ridiculous. Now take that rabbit's foot out of your mouth.
I got to take out the horseshoe first.
Rabbit's foot and a horseshoe. Rochester, take them both and throw them out the window.
Okay.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Well, did you throw them out?
Yes, boss, and now there's nothing to hold this plane up but the wings.
Rochester, take it easy, will you? Everybody else is relaxed. Just look at... Dennis! Dennis, pull your head in out of that window. Dennis!
Jack, he can't hear you with those motors roaring out there.
Hey, Mary, watch. I'm going to have some fun with that kid. I'll put my head out of this front window and make faces at him. Get this. Hey, kid!
Jack, you're too paid.
My what?
You're too...
Ouch!
What happened?
I don't know, but all of a sudden I need a shave.
Dennis, give me that.
I'll get it. Hold still, Dennis.
Give it to me. Thanks, Mary. There.
Jack,
What?
you got it too far over your left ear.
I want it like that. I feel sporty today.
Then turn it around, the laundry mark shows.
Oh, Mary, for heaven's sake. Everybody gets a shampoo once in a while.
Yeah, but they're there when they get it.
Oh, quiet. Well, Rochester, how are you? You getting accustomed to the plane trip?
Boss, I don't know how I can be so high and feel so low.
I don't know why you act that way, Rochester. So beautiful up here, soaring above the fleecy clouds, with the sun reflecting its golden rays across the horizon, and mountain peaks in the distance, holding their proud heads up to the sky. and the blue...
It's no use, boss. My heart just ain't in it.
Well, then just sit there and wait till we get to Palm Springs. It's the last time I'll take you in a plane.
Thanks, boss.
Say, Jack, I wonder what our altitude is now.
I don't know, Don.
I'm going up front and find out.
Don, will you please warn the pilot when you shift your cargo? For heaven's sake.
Oh, Jack, I'm not big enough to affect the flight of a plane.
Not big enough? Don, Mount Wilson was not only named after you, but there's a family resemblance. You both bulge at the base. Now, Don, go back and sit in your seats. Please.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Huh?
Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
When we took off, I think we forgot somebody.
Forgot somebody?
I wish it was me.
Rochester.
All right, I wish it was I.
Never mind.
Oh, I know. It's Mr. Harris.
We didn't forget him. Phil and his orchestra are coming up later. Hope he gets to the broadcast on time.
Pilot to Don Wilson. Pilot to Don Wilson. Lean to the left. I'm banking for a turn.
Don, do as he says.
Wilson to pilot. I'm leaning.
Pilot to Wilson. I'm banking.
To whom it may concern, I'm painting.
Rochester, cut that out. Don, you're doing a very good job. Don't let your stomach get off the beam. Say, Mary. Hey, where's Mary?
She went up front to talk to the pilot.
Oh.
Say, pilot,
Yes?
how long before we arrive in Palm Springs?
Palm Springs. Well, it's about time somebody told me where we were going.
You mean you didn't know?
Oh, nobody tells me anything. They just put me in a plane and point.
No kidding.
And once they had a dispatcher with a crooked finger, and I flew around in circles for 3 days.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I passed Mrs. Roosevelt twice.
Can you imagine that? Say, pilot, what are all those different gadgets there?
Well, this is the altimeter, this is the oil pressure gauge, that's the tachometer, this is the airspeed indicator, and don't turn that one.
Why, what is it?
I don't know, but every time I turn it, I fall out.
Well, I never heard of that before.
By the way, Miss Livingston, I meant to ask you something. Is Jack Benny your boyfriend?
Well,
Well, is he?
oh, in a way he is.
Oh, he is, huh?
Well, there's a war on, you know. Oh, say, pilot, when we get to Palm Springs, I wish you'd tell me a good place to eat because I haven't been.
No kidding, Mr. Benny. Did they really let you fly a plane when you were in Africa?
Oh, sure, Dennis. I can fly. I handle a plane like I was born in it.
Gosh, were they invented then?
Certainly. Of course they were. I'm only 39. That's all.
Gee, when I'm 39 like you are, I hope I look like 39 like other people do.
Dennis.
I figured that out in my own little mind.
Well, just figure out what song you're supposed to sing when we get... Hey, Mary, where were you?
I was up front talking to the pilot. He asked me if you were my boyfriend.
Oh, really? What'd you tell him?
I told him I was kind of nuts about you, but you were the blasé type that didn't show much affection.
Uh-huh.
And I also told him I was in love with you because you were a combination of Charles Boyer, Gary Cooper, and Robert Taylor.
Oh, how could you, Mary? I mean, Cooper is much taller than I am. I mean, what else did you say?
Then I told him you had more sex appeal than Clark Gable.
Oh, that's sweet. And did he believe you?
Oh, sure. You ought to meet him, Jack. He's nuts.
He is not. He's one of the nicest.
Pilot to Wilson, please inhale. I'm trying to climb.
Go ahead, Don.
Use both lungs, Mr. Wilson, please.
Oh, Rochester, stop worrying. What are you, a man or a mouse?
Boss, can you hear me?
Yes.
Then shake the paw of a talking mouse.
Oh, for goodness sake. The next time
Pilot to control tower, coming in for a landing.
Control tower to pilot. Control tower to pilot. Everything okay?
Rochester to Mother Earth! Rochester to Mother Earth! Here comes your boy!
And you thought you needed that rabbit's foot and horseshoe. Well, here we are, fellas. Palm Springs.
Sometimes I feel so very certain that you care, and there are times I feel we don't belong. The more I fall for you, the more I must beware. So how am I to know if I am right or wrong? For my heart tells me this is just a fling. Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Or is this a little game you're playing? I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm full enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm full enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart
That was My Heart Tells Me, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. Say, that was a nice plane trip we had, wasn't it, kid?
It sure was, Mr. Benny. Say, is Rochester really a mouse?
I'll say he is.
Then I better keep my trap shut.
Dennis, stop guessing at jokes.
Say, Jack, you didn't have a chance to eat before the show, did you?
To eat? Oh, sure, Don. Remember when you came straight to the theater, Mary, Dennis, and I stopped off at a restaurant. You know, the one down here on the corner where they have the... I wonder what's good to eat. Mary, let me see your menu.
Here you are, Jack. What do you want to take a chance on?
What do you mean, take a chance on?
They didn't print the prices.
Mary, I never quibble about prices. Now, let's see. What do I want?
I'm going to have a hot fudge sundae on whole wheat toast.
Well, I've heard everything now.
Here comes the waiter.
Oh, yes.
Your orders, please.
I'll have a steak sandwich and coffee.
I want breakfast, some fruit and cereal.
Well, we have orange juice, tomato juice, grape nuts, and grape nuts flakes.
Oh, good. I don't know which to have, grape nuts or grape nuts flakes.
They're both delightful,
And you get one delicious flavor in two distinctive forms.
Well...
If you like them, they're malty, rich, sweet as a nut, and nutritious.
Well, okay, I'll have some grape nuts flakes.
With cream?
Of course. Of course. Hurry it up, will you?
Certainly.
Say, Mary, isn't that waiter peculiar?
Oh, just a whittle.
All right. You can stop with that. Say, look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. I just got in.
Oh, you finally made it, eh, Phil?
Yeah, and you know what, Jackson? I was driving along, and just outside of Pomona, I saw a rabbit's foot on the road, so I stopped to pick it up.
Yeah?
And while I was bending over, I get hit on the head with a horseshoe.
No kidding.
That was Mr. Benny's fault. He made rock...
Dennis! Say, Phil, did you bring all your boys with you?
Yeah, all except Wilbur, my trombone player. You know, Jackson, I had to fire that guy.
Why?
He drinks.
Oh, fine. You're certainly the right guy to fire anybody because he drinks.
Well, that stuff's too scarce. I can always get a trombone player.
Oh, I see. Well, I knew you had a good reason. Well, Phil, now that you're here, you better go over to the theater and set up your band number. What are you going to play?
Oh, I don't know. I'll either play Schubert's Unfinished Symphony or Pistol Packin' Mama.
I see.
Because I can finish Pistol Packin' Mama.
You can finish any song. Now go over and rehearse it.
Okay, Jackson. See you later.
Here comes the food.
I'm sorry for the delay, folks. Here's your steak sandwich, miss. And here's your grape nuts flakes.
Thank you.
And here, Whittle Man, here's your hot fudge sundae on whole wheat toast. Oh, boy.
Dennis, I hate to tell you this, but only a jerk would eat a hot fudge sundae on toast.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you're not getting any of mine.
Oh, what's the use? Come on, Mary. We better hurry and eat. I want to get back by the time Phil gets through rehearsing his number.
What did he say he's going to play?
Schubert's Pistol Packin' Mama or something. I don't know. Some number. Well, I've had enough to eat.
Me too. Let's go.
Say, waiter, those grape nuts flakes were good.
They're crunchy, too.
Now, come on, kids. Goodbye, waiter.
Goodbye. Oh, blood and guts.
Isn't that cute? He knows me. Huh?
Come on, Jack. Let's go.
Pardon me, stranger.
Yes?
My name is Slim Barton. I'm a reporter on the Desert Sun.
I see.
Is this your first time in Palm Springs?
No, I've been coming here for years.
Well, it's a nice place to come to. This is one spot where the sun shines 365 days a year.
It does? Well, it was a little cloudy this morning.
Smile when you say that, partner.
I'm sorry.
Where do you hail from, stranger?
I come from Los Angeles.
From Los Angeles, eh? Who helped you break trail?
No one. I walked behind a Greyhound bus.
Well, tell me, stranger, have you seen anything? Have you been getting around this here town much?
Well, I've been to the Colonial House, the Desert Inn, Deepwell Ranch, 139 Club, the Del Taquis.
Have you been to Desmond's?
Yes.
Bullock's?
Bullock's, yes. I like to rough it now and then.
Have you been to the Lone Palm?
What did you say, mister?
I said, have you been to the Lone Palm?
Have I been to the Lone Palm? Let me tell you a story, young man. Come closer. This may be interesting. Very interesting. Palm Springs in 49. Wine, women, saloons. All centered around the mad scramble for gold. The scene is the Lone Palm Cafe in the days of the gold rush. Run by Pistol Packin' Mary. Also known as Livy the Leech. As the scene opens, we find her talking to Curly Harris, her front man and bouncer.
Well, how does it look, Curly?
Oh, everything's all right, Livy. The suckers are at it again.
Good.
How's the roulette wheel doing?
Okay. Dead-Eye Pete lost 15,000, Grubstake Gallagher lost 18, and Mervyn the Mug just dropped 22,000.
That's funny. Them guys all work for the house.
Yeah, the wheel's so crooked, even the shills are losing.
That's right, Liv.
Yahoo! At last I've made my pile.
Who's the character, Livy?
That's Rattlesnake Benny, the prospector. He must have struck gold.
Stand aside, everybody. For 21 days I've been out on that hot desert. I'm drinking water out of a rusty tin can. I'm drinking water out of an old hat. I'm drinking water out of my dirty hands. Now let me at that bar.
What'll it be, partner?
Give me some water in a glass. I'm parched.
Hello, Rattlesnake.
Well, there's my old gal, Mascara Mouth Minnie. I've been out on that scorching desert a long time, Minnie, so give me a kiss.
Okay, Rattlesnake. Pucker up.
How was that, Minnie?
Dehydrated.
Well, come on, gal, let's sit down.
Say, Curly, now that Rattlesnake has struck it rich, we ought to go to work on him.
That's right, Livy. We ought to steer him over to that Wheel of Fortune.
Okay. Hey, Rattlesnake, you've been pretty lucky lately. How'd you like to take a chance on the wheel?
Okay, Livy, don't mind if I do. 28 has always been my lucky number.
Okay, gents, get your bets down and your hands up.
$15,000 on 28.
13, you lose.
28's my lucky number. Another 15,000 on 28.
13, you lose.
I'll try it once more. 15,000 on 28. There it is, 20.
13, you lose.
I wouldn't exactly say that will is crooked, but it ad-libs a lot. Well, I ain't going to gamble anymore.
Say, Curly, Rattlesnake's still got a big pile left. What are we going to do?
Well, there's only one man that can work on him.
Who?
Dennis the Shill.
Okay, Here he comes now. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Livy. Pour me some orange juice and blow the seeds off.
Now listen, Dennis. Rattlesnake Benny's over at the bar, and he's loaded with gold. Take care of him, will you?
Yeah, you know, like you always do.
Okay, leave it to me. Hello, Rattlesnake.
Hello, kid. Have a drink on me.
No, thanks. I gotta stay sober so I can clip you. Want to play poker?
Sure, you look like an honest man. Shake hands.
Not so hard. You're shaking the cards out of my sleeve.
Well, let's sit down and start with a clean deck. Okay. I'll play a no-draw hand for $1,000. Shuffle 'em, partner. All right, now deal 'em.
I can't. My fingers are stuck in the cards.
Never mind your fingers, just deal 'em. Now quiet, everybody. There's a big game on here.
What have you got?
4 deuces. There you are. 4 twos.
You win. I got 4 lousy ones.
Well, I'm sorry, partner.
How's the game coming, Dennis?
I'm a-cheating, but he's a-winning. That's not right. Is it, Miss Livingston?
Hey, what's going on here? If I've been fleeced, Livy, I'm going to wreck this joint.
Hey, Curly, come on over. There's trouble here.
I'll say there's trouble. Now, listen, kid. You try to double-cross me, so reach for your gun.
Okay, Rattlesnake, but give me a chance. I got a zipper on my holster.
I'll give you a chance. Get up on your feet. We'll count 3 and fire. 1, 2, 3. Oh! We got the bartender and Curly. Let's try it again.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
We got Minnie and Livy.
Yeah. Let's try it again.
Why not? We're perfectly safe.
Yeah, but this time, let's face each other. 1, 2, 3. Oh. We got each other that time, partner.
Well, I'm sure glad I wasn't in that sketch. Music, please.
Say, friends, ever notice how often it happens that when you do a good turn for someone else, it boomerangs right back and helps you, too? Well, that's where we all stand with Uncle Sam's new food program, Food Fights for Freedom. By helping Uncle Sam, we help ourselves, and here's how. One of the things we're asked to do is buy more foods that are plentiful. Cereals with whole grain nourishment, for instance, like grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Well, you can't do a better turn for yourselves, folks, than to get even better acquainted with these 2 delicious, malty-rich breakfast treats. Sure, they're good to eat. I guess you all know that. But there's a whole lot more to the story than just their swell taste. Both grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are Basic 7 foods crammed full of energy-giving, whole-grain nourishment. And, ladies, you just can't think up a thriftier buy than those 2 famous breakfast cereals. So help yourselves, help your budget, and help Uncle Sam. Buy foods that are plentiful, and for downright good eating, buy Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes.
Well, folks, it's been a privilege to broadcast here for the personnel of the Air Ferry Command and the Turney Military Hospital. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Good night, everybody.